What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Friday, December 20th, 2024, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, former Clemson football player and ACC network analyst Eric Mac Lain will join us at 8:30 to preview tomorrow's matchup between the Texas Longhorns and the Clemson Tigers. Plus, our guy Lee Sterling from ParamountSports.com will join the program at 9:15 to give you his winners of the upcoming football weekend. Speaking of football weekends, we will preview the first round of the college football playoff, the NFL, the high school state championships. Tons of football going on over the next couple of days, and we are telling you all about it. Plus, a little Texas basketball conversation, Bucky's Gold Star locks of the weekend, the latest from the transfer portal, and so much more. We are locked and we are loaded and we are ready to roll. Happy Friday, my friend. How we doing?
Same to you, man. It's good to be alive here in Dripping Springs, Texas, USA, America. And it's a beautiful morning, and it's a football Friday leading into a heck of a weekend in college and NFL football.
Yeah,
Looking forward to it.
so much going on. And a quick early shout out to Vandergrift and Westlake High Schools,
Yes, sir.
who will be competing for state championships at Jerry World tomorrow. Vandergrift taking on Southlake Carroll, Westlake taking on North Crowley. Been back-to-back games at AT&T Stadium in Arlington. So best of luck to our two local high school teams competing for state titles tomorrow. And yes, so much college football, so much NFL going on. We'll have some Steve Sarkeesian sound as well. But Buck, it's finally here. The 12-team playoff starts tonight. Of course, we have to wait one more day until the Longhorns play, but we get number 10 Indiana at number 7 Notre Dame. The first ever CFP first round game. We've been talking about it a lot over the last couple of weeks, but the expanded playoff is finally upon us, my friend.
Yeah, I mean it should be fun. This should be a fun couple. It's going to seem like a couple months, although it's a couple weeks. It's going to seem like months before this thing ends, but it should be an awful lot of fun. And teams playing home games this week is an awful lot of fun for college football. And although the kids are gone, they'll run back to campuses, especially those that are local will get back on their campuses to watch their teams play if they're in the playoffs. And I can see as the expansion comes, some teams having more than one home game, which is I think will be fun for college football too. You know, to possibly be playing games in January at home is going to be neat. We get to that 14, 16, they're not going to all be bowl games at places. There'll be some teams will have 2 home games, which would be kind of cool.
Yeah, I wonder if we get to that point. We're not there now, but if we do add a few more teams to the playoffs, then maybe there will be multiple rounds of home college football playoff games. That'd be a sight to see.
It certainly would. Can you imagine playing? Now, at some places, I wouldn't want to be playing in January or late December, but for others, that it would be great to be playing at a place like Texas, playing a couple of home games.
Well, speaking of that Indiana-Notre Dame game, here is a picture from this morning in South Bend, Indiana at Notre Dame Stadium. You've got snow all over the field, and you've got a little snowman in the stands.
Awesome.
That's in the stands, Buck. That's not on grass. That's
up at the top of the end zone up there in the corner. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
I believe the snow on the field.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the good news for Indiana is they also live in Indiana, so they're used to that weather, right? I think the team that's for the biggest culture shock is SMU, and we've talked about that really since the bracket came out last Sunday, how those kids from Dallas are going to have to go up to State College, PA at the end of December and try to win a road game.
By the way, they're now talking about the teens there, not just in the 20s, but in the teens.
Oh, God.
The high teens with some wetness. Wetness means sleet or snow. It'll be ugly for them, but hey, as I said, once you get that first 8 series in you, now you're ready to go right to the bus and back on the plane.
Yeah, it's going to be major culture shock for SMU. They also haven't played in front of a crowd like that.
Oh no, there'll be 100. Hey, there'll be 100,000 snowbirds there.
Yeah, they don't have crowds like that in the ACC. Sorry
No,
about that. So that's going to be a sight to behold tomorrow. But of course, the weather projections in Austin, 62 degrees, the high temp tomorrow.
great football weather, great watching weather.
Sure, with kickoff being at 3 p.m., you assume it'll be right around 62 when the game kicks. So yeah, it'll be cold. There will be snow at maybe 3 of the 4 CFP locations this weekend, but obviously we don't have to worry about any of that right
And
here.
dude, it won't be that nice in Columbus either at night.
No, of course not. Of course not. Now, Tennessee, it gets cold in Tennessee at this
It
time of the
does.
year.
Sure.
So, they're kind of used to this weather. And man, I think Tennessee fans are going to travel just based on Twitter. And I know Twitter's not always the best embodiment for our society, but it sure seems like a lot of Vols fans are going to make the trip to the shoe for this game tomorrow. That's going to be a fun one. That's your nightcap, the 4th of 4 CFP games. So, a lot to get into. We'll give our picks for all the games. Of course, the Buck will have his Gold Star locks. Lee Sterling will join us at 9:15. And I've got to correct myself. Eric McLean will join us at 8:15, not
Okay.
8:30. So within the next 10 minutes, we will get a deep dive, in-depth preview from former Clemson football player and current ACC network analyst Eric McLean, who is a fun interview. Excited for this conversation to
That is
talk all
great.
things Texas and Clemson.
Good
Speaking
morning
of,
to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And to you and your families, do be safe out there because
indeed.
it is crazy. I got on the road yesterday. I tried to go from Dripping Springs up to Round Rock to Highway 79. I got on Mopac crossing the bridge, and I took one more exit and turned around and came back. And this was, right after we got off. I thought it was going to be smooth sailing. It was like it was 5:15. I was like, what in the hell? But the traffic coming back the other way was moving. I said, I'm not going to try to get up here to this tollway. I'm turning around. I'll do it Saturday morning. Whatever I have to do that way, I'll go early Saturday morning. It's a mess, man. I did go to the mall. I went to the mall again yesterday.
White Mall?
Went to the White Mall yesterday. Gave out another pair of socks, because the entryway to the White Mall, there's always somebody there. There's always some homeless beggar, But I'm that's right. I'm pretty rude right now but you know what? I gave out a pair of socks with a little $5 in it. Absolutely made their day. I'm like, come on, man. They're like, no, dude, it's not the $5, it's the socks. He goes, if I get $5, he said, if I made $5 standing in this corner, which I'm looking at him going, yeah, and you will in about 2 minutes, and then go jump in your caddy. But he said, I won't do anything with the $5. I won't buy socks. He goes, these socks are key. He said, you'd be surprised. He goes, I'll wear socks. He said, those socks won't even have a bottom to it. They'll just have the stuff on the side, the material. He said, this is a big deal, a pair of socks. So now I know a pair of socks is a big deal to people trying to find shelter. How's that? Does that sound better?
You can call the homeless whatever you want if you're going to give them stuff.
Okay.
You could call them all pieces of shit if you're going to give them socks and $5 every time you see them.
I can't do that. I can't go that far.
Like, there are plenty of people who use political correct terms to describe folks without a home, but they don't actually do anything to help them out. If you're actually doing stuff to help them like you are and like you have done for years, then you can call them whatever you want.
So the dirty little homeless girl, I can continue to call her that? That's okay?
Well, you didn't give her what she wanted, so no.
Well, I can't give her. I'm not giving her what she wants.
She wanted a hug. She didn't even want any tangible items. She just needed some love because she was down on her luck.
Dude, I don't want the lice. Okay, it was a time of the year that I wasn't.
You don't have hair. What do you mean lice?
I have some hair in other places. Those things can jump and they can move, man.
You think you're getting lice on the carpet and the drapes?
I'm just going to be careful. I got to be careful of that stuff. I don't know. She may have tried to tongue me. I don't know. I'm not hugging, and I mean my face next to her dirty little face. She's not one of my grandkids. I can't be hugging her.
Turn your head. You don't have to put your face against her face to give a hug. Come on.
I may go back to McDonald's and see if she's hanging out there today.
How many years ago was that?
Yeah, a pair of socks. You know what she'll do with those socks? You know what she would tell me to do with those socks with her attitude? Yeah. She goes, shove those socks and your $5. How about a hug? Yeah.
That's all you have to do, man. You could have made her day, her month, her year, but instead you gave
No,
her the Tom Herman double bird, and
and still talking bad about her.
all these years later, you're still dunking on her behind her back. Way to go there, guy.
Meal. She could have had she could have had a McCheeseburger or a McRib or something.
Oh, was the McRib going on back then?
What's going on then? She didn't even want that.
Wow, yeah, that's on her then. I now change my stance on this whole story. She had a
But you're
chance
not
to get a
still, you wouldn't
McRib.
eat that stuff. You don't eat that stuff now, right? You would
I'm
grab
not
a
I'm not a regular McRib eater. I've had them before. It's far from my favorite item at Mickey D's, but yeah,
So when that time comes, that when it jumps up McRib time, you'll partake once a year in a McRib.
I would say every other year I get a McRib.
Okay.
And then I think I had mine last year, so I haven't gone since it came back. I did go to McDonald's like a week or two ago and just got a bunch of burgers and McChickens, but no McRib this time
I only
around.
participate in the fillet of fish during the lentil season.
It's gross. I still can't.
Yeah. What do you mean that's
shit out.
gross? That's fresh. That is fresh cod that they ship in daily from New England.
Yeah, you think so?
I think so. Tastes that way to me. I don't taste any other little nuggets on the inside of it. It's not half fish, half chicken. It tastes just like fish to me.
You think McDonald's is trucking fish from New England to all of their U.S. locations every single day?
Fly them in. They got a lot of money, man. They fly that stuff in, and they fly it worldwide. If it's McDonald's in England, it gets shipped right from Maine to England.
That doesn't sound very fresh if it's on a plane. All right.
Frozen cargo planes.
So, yeah, exactly. Here's Steve Sarkeesian. We'll let you hear plenty from the head coach, who, of course, had his second media availability of the week yesterday. A lot of this will play after we have our guest on. But here's Steve Sarkeesian's opener from his Thursday presser.
Should be a great environment. Should be a great game at DKR Saturday. It's one of the values of earning a home field is getting that home field advantage, and we're going to need Longhorn Nation like they've been all year for us, supporting us, creating a great amount of energy, creating an intimidating environment, and then ultimately us going out and playing a good football game against a really good opponent. As I've said earlier in the week, ton of respect for Dabo. The more I continue to watch his team. The very attack-driven operation, especially on the defensive front. They create explosive plays on the offensive side of the ball. Klubnik is deadly when he extends the plays, and so we got a work cut out for us, and it should be a heck of a battle Saturday.
Yeah, and the more I look at their team, the more I think you ought to kick their ass. That's what I look at. I think you have to get after them. I think they're very aggressive, like you said, on defense. And I think you have to attack that defense. They're going to be set up for some good one-on-ones, I believe. That they've got a couple guys that are pretty long in the secondary, but you can't lay back. This Texas team they need to be in attack mode at home. You have to be the aggressor against them because when I look at them offensively, what Cade Klubnik is. He is an aggressive kid. He is a go get 'em, and he'll go get it any way he can. He is to me, BK, almost more of a threat when he runs the football than he is when he throws the football, because he's experienced enough to know when to run with the football, when to pick up a first down. I mean, he can slowly cut you with his run game. That's what I love about him.
Yeah, like Quinn Ewers, he's a 3-year starter, right?
Yeah.
There's not really any defense or anything that he hasn't seen during his college career. And, of course, you and I both got to call some of his high school games back at Westlake. We've watched this kid for years. He is a true gamer. I mean, he is the dictionary picture of a gamer, and he's having a great season. I don't think he's getting enough credit for the year he had. I think a lot of people kind of closed the door on Clemson and closed the book on Cade Klubnik after that Georgia game way back in week 1, because that was just ugly for Clemson. And I think a lot of people just stopped watching Clemson football after that. Obviously, they've turned it on. They got hot at the right time. They won the ACC championship, and they will be here in Austin, Texas tomorrow.
And he's a strong runner, by the way. He's not your typical quarterback, I'll give myself up. We've talked about him not sliding and stuff like that, but it's not that point. I mean, he can dish out the punishment. He's dished out some punishment over his career, by the way, when he does run with the football. He's a big kid, and he doesn't crumble up. I mean, he's an athlete, and he plays football like a really good athlete, as I said, sometimes more of a running back than actually a quarterback.
Absolutely. Hey, we've got a special guest joining us to tell us
Nice.
more about Cade Klubnik and to tell us more about this entire Clemson football team. He's a former Clemson football player. And at one point, we got to ask if he still is, but I know at one point he was the winningest player in Clemson history. He's now an analyst on the ACC network. He is Eric McLean. Eric, thanks so much for the time. Is that still true? Or are you still the winningest player in Clemson history?
Yeah, BK Bucky, great to see y'all. Thank you for having me. Excited to join y'all today. And sadly, it was eclipsed 2 years later when they went on another undefeated run. When you get those, undefeated regular seasons stacking up, it's a little bit hard to keep records. So there's a couple of guys in front of me, but man, it was a cool accomplishment when I left with that, a cool little title to have.
Well, it was. I know it was a lot better than when I got recruited for Clemson when I went to Boston College back in the '70s because it wasn't happening for Clemson.
Come on.
That was way back in the day, brother. When I told the guys that I was but my host for the weekend, Eric, was Benny Cunningham.
Come on.
That's he was quite the tight end, Benny Cunningham, and that was a long time ago. I grew up in Greensboro, North Carolina, went to school in Boston, so Clemson, I still had a thing for, the Carolinas back in those days. And I went to visit. I was on that campus, came down, touched the rock, the whole thing, but ended up.
And we lost you. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, and then I also actually coached there with Doug Flutie when Boston College played. I think it may have been a tie there back in that day at Clemson. One of the greatest scenes were the fans giving Boston College a standing ovation. At Clemson. That was kind of cool too. What a great place.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of fun, man. And I know, a lot of our fans and our players are excited to see this madhouse right here. So it's two great programs, two great cultures. And that's really what I just love about this format that we have right now, man. The fact that we have home playoff games, and I think we got the best draw weather-wise. I'm very happy about that.
Oh, yeah.
It feels great. I've seen snowman other places. I've seen wind. We're just fine in this weather. So it's a really fun matchup, and we're excited to be here with y'all.
Eric, am I seeing downtown Austin in your background right now?
There you are. We're here, man. We're right in the thick of it, which is great. And this place, I've never been here before, man. We went, kind of to Perry's Steakhouse last night.
Nice.
We're going to Black's Barbecue tonight. Terry Black's. We're mapping it out. We're hitting the hits, man.
All the spots.
I love it. I love it. Yeah, it's crazy. These two teams, they've both been playing football since the 1890s, and this is the first ever matchup between the Longhorns and the Clemson Tigers, and obviously a lot at stake. So, Eric, you heard us talking about Cade Klubnik before we brought you on. We'll start with him. Look, Austinites know him very well. Of course, played his high school football here. It's a homecoming for him. Tell us about the year Cade Klubnik has had, and tell us about his preparation for this game returning home.
Yeah, man, it's been a fantastic year. I mean, a guy that is, top 3 in the country in touchdowns thrown, top 3 in the country in overall touchdowns. And to be quite honest, when you look at where he was a year ago versus right now, it's night and day. It's a totally different player. And I'm so proud of him and the development and how he's been able to do it. And there's a couple of different things. And first and foremost, just self-accountability, which I thought was huge. The guy understood what he did wrong last year, and he sat down and really wanted to get better. And that's hard. That's hard for, good players who have been elite their entire lives to look in the mirror and say, I'm not very good at this or that. How can I get better? A lot of guys don't want to admit that. There's a certain amount of pride that maybe holds people back from doing that. But Cade stripped it all away and said, here's what I got to do. And pocket presence was number one, not being so antsy, not being so panicky, and being confident in his offensive line, which they've gotten better. That helps. But also more confident in his, kind of preparation there, knowing when to extend the play, knowing when to take off and run. So his legs have been the biggest thing. His arm talent has been great, throughout, back to high school. But now it's knowing where to go, knowing where to move, and knowing where to take off and run. It has been exceptional. I mean, that development has been massive for Clemson. He had a walk-off win against, Pittsburgh with a 50-yard run that nobody saw happening. He had a couple of scores against USC that, they just came up a little bit short there. And then, of course, in the ACC championship had massive play after massive big play. So he's the type of guy that you've got to know where he is. You have to keep somebody accountable for him. If you go man and your head's turned, he's going to run. He'll take off and he'll kill you that way. So, but I've also loved, the relationship and the development of his wide receivers as well. And those two things go hand in hand to me. A lot of people want to say, well, the quarterback can't throw it downfield. Well, did he have receivers that could go up and get it? And in years past, that answer's been no. This year, it's been a resounding yes. I mean, those guys, and a lot of them are young boys, they're going up and making plays. And so this quarterback's looking really good. He's looking really confident. I do wonder, the homecoming piece of this, though. There's something to that, and I hope his parents have totally taken it off his plate and have done with the tickets and the family and dealt with all that. And Cage just showing up, playing a game. I'm sure he's played in this stadium before back in his high school days. I hope it's nothing new for him, but there is something about that will be a little interesting for the nerves.
Yeah, I mean, it probably goes one way or the other, and it'll eventually even out. He'll try to do either too much, or he'll be overly confident about being at home. But it'll even out where you'll see him just play football. Eric, as you said, that he wasn't surrounded by a lot of great players over the last couple of years, and Dabo doesn't mess with the portal, so they've had to let their high school kids kind of grow up into what that was going to be about. And I thought when Cade went to Clemson, this was supposed to be the big armed guy, staying in a pocket and throw the ball. And as you said, with his experience now comes that wisdom of, if they go man to man and they turn their back, I'm a good enough athlete that I can get down the field, get the first down, move the chains. And I think I've seen him grow in that way, that he's just such a good athlete. I mean, he's not a point guard. He's like a forward, because he's a big dude. He's an athletic forward that can take the ball. And if you give him the ability to go get 8 yards, he'll get the 8 yards and the chains will move. But he's really, his presence in the pocket, we have got a quarterback that's has gotten better and better too, but his presence in the pocket isn't like Cage. It stands tall in the pocket. He doesn't kind of crumble. He'll stand tall. He'll throw the ball in that pocket. I think that's what his development has been, because he does have confidence in the receivers now that he's surrounded by, but he will throw it in that pocket with traffic in there.
Yeah, he will. And again, it was a growing,
right?
It was a growing experience, because last year he wouldn't, and he would panic and he would take unnecessary sacks, or he would run right in again. Quarterbacks start seeing ghosts, and then they're sprinting into the arms, of a defensive tackle. So it was certainly a process. I mean, I have to give him all the credit in the world, his coaches, all the credit in the world for turning him into what he is right now. But yeah, and I think, the standing in the pocket thing, again, I keep referencing Pittsburgh. They blitz a lot. I mean, they send pressure, and he got hit. But he stood in there, and he slightly, puts his head up, sees the guys, moves a little bit to the right, bam, delivers a 40-yard post. Last year, he panics. Last year, he probably runs right into somebody. And so you've seen the growth from him that way. You mentioned some of those receivers. I think Brenningstool as well. Like this game in particular, this tight end matchup between Texas and Clemson, so underrated. I mean, I think these two guys are two of the best in the country in regards to coming up clutch, making the plays when you need it, scoring touchdowns, can block as good as anybody. That game within the game. I'm a former tight end back in my day before I found out what the weight room was. I love that matchup, and just seeing those guys and how they both can potentially, be such an X factor for their teams.
Yeah, well said. Eric Mac Lain of the ACC Network and former Clemson football player joining us here on Bucky and BK. Yeah, it feels like Brenningstool has been in college for 15 years, and I mean that in the nicest way possible.
Does he have another one? Can we get one more out of him?
No kidding.
I don't know if we can.
He's a stud. I want to ask you about the Clemson run game. Obviously, Cade Klubnik's a big part of that, but, Phil Maffa's been dealing with that labrum injury. It's kind of amazing that he's even playing right now, but his numbers sort of dipped down the stretch in the regular season. I loved what I saw from Jay Haynes before he got hurt in the ACC championship. So where are you at with Phil Maffa? How confident are Clemson fans that he's going to be a factor tomorrow? And if he's still a little banged up, who else is going to tote the rock for the Tigers here?
Yeah, man, it's brutal, because you look at a guy that, has been linked with a guy like Will Shipley. Like, they came in the same time, and they've just been splitting carries. And some, fans thought Maffa should have been the guy. Some people thought Will, who was, should have been the guy the whole time. And now that he gets a shot, it's hard. It's hard to have 200 plus carries. It's hard to, carry a team the way that he had and that Clemson asked of him all season long. Now, you could sit here and say, well, Clemson should have done a better job of getting other guys in earlier, which normally they do. It was actually kind of weird for all of us that they rode that cow as hard as they did this season. And now you got to deal with it. Labrum isn't getting better overnight. I don't care how much rest you get until you have surgery. that thing is going to hurt. And, he's got the straps and everything built in, the robotic labrum right there. I'm fascinated to see what he looks like, because as you just mentioned, the last, 3 weeks of the season, he's just not the same back. Can't run through people, running out of bounds. And that's hard. And in this type of game, you need to play big boy football. I don't know if anyone else has watched Texas all year, but running the football is hard. And if you're not ready and you're not behind your pads, it's not going to be good for you. So we'll see. We'll see what he can muster up. I'm not questioning him at all. It's just it is what it is type of deal. And if you have to put all that pressure on your quarterback and Cade has to run it 15, 20 times, I don't love that. I don't love that. And I don't know if you want to sit back there and throw it 40 times. So, young guys are going to have to step up. Clemson has a couple of, guys, one being, kind of a power back and Big Mikey, and then another true freshman that actually they held and redshirted. Now that we're in postseason, he can play, in DE there. So it's going to be, who can run it by committee, I think, if Phil is banged up. Everything we've heard is he's good and he's ready to go. But, I mean, I'm not a doctor. I know shoulders hurt and they don't get better, in a week.
Eric, how do you feel about your linebacking core? I mean, the front four are pretty doggone good. In the linebacker area, because this Texas, these guards can get up on you in the run game, and with the exception of when they play Georgia, they don't get up on those dudes. But everybody else, they've found ways against a pretty good, a pretty good Kentucky defense and a pretty good Texas A&M defense to get to the linebacker area. Double teams that coming off, because they've got a nice run game. Texas has a really good run game when they get going. Sark he really kind of lets it roll. How do you feel about your linebackers?
Yeah, and it's one of those things you mentioned. You've got two guys, right? You've got two running backs back there that are very multi-dimensional, not just runners.
Yes,
good in the passing game, which puts stress on the linebackers even more, because now you're worried about covering them. Where they are at kind of all times there. They've been really solid. I thought they would have been better. I thought this unit had a chance to be maybe number one in the country at this point in the season. And there's been some inconsistencies. There's been some weird eye violations. There's been a little bit of out of placement, maybe having guys not quite in the right position. But now I feel like they're playing their best football. And Sammy Brown, ironically enough, Barrett Carter's an All-American, but I think Sammy Brown's the best linebacker Clemson has right now, who's a true freshman, a guy that is really strong and really fast and just a ball player, right? Like it's just what he does at the end of the day. So, seeing how they handle that, how they handle the motions, how they handle the formations, alignment. I mean, as you guys know, Texas will spread you out. They're going to move around. They're going to try to get you to take one false step, one look right here, and we're going this way type of thing. It's going to be huge for them. And I think you have to keep all three on the field. I don't think you play, some type of nickel or small ball. I think you have to keep those guys out there, and how, coach is going to combat that offensively is going to be fascinating. So I think they're ready. I think they're playing their best ball, and that's going to be fun to see.
Eric, I'm not smart enough to be a film guy. I'm a game guy. I go back and watch games, and I don't have to watch very long to see TJ Parker show up on screen. I mean, every Clemson game I've gone back and watched, that guy is everywhere. Double-digit sacks, 19 TFLs, one of the most prolific pass rushers in school history. Tell us about him and what makes him so good up front for the defense.
Yeah, well, the good thing, BK, you don't have to be a film guy. You just see it. That
Yep.
guy, he explodes off the screen. He really does. And he has had such a great, back half of the season where he just turned it on. And ironically, that's when Clemson was playing their best, football teams in regards to, winning records and personnel and things of that nature. So you love to see that. You want your best players playing when you need them the most. That is going to continue in whatever this playoff run looks like. And it starts, obviously tomorrow here in Austin. So, he's a guy that, the good pass rushers, they get the quarterback. The great and the elite, they get the ball. And that's what he does so well. He just broke the single season record for forced fumbles in Clemson history in a single year, which is crazy. So he sees ball, get ball. He's hitting that quarterback with intention. He's swiping. He's pulling it out. Which is monumental. And that's a big deal. Clemson has been elite in the turnover margin this year, taking it away at a very high clip, not giving it back on the offensive side of the ball. And obviously that's something you have to do, when you're on the road, when you're in a place like Texas with 100,000+, how can you make that place a little more quiet? You get that ball on the ground, you capture it, things of that nature. Y'all can probably tell me better. Maybe you don't want to. I'm not sure the status of Banks, the All-American left tackle. I know he didn't play in the championship game. And if I'm Clemson, I'm putting them either on him or that backup, whoever it is, and just say, hey, are you ready for this? Are you ready to go against, a guy that's probably going to end up being a top 2-round NFL draft pick, and trying to isolate him as much as I can.
Yeah, I think they'll end up getting, if he doesn't play, they'll end up having a lot of help with the guys coming off, with the tight end over in that area, as you said. But hopefully that doesn't take away from the tight end play, because Gunnar Helm has to play a better game than he played in the last game against Georgia on both areas, catching the ball and blocking. And he can help an awful lot, because Georgia was just such a different animal. They are the individual play of their guys is totally ridiculous.
Been there, brother. I know.
Wow. That's like watching an NFL team play on Sunday, when you have to scheme against those individuals. You can't go one-on-one with anybody. I don't care who you are, against that group. So it'll be an awful lot of fun. Eric, tell us about the secondary and how they've progressed this season, how things have gone. Now, I like what you said about what happens in the pocket, because Quinn Ewers has a tendency to put it on the ground when when he's hit. He can crumble at times. He's not a great escape artist in that pocket. He knows when to run, but when he tries to move around in that pocket, tell us about the secondary, how they've been playing this season.
Yeah, and again, I think with his ankle too, right, and not knowing what he's going to be able to do, or how mobile he really will be. I'm terrified of Arch, by the way. Let me get that out there. I do not want to see 16 on the field, and I know we're going to. There better be a 20-play package for him.
Yeah. You sound like a Texas fan now.
I hope I don't, though. I hope I don't see it. Just keep him over there. Keep him for next year. He'll be fine. But I think this game, interestingly, from how you normally think about it, I think the pass rush is going to significantly help the defensive backs, and they're a unit as well. You've got a true freshman out there in Ashton Hampton, who's long and very good at what he does, but he's young and he's inexperienced, and this will be his first kind of big time football game, especially on the road. Obviously easier to operate with noise and communication, because you're the offense, y'all want to be quiet for your offense. The safeties have been good, but again, inconsistent. That's the name of the game for this Clemson defense all year. And really outside of the defensive line, which maybe you could say that statistically outside of TJ Parker, they haven't been able to deliver. But these guys will show, a quarter of brilliance where they just look like the best defense in the country, and then 2 quarters of you're just pulling your hair out and you don't know what you're looking at. So can they put that all together? I think Avian Terrell, another guy that has just been like that when he's playing at his best. I think he's a top 10 pick. When he's not, I don't know if he's a 5th round pick, and it's just, how can you figure that out? How can you dial that up, to put yourself in the best position to win? And quite frankly, I think that is making Quentin move, getting to Ewers, and just trying to make him uncomfortable, speeding things up. And if Clemson can do that, listen, Texas offensive line, very good. It's not going to be some walk in the park to do that. But if you can, I feel much better about those DBs than if he's sitting back there with 3-4 seconds and able to carve them up.
Yeah, the whole thing is communications. If you got a bunch of young guys in that secondary and they're pointing to that guy, he's yours, and that guy, he's yours. I mean, that's where it gets scary as a fan or somebody that knows football. When there's a lot of pointing going around, that's when you get a little bit nervous about. And Sark is going to put some eye candy out there for everybody to see. So.
Yeah, Eric Mac Lain of the ACC Network joining us here on Bucky and BK. A couple more for you, Eric. We appreciate the time, even though you're wearing the wrong shade of orange this morning. That's all right. That's all right.
I knew y'all would be bringing it, so I had to bring mine.
Come on. Well done. Maybe you've answered this kind of in a previous answer, but what scares you the most from a Clemson perspective? Texas is a double-digit favorite. Texas is expected to win, but I'm sure you're confident in Clemson. I'm sure you always are. But what gives you the most hesitation in projecting a Clemson upset tomorrow?
Yeah, Arch. I mean, really. I mean, just the package. I mean, Clemson has not, been able to, surround a mobile quarterback. That's really hurt them. And you've seen, obviously in the South Carolina game, a game that we kind of handed to them. And now Lenore Sellers is, I think, one of the best quarterbacks in the country. And, he did his thing athletically running the football that ultimately won them that game. You look at the ACC championship and Kevin Jennings and, the way he was able to move around and the way that 4th quarter, man, he just looked great. And Clemson had no answer, and so if Arch is the one in there doing that, it can be probably replicated relatively well. Now he's not 6'5", 240. I don't think he's running through people's chests, but he is athletic and he is very fast and maybe a little bit more like Kevin Jennings than Lenore Sellers. So that's certainly one that you're just interested in. How is Texas going to handle that situation? It's probably pretty weird, for everybody involved. You've got a guy who's a potential first-round draft pick, and you've got the heir apparent that everybody wants to see. How are you going to handle that? What are you going to do? I think Sark is amazing, though, and he'll figure that out, from a coaching perspective. But then just the secondary. I've said to a lot of people this week that, Clemson, Texas's defense is arguably the best in the country on paper. When you look at the stats, when you look at what they're able to do. But when I look at who they've gone against and the fact that the average total offense is like 80th or 79th and Clemson's 7th, what does that gap look like? Will Clemson be able to operate at a high level, or is it going to be status quo and Texas just, swallows you up and is physical and doesn't let you, move the ball anywhere? So that's something that'll be interesting to me. How is Clemson able to either push the ball downfield or run the ball? Because one of those two have to give for Clemson to operate and to win a game.
And for Eric, for Texas, I mean, having Andrew Makuba in this secondary has been such a blessing to this football program. I know. I mean, he is what a football player he is. Just a natural, being back there and understanding the game. He was special in high school when he played wide receiver. He could have been a college wide receiver. He just understands the game. And you watch him, and I've never seen a guy who's not a big guy deliver a blow like this guy. And then he gets up. I mean, he doesn't launch himself where he gets hurt. He goes through guys, right. He is quite the player. And tell me about the kicker.
I was sad when we lost him.
How far can that dude kick the ball?
Yeah. Whatever he wants to do, man.
Man.
Yeah, that kicker is special. That was a big
that
time
game
kick
winner last week was. I mean, that was like on a line drive.
How about a true freshman walking on the field, winking at the sideline, and then just drills it? Probably would have been good from 60. I mean, I was just blown away.
Yeah, that was impressive. All right, Eric, we know you got a lot to do, man. Really appreciate the time. It seems like you're set with Austin recommendations, but if you need any more, obviously give us a shout, and enjoy the weekend. We hope you're sad tomorrow, but thank you for spending your money.
Joining.
Yeah, thanks for joining us and spending your money here in our city, man.
That's right. Hey, all about boosting the economy, one place at a time, baby.
There you go.
You're the man, Eric. Thanks for the time, brother.
No, see y'all. Be good.
You too, man. You too. Good stuff. Eric Mac Lain, former Clemson football player and now an analyst for the ACC network. Buck, I feel like as a Texas fan, I need to cut up the clip of Eric Mac Lain saying the part about Texas that scares him the most is Arch Manning and send that to Steve Sarkeesian.
Yeah, I think I'm going to venture to say that he gets more than 2 plays in this football game. He gets more than a play a quarter. He's going to average more than a play a quarter in this game.
That's the hope. I think that has to be the hope. I mean, I was feeling that before hearing Eric talk, but now he's like, I'm terrified of Arch Manning. I hope he stays on the sideline. Hey, he'll be good next year. We don't need to see him tomorrow. Are you kidding me? Like, Georgia's weakness was mobile quarterbacks, and we didn't see enough Arch Manning in the SEC championship game. Now hearing that Clemson has had troubles with dual threat quarterbacks, and you can kind of tell, especially in that South Carolina game late in the year.
Or the SMU game, boy, in the SMU game too in the second half.
Yeah, SMU game too. Like, that's – man, I'm a Quinn guy. This is not, hey, make a quarterback change. This is if this is a wrinkle that can help your offense.
Add to the package. It's just time to add to the package. That's all.
Right. If it's a wrinkle that can help your offense and create problems for their defense, then do it. I mean, pull out all the stops. Don't be holding anything back. This is competing for a national championship here.
Yeah, I think you just and you start this game out. You get after them in the run game. You find out, and you don't let your run game be null and void. You don't let that happen Saturday at home. You played pretty good running the football lately at home late in the football season, and you have to keep that going. Once again, you didn't have that crazy success against Georgia. At times there were some decent type of runs, but you just keep going in this game. You don't mess around in this game. You make sure that thing is not asleep, that it's awake and ready to go to help out your quarterback. And he's got to be part, no matter who the quarterback is, has got to be part of the run game. You're not going to have a chance to sit back in the pocket. There's going to be some times when you can escape BK, I believe in this game, even for Quinn Ewers with his ankle. We saw him with his ankle when it was worse than it is now, take off and run and do some things against A&M. I think the same will happen on Saturday. I think you'll see him look and say, you know what, there's 8 yards. I'll go take it.
Yeah, well, that's the biggest on-paper advantage that Texas has in this football game, right?
Yes.
Clemson ranked 14th in the ACC in rushing defense this season, and they ranked 15th in the ACC in rushing yards per carry allowed this season. So it's been quarterbacks, but it's also been running backs that have been giving Clemson's defense fits since the Georgia game way back in week 1. And I brought this stat up a couple of days ago. I think it's worth bringing up again. Texas is 34-3 under Steve Sarkeesian when winning the rushing battle.
Yes,
so,
you're right. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, there's your stat. There it is right there. It just tells you that in this time of the year, even though it's going to be a nice day tomorrow, this is December, and this is where bodies are tired. That means they're tired on the other side too. They're tired of tackling. They're tired of getting run over. This is where you wear a group down. This is from week to week now. Your run game has to travel. It has to be at home. It has to be every place that you go now. This team, and we've seen them do it, and it'd be quite the disappointment that they don't run for 150 or more yards against Clemson in this football game.
Yeah, I like that number. And that's kind of been your number. Hell, yeah. Texas has gone for 200 plus. And
every time I say 150, they go for 200.
Right. Yeah. Three of the last 5 games, they've gone for 200 plus. So hopefully the run game looks more like what we saw in November than what we saw in early December in Atlanta. All right. More Texas-Clemson, more Steve Sarkeesian sound. Sark got a little feisty with the media yesterday. We'll play you some of that as well. He's clearly locked in and ready to go for tomorrow's game. But before we dive back into tomorrow's game, how about some sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, our friends at Relax the Back, they embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years of proven expertise. And, of course, my back couldn't be happier. Their motto is live wellness. And right now, transform your routine by heading on over there to their 2 locations and finding a chair, a recliner, a bed, pillows, Tempur-Pedic pillows that are going to fit you and help you out with your back, your neck, your lumbar area. And they've got 2 great locations. Of course, they've got a location at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Send somebody over. If it's not for you, send a family member, a neighbor. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
I actually stopped by the Relax the Back store yesterday up north, and I had a hard time not buying 10 different things.
They've got all kinds. They got the gadgets up there now. Did you see the vibrating ball? Were you ready to go balling yesterday? I love that. I got the ball.
I wasn't going to touch your vibrator yesterday.
Okay.
Thanks for asking. They got mattresses, all kinds of chairs, everything you just said, but seeing it in person, it's gorgeous. And they've got great prices too. I mean, it's high-end equipment. It's high-end stuff.
That stuff lasts forever.
Yeah, very competitive prices too, the best in the market. So, shout out to our great friends at Relax the Back. Also, shout out to McCall Custom Homes. Hey, how about this combo? How about you renovate your house and then you add a Relax the Back chair when you're all done? But McCall Custom Homes can help you if you want to upgrade your kitchen, if you want to remodel a bathroom, if you want to maybe get that outdoor kitchen or that new patio furniture, whatever. McCall Custom Homes can turn your home into something truly, truly special. They know that because they've been doing that here in Austin for more than 40 years. That's right. It's a father-son company. It's been around Central Texas for more than 4 decades. And they want to turn whatever ideas you have for your home into reality. Don't just take my word for it. Go to their Facebook page, go to their Instagram account, search McCall Custom Homes, and see some of the great works that they've done over the last 40 years here in Central Texas. When you're ready to make the life-changing call, reach out to our buddy Mike, 512-633-9580. 512-633-9580. You can text him as well, or you can send him an email, mike@mccallcustomhomes.com. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
And, of course, Syntex tickets. If you don't have your tickets for the football game tomorrow, get that promo code Syntex10. Get 10% off of your tickets. And they've got tickets for everything. They got it for the NFL. They've got it for college basketball. They've got it for NBA basketball. You name it. Broadway shows, trips out to Vegas. Shelby and the gang over there at Syntex Tickets will have all the tickets that you need available for you through the holidays. If you want to get a little getaway to Vegas, they've got it all. Anything happening at the Sphere, believe me, they've got tickets for it.
Don't forget, Syntex 10 is the promo code. Yep, you'll get 10% off your ticket purchase. So, yeah, you can watch the Longhorns and the Clemson Tigers tomorrow in the first ever home playoff game at DKR, and you can get a little discount. Centex 10 gets you 10% off from centextickets.com. And a quick shout out to our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. I got to reach out to Adam. He texted me yesterday. I didn't text you back. Sorry about that, Adam. But all the koozies, all the hats, all the shirts, all the signs, all the TSU swag that we've got is made by Waterloo Printing and Graphics. So if you need swag for your business, reach out to our buddy Adam. Great dude, big Longhorn fan, goes to every game, big TSU supporter, listens and watches every single day. He will take care of you and your business. Just give him a call, 512-300-9641. You can text him there as well. Or, of course, you can send them a DM on Instagram at Waterloo Printing. All right. Mention it, Buck. Steve Sarkeesian got a little testy with the media yesterday. This isn't the first time this happened, but
it's a long season, man.
It's a long season. And, Sarks, you can kind of tell, even though you're not there and I'm not there, you could kind of tell the difference in Sark's tone between a Monday presser and the Thursday media availability.
Yeah, because he's now gone through the week of practice going, shit, I got to get this fixed. I got to do that. This didn't look right today. And now they're going to ask me a bunch of questions on a Thursday.
Yeah, you know it as a coach. I mean, he is locked in by the time you get to Thursday, and I respect that, and whatever his method is has worked more often than not here at Texas. But a little back and forth with Anwar Richardson yesterday. Anwar tried to ask Sark a question about if this is Quinn Ewers' final game. Can you talk about his legacy and what he's meant to the University of Texas? Steve Sarkeesian wasn't really having it. Here was a back and forth from yesterday.
Quinn obviously needs to make a decision after the season is over. But if this ends up being his last game,
no hypotheticals. I'm not doing hypotheticals. Next one.
It's not a hypothetical. I'm saying if this ends up being his last game, can you talk about his impact that he's had in the 3 years that he's been here, or he has not had an impact?
I'll answer the question as it pertains to his impact now. I'm not going to answer the question with a hypothetical. So do you want to rephrase the question?
Damn. So there was
just gave him an opportunity to rephrase the question.
And Quinn did. And Anwar did. He did rephrase the question. And here's the answer Sark actually gave when he was asked about the impact that Quinn Ewers has had on the University of Texas.
Quinn's had a tremendous impact from where our program was when he arrived, and the faith that he's had in our program. We were a 5-7 football team, and the fact that he endured an 8-5 team to the next season, going 12-2, being Big 12 champs, going to the college football playoff, to our first season in the SEC, taking us to an SEC championship game, and again with a fairly high seed in the college football playoff again. I've been really proud of the impact that he's had on our program. He continues to perform in critical moments for us. He continues to fight through adversity, and the resiliency he shows not only physically but mentally is a guy that I'm very proud of.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to get a veteran coach to answer that bullshit the way you wanted it to originally. You're trying to get him to say, yeah, there's a possibility that he'll return. We don't know that, but he's not going to go hypothetical if he'll return. We don't know. He doesn't know that yet himself. You understand that he does. He could have another year. So you, as the guy who wants to answer the question, answer your own question. There's a possibility he could return, but the head coach is not going to do that with you. What are you, nuts?
Yeah, sorry.
He's not going to give you that hypothetical. Yeah. Oh, he wants you. You're trying to get him to say there's a possibility that he will return. That's what you want as an answer. He's not going to give you that.
I think that's the feistiest Sark has been when asked a hypothetical question, but he's had that tone for hypothetical questions since he got here. Like, he hates him. He's always like, I don't like answering hypotheticals. I don't want to speak in the hypothetical world. Like, that's kind of his MO. Yeah. And then, Anwar, and look, Anwar does a great job.
The man with the funny hats. Come on.
Right. Like, you can try to ask that question at the beginning, and then when Sark says no hypotheticals, you can't say, oh, it wasn't a hypothetical. Like, it is a hypothetical. You're saying if it's his last game, that is very much a hypothetical. So Sark gave him a chance in that sound that we played to rephrase the question, and he still said if it's his last game. And then Sark again is like, that's a hypothetical, dude. You didn't change the way you worded the question. You're
No.
literally asking the exact
But I'm going to give you
thing.
an opportunity. I'll give you an opportunity to rephrase that question,
Yeah.
you know?
And he did.
So, yeah, that's pretty simple. That was pretty easy. I mean, everybody knows what Anwar's trying to do right there. And the head coach is not falling for that. The guy's too experienced. He's been through enough of these sit downs and, Thursdays and Mondays. He's not going to give you that there's a possibility that he will return. Not even going to say that. He doesn't know. It's hypothetical. He's not going to do that.
No.
So you trying to backdoor him with another one is not going to work either. If the first one didn't work, the second one ain't going to work.
Yeah, and he got, he rephrased the question
right
to a way where Steve Sarkeesian felt comfortable answering it, and Sark gave a good answer.
And nobody got their feelings hurt. That went over pretty smoothly, really.
Yeah, and Sark ended up giving a good answer to a question that he thought was fair and, didn't want to answer the hypothetical. So Sark's locked in. I mean, we played some sound from Dabo Sweeney yesterday, and Dabo's loose and cracking jokes and laughing, and that's kind of who Dabo is, and this is who Steve Sarkeesian is. Once again, on these Thursday pressers, he is usually not having any BS. I mean,
no, dude, because like I said, those dudes have now gone through practice Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. There's a bunch of shit that didn't happen right on Wednesday. So he's going to get there on Thursday. He's not going to be that excited because he's not going to think about the great things that happen on Wednesday. He's going to think about the shit that can lose a game for you on a Saturday.
Yeah.
So he's not in for all that playing games. Just give me some questions that I can answer so I can go back to the film room and back to my offensive staff and start talking to them. Yeah, like I said, nobody's feelings got hurt in that. That was pretty simple.
Yeah, move on to the next. And that was pretty early in the press conference. The press conference continued. It went for 20 minutes yesterday. So it's not like, Sark got pissed and left the Zoom call. No. There was no Mike Gundy style rant or anything like that.
Nah, he didn't get up and walk away. He just let him rephrase it. He answered it, and let's move on.
Yeah, just shows you the head coach is locked in for this game. All right, here's more from Steve Sarkeesian. What about the third quarter, Buck? The third quarter has been a problem for the Texas Longhorns as of late. We've spent a lot of time talking about the third quarter woes for Texas. They've been one of the worst third quarter teams in America. How about this? In the last 4 games, Texas has been outscored 31-3 in the third quarter. The Longhorns are tied for last in the FBS in third quarter scoring over the last 3 games. So it has been a problem. Texas has gotten out to good starts, but they've let other teams get back into games in the third quarter, and obviously it cost them against Georgia in the SEC championship game. Steve Sarkeesian was asked yesterday, hey, what's been wrong in the third quarter, and how do you fix it?
No, I mean, I don't know if it's coincidental. I mean, I think at the end of the day, we try to get in the locker room, and some of those games, I'd like to think we had a decent lead at halftime, but we got to get in the locker room and we've got to do a better job of conveying to the players what we're going to try to do in the third quarter. And then we got to go out and execute those things. And for whatever reason, whether it's us not putting together a great plan, our players not kind of understanding what we're trying to do, or maybe our mental intensity isn't where it's supposed to be. All those things have to elevate. As I touched on last week, everybody in our organization has to improve for this next 4 games if we're fortunate enough to play 4 games for us to get there January 20th. And we've all got work to do. And that's one area we've identified where we've got to improve in that aspect of our game. And that's coaches, players included. We've got to improve that aspect of it. And again, we've emphasized it, and I'd like to think generally you get what you emphasize. So hopefully we see some better results there.
Yeah, your intensity level has to be like it was in the beginning of the game when you come out. It's not time to go in and take a shower and put on your street clothes. You still got your uniform on, and you have to come out with the same kind of intensity. That's not easy to do a lot of times, especially if you get a lead at halftime. And this group has had leads at halftime. So you start going in and you towel off a little sweat. You lay back, you sit in that locker room, BK, for 20, 25 minutes. You come back out, and your energy level isn't the same as when the crowd is going nuts in the beginning of a football game. It's just that kind of human nature. But give me a 27-point lead or 24-point lead, I'll go there and give you 10 in the third quarter and see if you can still catch my ass in the fourth. I'll take that because they've been able to do those things and they've gotten away with it. They've only had 2 losses. It's not good. I'm not saying that it's good, but he's telling you that, we've had some nice leads at halftime. So, we've kind of overcome some of our defaults there in the third quarter. But this is now with these 4 games trying to get to a championship. They're all championship games. You lose, you go home. So if you have a 24-point lead and you blow that, most of that in the third quarter, and you end up in a dogfight and you lose, you're going to look back at the third quarter and go, what in the hell happened to us after halftime? So they'll try to fix that, but I don't mind those 24-3 leads at halftime. Those are nice.
They haven't had those. They were up 6-3 against
Georgia.
I'm
not talking about
it hasn't been an issue in the last 3 or 4 weeks. The third quarter has only been
issue. I'm just saying the way they played in the beginning of the season when they've got those leads, they've struggled over the last couple games, but they've had nice leads at halftime during the course of this football season. I'm talking about as a whole.
Well,
but yeah,
the third quarter has only been an issue as of late when they haven't had big enough leads for people to feel comfortable.
Yeah, they've got to get back to coming out in the third quarter and pretending it's the first quarter. Yeah, and that's like I said, it's hard to do.
If they were up 24-3 against Georgia at halftime, then sorry, Georgia, nothing that you could have done in the second half would have mattered. The problem was it was 6-3. Like they were up 17-0 at halftime against A&M, which is a great lead. And look, that game never got closer than 17-7, but it was still close enough to where it was a little nerve-wracking for Texas fans. The Arkansas game, like Texas, if Texas can distance itself and get a 24-3 lead at halftime tomorrow, then they could struggle in the third quarter. They're still going to be okay. But if you're in a one-possession game and you play like crap in the third quarter, then
they can't be in one-possession games. They've got to build a lead because that seems to be their and maybe they can figure it out. They haven't figured it out lately. But maybe if they can figure that out, if they can get 17, going to halftime with 17 to 24 points, and they have that little lull, it's just that these are all championship games. You can't have any lulls. You can't, like I said, you can't have 2 fumbles. You can't have 2 turnovers. You can't have 10 penalties. This is where you got to be playing your best. And sometimes it seems like it's been hard to do at certain times of the season for them in the third quarter. They got to fix that.
Yeah, and you look at the last 2 games in particular against, the 2 best teams that the Longhorns have played this season. Like 2 drives against Georgia, they had a punt, and then they missed a field goal, right? They got a great punt return from Silas Bolden,
right,
and they didn't do anything with it. And Bert Auburn, shockingly, missed a field goal. Those were the 2 possessions Texas had in the third quarter in Atlanta. And then the A&M game. I mean, Texas dominated the third quarter in College Station. They dominated it. They held the ball for 12 of the 15 minutes. But you had 2 red zone turnovers, and one of them was a pick 6. So it's almost like this team is snake bit in the third quarter. Even when they're doing things right, things aren't going right for them. So hopefully the emphasizing that Steve Sarkeesian is talking about actually pays off, because it just they're finding ways to screw up.
They just sometimes they look like they came back out after halftime in their street clothes and started playing football in their street clothes when the other team's got their uniform on. They can't do that. They've got to get over. They got to get over that hump. Unless you're, like I said, unless you're going to give me 34 points in the first half. And if you want to sleep a little bit in the third quarter, you go ahead. You can give up 10 points. That's about it.
Now we're up to 34 points in the first half.
Yeah, give me 34. Hey, give me 24-34. If you want to take a little nap in the third quarter, go right ahead. If you want to take a 2-series nap, sleep on. But you got to wait. There is another quarter after that.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, I might be taking a nap at DKR tomorrow if Texas puts up 34 in the first half. I might give me a nice little afternoon snooze.
Oh, you may get an afternoon snooze if they put up 27 at half.
Shit, yeah. I feel pretty good about that because this defense gives up 12.5 a game. So You're telling me Texas, and I don't think Texas will have 27 in the first half tomorrow.
I think they'll have 24.
In the first half?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
What's your... You don't have to give your official prediction yet. We could do that for our pregame show.
I think Texas will be in the mid-30s and Clemson will be 21 at the most.
Wow. So a high-scoring game. You're taking an easy over.
Yes.
Tomorrow. All right. Interesting. 21.
I don't know if it's an easy over, but I think Texas will get out early, get out fast, like you're saying. Like we've seen them early in the season when all the guns are ablaze, and I think they get out to that kind of lead tomorrow, and I don't know about the third quarter. I'm not going to say, like you said, you just got to see what that's like. But you'll be able to give away maybe one series, but you can't give away 3 series where you don't do anything with, or you move the ball and you don't get anything out of it. You're just using up clock. But if you build that lead, as I said, take a nap. If you need to take a nap, take a nap. But that's what halftime's for. That's when you're supposed to take your break, not in the third quarter when you come back.
Nap at halftime? Is that what you did back in the day?
Dude, no. I never had leads like that before to take any naps. I was at Texas feeling like I was in dogfights every week.
Texas.
Remember, it was the Big 12, baby. It was the Southwest Conference. No napping then.
No napping then. Yeah,
No.
Texas just 0 points against Georgia in the third quarter, 0 points against A&M in the third quarter, 0 points against Kentucky in the third quarter. So I'd like to see. I think there's going to be almost a sarcastic ovation at DKR tomorrow if Texas finds some points in the third quarter, just considering how much of a
You'll take 10 and feel good if you
has
got a good
been.
halftime lead.
Yeah, of course. I'll take 10 even if it's not a good halftime lead. 10 points in any quarter. And that's on pace for 40 right there. If you're getting 10 points in every quarter, you're going to win, especially with this defense. So
I just think this is not the time to sleep in the third quarter. This is the time when you have to come out, be rejuvenated, get your little halftime, get your orange slices, and come back ready to play. Come on, kids, let's go.
Whatever it takes.
Have a banana, have an orange slice, but come back like you started the football game.
Like that.
This crowd will rejuvenate this group, I believe, this weekend. First home game, first playoff game in the history there. First time playing this team. There'll be a lot of locals rooting on the quarterback, except for a lot of those locals will be up in Dallas, Fort Worth. They'll be up there for the high school tilt.
You're right. Watching Westlake play tomorrow night. Boy,
yes, they will.
What a weekend it is for Westlake Longhorn fans. But what a weekend!
What do you do?
Vandergrift Longhorn fans too. But what about Todd Dodge? Think about what Todd Dodge has going on this weekend.
That's right.
Todd Dodge, of course, played quarterback at the University of Texas. So he's got his alma mater playing in a college football playoff game. He coached at Westlake for a long time, won a couple of state championships. And, of course, Tony Salazar, the current Westlake head coach, was his defensive coordinator. So they're friends, and Todd Dodge still knows that program and knows a lot of players on Westlake very well.
And
by the way,
everybody else, yeah.
Todd Dodge's son is the coach of Southlake Carroll, playing against Vandergrift in the state championship tomorrow. So within the span of like 6 hours, Todd Dodge gets to watch his son, the former high school team that he coached, and his alma mater all compete in playoff-style games.
That's quite a Saturday for you.
That's the ultimate Saturday. I mean, look, it's the ultimate Saturday if you're a football fan in general, because you got 3 playoff games tomorrow, 2 great NFL games tomorrow, and then some high school state championship games tomorrow. But, yeah, Todd Dodge, you talk about a lot on the line, man. That's pretty cool as a dad and as a coach, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a tough deal for fans of Texas football and especially in the Westlake and Austin area that follow Westlake football. What do you do?
Well, it's not tough if you're
we know what Craig Way has to do. We know the voice of Texas Longhorn football will not be calling the high school game.
You don't know that?
That's true. I don't know that. You're absolutely right. I don't know how Craig Way will find a way to do it somehow. He will try. I guarantee you he's uncovered, looked under every rock to find out how to do it.
We're going to get hologram Craig Way in Arlington tomorrow.
Could be.
Or we're going to get Ted Williams' frozen head Craig Way in Arlington tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot. That guy's heart will be thumping tomorrow, that's for sure.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, a lot going on for him. And Craig's been at Jerry World the last couple of days calling these smaller division Texas high school state championship game. So I bet he's there tonight.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure he's going to be there till the last game tonight.
Yeah, and then he'll make his way back to Austin to call Texas and Clemson tomorrow. I don't think he'll be able to make it back for.
Make sure Jerry World they pull the curtains down for some of those afternoon games tomorrow too.
They will. Yeah. They will. They do for every event outside of the Cowboys.
Oh, I forgot about that. That's the only group that they leave the curtains, pull them up so you can get all that fresh sunshine in there, right in your eye.
Speaking of the Cowboys, we can touch on this for a second. There's a new Dallas Cowboys documentary coming to Netflix. It's called America's Team, the Gambler and His Cow. Whoa.
Oh, that got me.
Jesus, are you okay?
Yeah, that got me right there. I was saying Netflix has been doing some good things, and now they jump into this.
That was like 3 sneezes in one right there.
I know. That's how I hurt my back a lot of times, is sneezing.
Oh, my God. That hurt my back just listening to that.
Thank goodness I'm in this chair.
Thank goodness you're okay. Yes, America's Team, the Gambler and His Cowboys. It's coming to Netflix in 2025.
Awesome.
The sort of sub-headline here is A Man Who Bet It All, a series of calculated risks, a team meticulously designed for greatness, the definitive story of the Dallas Cowboys and Jerry Jones' impact on NFL history.
Oh.
And some of the quotes, there was a little teaser that dropped yesterday. We would play it, but we've got copyright issues, so we can't. But some of the quotes that Jerry Jones said that will be in this documentary, quote, "It's a soap opera 365 days a year," and quote, "It's bigger than winning football games."
Thank you very much. That just did it for me right there. You know, I for all these years, I really wanted to believe that it was about the game, about the football team itself. But the soap opera and that statement right there tells it all right there.
Yeah, I mean, the quiet part was said out loud.
Yes.
I think most people who have paid attention to the Cowboys over the last few
Knew
decades knew that, but and the fact that there's about to be a documentary proving that to everybody that, hey, Cowboys fans aren't crazy. Like, this thing is a soap opera. This thing is a circus. And winning games is not the number one.
They win despite the soap opera. They've won.
Yeah.
They've actually won games despite the soap opera.
They haven't really won anything of note. They've won a lot of games, but they haven't won what you're supposed to try to win. And it's because it doesn't seem that they're trying to actually win.
No.
So, yeah, get ready for that. Coming to Netflix in 2025.
Wow.
There's a Dallas Cowboys documentary and an Aaron Rodgers documentary coming to the flicks.
I will take my chances on watching the Dallas Cowboys Netflix deal, but I'm not going to watch Aaron Rodgers. That's not going to work for me.
I think I'm going to watch them both because I want to see how much of a puff piece this Aaron Rodgers thing is. How much he was able to convince Netflix to make him look like he's some sort of saint.
He's one of the saviors about to happen.
Yeah, like
you're
we're all weird for not doing what he does. He's not the weird one. We're the weird ones.
We're the weird ones. You're right.
For not having the life that A-Rod lives, you know?
Man.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Netflix is doing some good stuff. This one, the Aaron Rodgers one, is too much. This one, I watch the Cowboys, but that sounds interesting.
There's also an SEC documentary series coming to Netflix next year. It's like similar to Drive to Survive, the F1 show that people love. Also the golf one, Full Swing. It's like just behind the scenes access into the tours and into the drivers and golfers' lives. Apparently there's one of those coming to the SEC.
Are we just going to follow Paul Feinbaum all around the place? Is that what it is?
Probably. It's
thanks.
8 45-minute episodes, and Texas turned it down.
Good. Yeah, until the takeover comes. We don't need to be a part of that. Where the takeover hadn't happened yet. We'll see you. Well, at the end of this season, maybe, or next year. But the takeover, you haven't felt the full brunt of it yet. We'll settle in a little bit.
I think there were 5 or 6 schools that turned it down. So this is not focusing on one SEC school. This is focusing on the entirety of the conference. So Netflix wanted access to all 16 SEC institutions. The 5 that have for sure turned it down: Alabama, Georgia, Texas, Ole Miss. Hey, there's 4 really good SEC teams. Who could the 5th be?
Don't even say OU. Don't even say it.
Oh,
no, don't. They turned it down.
OU turned it down. You know, the 5 biggest dogs in the SEC this year: Bama, Georgia, OU, Ole Miss, and Texas.
Come on, OU. You shouldn't have turned that down. Don't put yourself in the rest of the group with the rest of us.
Yeah.
Really, you needed to be on that. You needed to spotlight your program, please. Do that so the whole world can see. The others are going to keep everything in secrecy. OU, why aren't they in that? They need to be in that, BK. Who do they think they are?
Yeah, they shouldn't have been given the opportunity to opt out.
Right. That's right.
The
commissioner should have said, "You're in." Period.
Yeah, you guys go what 2-6 in the conference this year. Yeah, sorry, you guys have to be in this. The teams that made the
came to my
playoff
mind so quick. That was in my mind. As soon as you said who the other one is, I said it's OU. They think they're just too good already.
It's hilarious. So, yeah, OU not in it. I'm a little disappointed from a fan standpoint that Texas isn't in it. It's probably for the betterment of the program, right? Like, you don't need all of those extra cameras around you when you're trying to coach and build a program and build a stable, consistent winner. So I'm cool with it. I understand it. But, as a guy who likes Texas content, it'd be kind of cool to see Texas as a part of this thing. But it sounds like we will not see Texas as a part of this thing.
Roll Tide Georgia said, hell no.
Yeah, Bama and Georgia. I'm a little surprised Lane Kiffin said no, because that guy's all about the headlines. And
yeah, that's true. That's kind of surprising. Yeah,
he tweets all the time. Like, he wants people talking about his program. He likes to be in the limelight. So I am a little surprised that he's not doing this. But maybe it's the Nick Saban assistant in him who's like, yeah, we don't want to do all of that stuff. So
yeah, that's interesting.
Mm-hmm. So there's your random. I don't know how we got there, but Netflix. Few new things coming in 2025. Dallas Cowboys documentary, SEC docuseries, and an Aaron Rodgers documentary all coming to the flicks next year.
I know you'll watch them all. I have zero interest in Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. It's one I'll try. I got a hunch I'll make it like 30 minutes in and then
you'll give up. Yes.
Yeah. It's like, I don't need this much A-Rod D writing here, please. I'm not Danica Patrick. I don't need to be doing that stuff. All right. Hey,
that stick shift at all, huh?
I'm out on that. Hey, Lee Sterling from ParamountSports.com is going to join us here in a couple of minutes to give you his winners of the weekend. He's got picks on some of the college football playoff games. He's got picks on some of the NFL games coming up, some of the other bowl games as well. So we'll talk to Lee here momentarily. But before we give the people some winners, Buck, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello to our friends at Woods Comfort Systems. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful morning out here in Dripping Springs. But if it got any colder, my heating system would turn on and it would be flawless, BK. It would feel so comfortable. I'd have that bad boy at about 75 degrees, and it would be nice in my home thanks to the folks at Woods Comfort Systems. They come out twice a year. My contract calls them to come out twice a year, check out on things, and they do such a fantastic job. Their technicians are absolutely the best. They don't hang around. There's not a lot of talking going on. They get to work and they move right along. By the way, that little window that you talk about, sometimes they give you noon to 5 and all that stuff. If they tell you around noon, they'll be there probably no later than about 1 o'clock. They do a fantastic job at that. We've all been through that when it comes to TV people, people that deal with your air conditioning units and things like that. They have done a marvelous job over the last 5 years since I've built this new home. And I love what they do. And now they're doing plumbing. Now they're involved in plumbing. I haven't had to call them, not like the Wagners. I haven't had those issues yet. I just went in there myself and got my plunger and did a good job. And I didn't have to call on Woods. But if you have problems anytime with plumbing, Woods Comfort Systems, they do that also. Almost 70 years of service in Central Texas, folks. Give them a call today.
Yes, woodscomfortsystems.com, or give them a call, 512-842-5066. It's like you were jerking off your toilet there, Buck. Is that what you did to fix your...
No, it's the plunger, man. You got to, when you plunge that toilet, you can't have any residuals on the side, like slipping through the side of the plunger. When you pull up, you don't want that. You don't want to get the splash factor. And, I don't use goggles. I know if there's some guys probably out there that when they go in there and they have to do that, if that happens every once in a while, you know what I'm saying? Well, put on glasses or goggles. I trust in my ability to plunge that baby up without having any water splash.
Why did I ask?
I'm going to give you the whole details of when I'm an expert with a plunger. I do a really good job.
Yeah, okay. That's good.
And I do a good job of clogging that bad boy up.
Hey, maybe you could work for Woods Comfort Systems. Little side hustle right there.
Just go by homes and just fill up the toilet.
Yep. Oh, gross. Hey, I'm gonna make some people feel bad here. Okay.
All right.
And I usually don't like doing this, but I'm gonna do this. Tomorrow is the best football day of the year. 3 college football playoff games, Two great NFL games, including the Texans in Kansas City to take on the Chiefs.
And Patrick Mahomes is playing.
You got the high school state championship games going on at Jerry World. All of that football is happening. And some of you are probably like, how am I supposed to watch it all? I only have one TV. There's so many games on. I can't handle all this.
Right, you're right.
You should have called AV Consultations. We've been telling y'all for years about audiovisual consultations. And the Buck and I, we're okay. I got my 4 TV setup in the next room. I'm going to have the college, the NFL, the high school, all going at the same time. So hopefully, I don't like to brag. I'm bragging right now because I made the call to AV Consultations. Hopefully, you've already done it. If not, let this weekend serve as a reminder to upgrade your TV setup with the best in Central Texas, audiovisual consultations. They've been around since 1988. They've hooked up a bunch of us on TSU, and they've hooked up thousands of Central Texans over the decades. Reach out to Tom, 512-255-8678. It's 512-255-8678. Find out more online at avconsultations.com.
Yeah, with the new year coming around, you got all these playoff games. You have NFL playoffs. You got, people will start maybe even get interested in the NBA, NHL hockey. March Madness is just around the corner, believe me.
Ooh, absolutely. Love AV Consultations, and we'll talk a little Texas basketball. We could talk about them right now while we wait for Lee Sterling to join us here momentarily.
We got a big game against a team that's not Christian Academy or the CYO. They're not playing the CYO team anymore.
No,
it's for real.
No, well, they beat New Orleans last night. What do you call them? Are they CYO?
That's a little bit less than CYO basketball.
Oh, a little bit less?
Yeah. How was it? What was it like?
What is this, JCC basketball?
JCC, yeah. There you go.
Got the Jewish Community Center here.
How bad was it?
98-62, the final. Texas gets the win at Moody Center. The Longhorns did cover the 34.5-point spread, for those who were curious. And the story of the game, Jordan Pope, 42 points. That's a Moody Center record.
That's a little guard. Did he go off?
Yeah, the Oregon State transfer in his first year at Texas came into last night averaging just 9 points per game. Averaged 17 a game last year with the Beavs. Like, I'm a Jordan Pope guy. I thought he'd have a bigger role than what he's had so far this season. He's kind of a weird player because he's point guard size, but he's a shooting guard. So
yeah, this is like little Calvin Murphy starting to get off in 42 points. He's going to start getting in the 20s now. That'd be okay.
So. Yeah, like I want him to be A.J. Abrams. I saw Zay make that comparison on Twitter. Like, I don't think he's as good as A.J. Abrams. We're talking about one of the best shooters in Texas history. But, like, he's the undersized two-guard who, it's not a point man, not a facilitator really, but he can get you buckets. Jordan Pope, nice. 15 of 21 shooting. It's not like he jacked up 40 shots. 15 of 21 from the floor, 8 of 12 from 3.
Wow.
The guy was scorching hot last night. That was really fun. He was the story of the game. 27 of those 42 points came in the second half, too. So if you stayed and watched till the end, you got to see Mr. Pope put on a show. And, Texas gets the win. They've got one more game against the YMCA. They're playing
the YMCA. And my dirty little homeless girl, is she playing for the YMCA?
Might as well. I mean, they're playing Northwestern State. That's not a state.
No.
They don't play again until next Sunday. So they get Christmas off. They get 10 days off for the holiday. They're back in action next Sunday, the 29th.
Awesome.
And then it's a dip into conference play. First conference game for Texas in College Station against Texas A&M right after the turn of the year.
Yowzer, look out.
Yeah, Texas 10-2 right now. Played a lot of bad teams. But obviously the schedule will really ramp up here in the not too distant future. Speaking of ramping up, football's ramping up. It's the best time of the year. And joining us now to talk about all of the action this weekend, the man, the myth, the legend himself, Lee Sterling from ParamountSports.com. Is that little maroon today? What are you wearing, Lee?
Well, we got these. They were selling these for like $9.99. All the other colors were like $39.99. So, went to the bottom dollar bargain basement.
Hey, that's all right. Texas State's in a bowl game.
No, this is for Bill. This is for Bill Cohen.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I guess Aggie fans.
You would wear that color for that team?
I did. I can only do it for so long. So let me cover up now. So
yeah, obviously you got that at the swap meet. Yeah, you did.
Aggie fans are so down on their luck, they don't want any maroon colors anymore. Huh?
Oh, there you go. Now that's better.
A little bit better. Wait, hold on. Let me zip it up here.
That is awesome.
I need a neck warmer.
Wait a minute, Lee. I think. Let me see. I think today was the day I wore my maroon.
What is happening?
Yeah, look. I put on Aggie colors every
There you go.
I put it on my rear end. I wear it on my rear end a lot.
We went to the same squat meet, huh?
Yeah, my wife said I refuse. She doesn't see me in maroon. I said every once in a while I'll put them on my ass. And I did this morning. There you go.
God.
Good.
I'm part Aggie anyway.
What is happening here? We're going to have to cut the stream. I know we're Texas Sports Unfiltered, but that's a little too unfiltered.
There you go.
Worried someone's coming after us. Oh man, Lee, welcome to the show. Always great to talk to you. What a time. What a time. College football playoff action tomorrow. The NFL's got a couple of games tomorrow. It's the best time of the year to be a football fan and the best time to get involved with ParamountSports.com. We'll save the big special for the end. We'll talk about some of these games, but man, a lot going on. We'll get to some of the other bowl games before we talk about the college football playoff. Speaking of Bill Cohen, speaking of maroon, what about Texas A&M taking on USC in a bowl game? I don't even know what game that is. I know the Aggies are 3-point favorites, though. What do you think about the Ags' chances here in the postseason?
So USC's picked up some nice gets in the portal, but they lost a ton here. A ton of guys left. Skill positions, their defense, tackling's always been optional for USC the last decade on defense, and I think USC's got some matchup problems here. Also, special teams. When you lose that many guys, a lot of times it also affects your special teams. Bucky can tell you about that. Important. I mean, there's some teams out there, they thrive on special teams like Iowa and win a lot of games that way. So I think USC's I didn't like the change. They ran off Miller Moss. I thought he was actually the better option at quarterback. So we're going to take Texas A&M here. They might have run off their best guy, Connor Wegman. Don't be surprised. He goes to Houston and puts up some big-time numbers. I think he's going to play at the next level too. But I think A&M, too much offense here for USC. A&M 38-28.
All right, Lee. The next game, now it's SEC versus Big 12. This is a game that's right now lined up as a pick. It should be a pick.
Right.
But for some reason, Texas Tech was playing some pretty decent ball in the middle of the season. They started playing bad ball. Then they started to pick up the pace a little bit. Now they're in a bowl game. And for Arkansas, I'm not going to say it could really save the coach's job. His job is saved. He's done enough. They're not going to get a new coach now. Is this game going to be important? Is it still big for Arkansas, this football game, you believe?
I don't know if there's many paths to win this game. They've got 10 starters in the portal. 10. I mean, their top 2 rushers, 2 of their top 3 offensive linemen. I mean, the list goes on and on. So I think it's a mistake. That many guys are hitting the portal. I understand there's extenuating circumstances, and I think we're going to see some reform eventually. But this is just a joke. Texas Tech used to be they would always start the year 5-0, 6-0.
Yeah,
and it would go straight down the drain. But not turning the ball over. Their quarterback only 4 interceptions. Running back Boyd. A lot of people don't realize he gained over 1,500 yards.
Oh yeah.
He's a quality kid, and they're getting 5-6 yards, it seems like, every first down. And that's been the difference here in their defense. Even has gotten better. Not many injuries to the defense, which helped them. I like Texas Tech here. I think they win this game here pretty easy, 35-24.
Wow. All right. Lee
Sterling. Let me ask some real quick before we go to the next game. That kid, Taj Boyd, there's a kid who stuck it out at Texas Tech and never left the program. And has been one of the all-time ball carriers there. I feel really good about that kid as a pro going to the next level.
Right. Oh, I think he's gonna end up being a starter the next level. I think he's that good, and you want a quality kid like that.
Yeah.
I was standing on the state final sidelines, and there was a bunch of coaches, and a couple of coaches were asking me about certain kids, and there's a few kids, 4 schools, 4 years. And I said I wouldn't touch him because, just shows what kind of character he is, parents bringing him up, and, also academically, they could have problems. You switch back and forth. They had a rule this year. Used to be, last like 7-8 years, you can go, there's a couple kids that play for one high school, public high school, cross the highway 2 miles away and play for their rival. Every single semester, back and forth. Football for one high school and baseball or basketball for the rival for 3 or 4 years straight. But get this. They have a new rule they put in this year. You can play up to half the season with one high school and then transfer as long as you haven't played more than 5 games. There were 2 kids that played in the state finals that literally played 4 or 5 games for one high school. And because maybe there were some kids suspended on his team, or they weren't getting enough playing time, or didn't like the high school coach, or thought they had a better chance to win a state championship, transferred and played the rest of the season in the playoffs with another high school.
Yeah, that's amazing.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I've never heard of that. That is insane.
Yeah. I mean, look at the kid for Vanderbilt. I mean, hey, I love watching the kid, but the reason that he gave to get an extra year is complete bullshit. I mean, let's be honest. I think eventually you're going to see kids just say, listen, I want to stay in college, and they're going to be able to play if they don't curb it. This is his 6th year. He played 2 years at JUCO and 4 years. I mean, that should be it.
Yeah, you should be done by then. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So.
Steve Sarkeesian agrees with you. He was asked about that at his presser yesterday, Lee, and said the same thing. All right, let's get to the good games this weekend. Maybe the game of the first round of the college football playoff. It's the 8-9 game. God, it's weird to say that when talking about football, isn't it? You've got number 9 Tennessee at number 8 Ohio State. Buckeyes 7.5 point favorites. There's like a lot of people picking Tennessee in this game, Lee. Where are you at with this one?
All right, so I think talent-wise, running back and receiver position, no one can touch Ohio State. That offensive line, though, they are a mess. 2 of the top 3 starters are out for this game. They ran for just 77 yards against Michigan. Tennessee defense, front 7, I think is top 5 in the country. They get a lot of penetration, a lot of tackles for loss, and you get 3rd and long situations, they're going to come after you. So I think by them playing the schedule they do in the SEC, they've already been to Georgia. They're not going to be intimidated. Question about the tickets. So it's a home game for like Texas and Ohio State, but they had to give away way more tickets than they normally do. Am I correct? How many fans?
It's treated like more of a neutral site,
right? So, is it going to be like 70-30, 60-40 at the Texas game?
I think it'd be 70-30. Even more than that, maybe 80-20.
Okay. I think from what I'm hearing, Tennessee not only got an allotment of something like 25,000 seats, I'm hearing they're snapping up any other seat. And there's a lot of Ohio State fans that are selling their seats this game. They are, off for what happened losing to Michigan. So also weather will not be a factor, in my opinion, even though it's going to be in the mid-20s. Eastern Tennessee, it gets cold. So these kids, I don't think it's going to affect them. I think Dylan Sampson gained almost 1,500 yards. He can hold his own here, and I think they're going to be able to hold their own in the trenches. And teams that lost, laying more than 19.5 points the next game, where are they mentally? 37, 67, and 4. I'm calling for the upset here. Wow. Wrong team favored. Tennessee straight up 26-24. See you, Ryan Day.
Wow, because on Sunday he'll be fired if that happens.
What do you think, Mike Vrabel? Maybe Mike Vrabel?
Could be, yeah. That's a good call. Lee, the game here in Austin, Texas is right now it's at 12 against Clemson, and I'm thinking that thing will sneak up even higher before tomorrow. Somehow they'll pump that up. They'll get the hook in there somehow, or maybe another full point. I got to believe that everybody's feeling pretty good about this Longhorn team. Vegas, everybody in the world's feeling good. A home game in Austin in December. Clemson, a good football team, but there's a couple things still missing from that Clemson team. The depth of that team is not quite there against the Horns. How do you feel?
Well, they're certainly not where they used to be. But I thought this line should have been 9.5.
Okay.
So it's a little higher. I think it's actually going to come down. So,
okay.
I think it's going to close at about 11. That's going to be my guess. Not that I'm always right, but I'm seeing some sharp action come in
for
Clemson here. Texas offense, I maybe would have put in Arch Manning. Quinn Ewers not been the same since he came back from injury. So the second half adjustments have not been good. Red zone offense, I mean, if they were scoring 35, 40 points a game, I might consider laying it. But you watch the Georgia game, I mean, they should have won that game. I mean, okay, Georgia had that first drive the second half, but after that point, they should have dominated, and that concerns me. 106 in red zone scoring percentage at 134 teams. Cade Klubnik's coming back. So I like kids who are coming back for a reason, either playing against their old school or where they're from. So I'm not saying he's great, but third in the nation, touchdown passes, 33 touchdowns, and he cut down on his interceptions here, just 5 of them. It was not his fault that game was close. They were up by 17 points against SMU, and defense gave it up, and then he came back. That last second drive put him in field goal position. I think the receivers, TJ Moore and Bryant Wesco, freshmen, have improved during the season here. I think Texas is going to win 20-16, but I take the 12 points.
Ooh, I was worried about a wrong team favored pick there, Lee.
Almost, but
thanks for sparing us that one.
Okay.
By the way, smaller ticket. It's only 3,500 tickets. I just confirmed this. It's actually smaller ticket allotment than a normal away game. So it's not going to be neutral here. But Tennessee fans are going to travel, though. I'm with you on that one, Lee. Yeah. All right, one NFL game you got. It's tomorrow. Part of me is happy that we've got the NFL tomorrow. Part of me kind of wishes the NFL would let college do its thing, but the NFL is the NFL. Chiefs, Texans. Boy, if you're betting on the Chiefs, hopefully you bet it early in the week when people thought Mahomes wasn't going to play.
Right.
Mahomes is playing. The Chiefs a 3-point favorite. Lee, what do you say?
Yeah, it swung around 6.5 points here. And, I think Kansas City's good, but I think they're vulnerable. Their offensive line gave up the most pressures, 54%. In a game against Cleveland last week, which is kind of telling. They're having trouble both bookends, both offensive tackles, and that was against the Browns. Houston can bring it. They're talented. I think that we're seeing Stroud starting to come out of his slump a little bit, and their defense, 45 sacks, 19 turnovers. Derek Stingley Jr., boy, does he look good. I mean, he's a top 5 cornerback right now in the NFL. So, I think Kansas City, they can afford to lose one more game. I think they might be a little relaxed here. I like Houston pull off the upset here, 27-24. Why not?
Good call, Lee. Good call. Lee, let me ask you about a game that's not on here. And from your standpoint of knowing weather stuff, being down in South Florida, kids from SMU going to Happy Valley tomorrow in the teens they're talking about now. That if they didn't leave last Sunday, it's kind of hard to figure that out. If you go on your normal travel time, and they'll probably count this sort of like a semi-bowl. They would probably travel a day earlier than they normally would to at least get a nice practice, like a Thursday practice instead of showing up on Friday. Because if they're showing up today in Happy Valley and playing in a game tomorrow in 19, 18-degree weather, that's not enough time, is it?
Yeah, I just looked at the advanced weather update. It's going to be like 24, 25. That's 15-mile-an-hour winds. I mean, that just goes right through. Those kids, I mean, hey, they might, they've had a couple times probably in the last couple of years in the high 30s, mid 30s.
Yeah.
It's different in Pennsylvania. I mean, you've been up that way. You're in the Northeast. You're in the Midwest. It's a different kind of cold.
I lived in that madness.
Those receivers, I think, are going to have a tough time. I think Penn State's going to dominate the line of scrimmage. Yeah. Penn State just can't beat the top 5 teams. I think SMU, I think the clock strikes midnight here. Sure. I like Penn State 32-16. Actually, my daughter's driving up with her boyfriend. He went to Penn State. They're taking a minivan. They just took off New York City 4.5 hours to State College. So
they'll have 100,000 lead. That place will be packed.
White out too. So one of the great college towns. So hopefully she has fun, but I like Penn State there. So this is what we're going to do. Just my way of saying thank you for listening in. We've got the free play, Notre Dame, Indiana. Just call 800-400-9741. Give it to the first 5 callers. My way of saying thank you for listening in each week to anyone who's tuned in or gone to the website, ParamountSports.com. I have another game, Florida and Tulane, going on this afternoon, bowl game. So will this game be a blowout, or will Tulane keep it close or pull the upset? We won 5 straight Fridays now, going for number 6. We're on right now a 21-6 run with the service. So you want to get this game for free? Go to ParamountSports.com where it says Freaky Friday selection, only $27. Freaky Friday. Put in the code word free in the box at checkout. My gift, and hopefully I can put some jingle in your pocket. And if I put some jingle in your pocket, then hopefully you want to join us for the rest of football season or any of the other sports, basketball, hockey, or UFC. So I want to wish both of you guys, and certainly both of your families and staff and all the listeners out there, happy, healthy, and a safe holiday.
Thank you, Lee.
Same to you, Lee. How about that? 2 free plays at ParamountSports.com. Lee Sterling. I'm going to start calling him Santa Sterling, the way he's giving out the gifts. Lee, you're the man. Happy holidays to you, and we'll catch up again soon.
Yep, be safe,
buddy.
All right, there he goes. And here it is on the website, ParamountSports.com. I was doing a little screen share. I spent a lot of time on this site, by the way. But the homepage, boom, your Freaky Friday top football play for free. You can get 2 free plays with Lee Sterling and ParamountSports.com. That's really cool. And speaking of really cool, how about Joe Cohen and Son Jewelers?
Oh, yeah, really been there, done that.
He did your holiday shopping there. And if you want to be your holiday hero, they're still open. They got you covered. If you haven't bought that perfect holiday gift for the perfect somebody in your life, have no fear. Our friends at Joe Cohen and Son Jewelers will take care of you. How about this? 10% off and free gift wrapping if you tell them you heard about them on Texas Sports Unfiltered. That's right. 10% off and free gift wrapping on their gorgeous selection of jewelry. You don't have to know anything about jewelry, by the way. Bill and his team, they know everything there is to know, and they want you to be the holiday hero for your significant other. Joe Cohen and Son Jewelers, downtown Austin, 6th and Congress. They've got the free parking. They've got the best selection of jewelry, and they will take care of you this holiday season. Don't forget, 10% off and free gift wrapping over at Joe Cohen and Son Jewelers.
Nice.
All right, good stuff. Going with wrong team favored with Tennessee. Going with a very close Texas win. A Texas win, but a very close Texas win here in Austin. How about that? The Texans pulling off the upset against the Chiefs at Arrowhead tomorrow. That could be a fun one for Houston fans, without a doubt. All right, Buck, we got Lee's picks, but you know what the people need.
Yeah, the people have to have these. Yes, for sure.
Bucky's Gold Star Locks. You had 2 plays last night, both for 25,000 units, and you split them. You had the Chargers covering the 3 in the NFL against the Broncos. They won by 7. You had Gaso, Georgia Southern, covering the 3.5 against Sam Houston. Shouldn't have bet against a Texas legend.
I know. Did they get mauled? What was the final of that?
No, close game, but Sam Houston won. It was wrong team favored.
Yeah.
I think 34-29 or 31-29 was the final. Okay. About a 10-win season down in Huntsville. Congrats to – we had a SHSU alum text in earlier bragging about his Bearcats. So congrats to Sam Houston on the win, number 10. Prisoners. So even last night, as the Prisoners get the win, you were down 105,000 units on the season. Buck, it's the start of the postseason in college football. It is. What you got for the people?
Here's what I got cooking for you for a 50,000 unit play. Penn State, Nittany Lions. It's going to be cold. Jingles on your bells for SMU. That's the end of that crazy run. They're done. 50,000 units on Penn State. Another 50,000 units on Notre Dame. 2 homers. 25,000 unit play on the Cincinnati Bengals. 25,000 unit play on the Colts. 25,000 unit play on the Green Bay Packers. and a 25,000 unit play on the Detroit Lions bouncing back after getting throttled last week by the Bills.
Okay, let me make sure I've got all of these lines right for you and for the people. You've got 50,000 units on Penn State minus 8.5 against SMU. You've got 50,000 units on Notre Dame tonight minus, congrats. Line's been going down. It's at 6.5 right now. So Notre Dame minus 6.5 tonight. In the NFL, you've got Bengals minus 7 for 25,000 units.
Yep.
You've got the Colts minus 4.5 against the Titans for 25,000 units.
Yes, and Titans have been catching grief about being quitters. So they'll try to battle this week. It won't matter.
I beg your pardon. The Titans is what I meant to say. You've got 25,000 units on the Lions in Chicago minus 6.5.
You know why? Because the Bears still suck.
Always have and always will. And
Yeah.
You've got, oh my God, Green Bay is a 14-point Monday night favorite against the Saints.
I'll be pushing that up by the time Monday comes around. After I get you some cash, I'll be pumping that back up to about 50 probably.
Okay, so 2 50,000 unit plays and 4 25,000 unit plays, which means you've got 200K on the line for the people.
Yeah, by the way, I feel pretty good about Ohio State too. But I'm not going to push any units. Too many people giving me the Tennessee rigmarole here.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to be a Tennessee rigmaroller, but because so many other people are picking Tennessee, I'm like, maybe Ohio State wins and they cover. Maybe we're just not giving enough love to the Buckeyes here, because the Sharps, the line hasn't gone down a lot, which tells you the Sharps are putting money on Ohio State. The public's all over Tennessee, but the Sharps have been all over the Buckeyes. That line has kind of stayed around 7 to 7.5 really since last week.
And the people are probably asking, why aren't you betting on the Cowboys over Tampa Bay? Yeah,
They are. Who's telling you to bet on the Cowboys?
Wouldn't you want the Cowboys don't know how to lose? They're winners. They're trying to win games now. Does Tampa need that game to stay?
Yeah, they do. I mean, the Cowboys have won 3 of their last 4, but they played one of those wins is against Washington, which you give them credit for that. But their last 3 games have been against really bad teams. Tampa Bay is 8-6 right now. They are trying to hold on to a playoff spot in the NFC South. But yeah, they need it. I mean, they're a game up for first place in that division.
I don't want to jinx. I don't want to jinx anybody on that.
That's a Sunday night game, by the way. Baker, moneymaker, back in the state of Texas after all those high school games are done at AT&T.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's your Sunday nighter. Tampa Bay minus 4. That doesn't feel like enough, man. I think my cousin's gonna call on the Pirates of Tampa Bay for that one.
I think so. And Baker's been playing good. He's been playing pretty good, throwing the ball. And Mike Evans is healthy again.
Yeah, Evans had a great game last week. Yeah, I think Baker's tied for the league lead in interceptions, but he's thrown for 32 touchdowns and more than 3,600 yards. So he's gunslinging it, but he's making a lot happen for the Bucs right now. I like Tampa in that game. This is very ethical by me to ask. Any Gold Star locks on your high school state championship games this weekend?
No, I don't want to mess with those. I don't do high school betting. I don't even talk about high school betting.
Okay.
I don't. I know they got a betting line on those games and stuff.
Of course they do.
I don't even talk about high school betting. I stop at college and CYO, but I don't do the high school stuff. Like if Texas is playing University of New Orleans at Chicago or whatever it is, that's fine. But that's as far as I go. I can't do that. Are you intrigued by Kansas City and the Texans? The Texans will get after Patrick Mahomes. I'm really surprised they're playing that dude in this game.
By the way, North Crowley.
By the way, the Texans can't protect their quarterback either.
Well, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, there's a major delay right now. We're talking about 2 very different things here. I'll answer your question in 1 second. I'm seeing a line for Westlake North Crowley, and North Crowley is a 5.5-point favorite. Sure you don't want to bet?
No.
Okay.
I think Westlake is going to win.
Yeah, me too. I might call the cousin here, put some money on the Shaps.
No, no money on them, but I think Westlake, I want them to win.
All right. You asked about Patrick Mahomes. Am I surprised Mahomes is playing?
Yes.
Look, I'm a Chiefs guy. I'm a Chiefs supporter. Patrick Mahomes, like, I don't want to say he fakes injuries, but he has a really good ability to look like he's dead on one play or in one game, and then, a couple of drives later, he's back in the game.
I mean, like, is he really ever really hurt that bad?
And that guy was limp. He was in a cart after the game. He had to get golf carted to his press conference after the Chiefs win last week. And everyone's like, oh, he's going to miss probably multiple weeks with that ankle injury.
Right.
And he's not even on the injury report anymore. They took him off the report. So he's not 100%, but there's no chance he doesn't play on Saturday.
I didn't think that.
It's a short week too.
Last week when he limped off the field, I said, that guy will be playing next week. He's going to tell his coach, I'm playing. He and Tom Brady are like, I'm playing. If I can put a uniform on my body, I'm playing in the game.
I remember Mahomes got hurt in the Super Bowl last year. Was it last year or 2 years ago? I don't know. One of the Super Bowls. He got hurt against Philly. Yeah, 2 years ago, and was limping and missed a play or two, and then he comes back in and has a huge run to set up the game-winning field goal. It's like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's when he limps around and he runs down the sideline for like 30.
Yeah. So Mahomes, I don't know if I'm calling him a faker here. I don't know if it's Chiefs devil magic, as Jake says, or if Mahomes is just a quick healer. Whatever the rationale, that guy, he comes back and plays.
Oh yeah,
it's just what he does. So
the Texans will get after that offensive line.
Yeah, I mean, the Texans' defense is elite. It's one of the best in football. Their secondary's been awesome. Derek Stingley's a top. Lee Sterling called him a top 5. I'll say he's a top 3 corner in football this year. The rookie out of Georgia, Kamari Laster's been very good as well. Jalen Petre's found his groove once again. Yeah, the Texans have a good pass rush. They've got D'Amico Ryans, who's maybe the best defensive mind in the sport. Now the Texans' defense, like the Chiefs' offense has struggled against defenses that are a lot worse than Houston's.
Yeah.
So the problem is the Texans' offense has struggled with defenses a lot worse than Kansas City.
And Kansas City's defense is pretty good.
Yeah, the Chiefs' defense is also one of the best in the league. So, I'm going to take the Chiefs. I think it's close. I think it's low scoring.
Yep.
But the Texans, they've got a shot. I mean, the Chiefs are playing everybody close. Like last week, a 2-touchdown win over Cleveland was like the biggest margin of victory for Kansas City in months. So they are even letting bad teams hang around. The Texans, obviously a playoff team. They already won their division. But both teams have a lot to play for. Like the Chiefs, they have to win to hold on to the 1 seed. And the Texans, they can get up to the 2 seed. They're the 4 right now, but if they win out and get some help, they can be a 2 seed, which obviously you want that because that means 2 home playoff games. And obviously if the 1 seed loses, you'd get 3 home playoff games.
All right, let me ask you about this game tonight. Touchdown Jesus gets all the calls at Notre Dame tonight. No? Not going to help him?
I've been so back and forth on this game. And then I looked at the National Day calendar, Buck.
Okay.
And, today is National Go Caroling Day. Were you ever a Christmas caroler?
I was. I mean, I caroled for UNICEF. I used to go caroling, and we used to give the money, send it off to like Biafra, places like that. In Pennsylvania, I was like the lead singer when we'd go up and ring a doorbell up in my neighborhood at some of the big old-fashioned homes there. They look like little mansions. We'd go up there and sing. And BK, one time we went singing, and this lady invited us into her foyer, and then she tapped me on her shoulder, and she said, "I want you to see this," because she wanted to thank me. She opened up a room, and in this crib was like her sister. I think she was like dying of cancer. She weighed like 40 pounds in a crib, and she was like making these sound like going, eh. I went flying out of that room so fast, running through my own guys to get out of that house. I've never been so horrified in my life. She was like trying to show me that, it was nice of us to be so generous with us our time. I was horrified. I thought I was like in a haunted house or something, but she had this lady like captive in a baby crib, but it was like her sister. I had never seen anything like that in my life until I then saw my grandmother as she was dying of cancer, how a normal person could wither away to be to be in a crib almost. I freaked out, dude. I was in 5th grade. I almost lost it.
That is nightmare fuel.
It was like, I thought the lady was like shrinking people. You know what I mean? I thought I was going back in there. I was next. I thought I was going to be like right beside her. I mean, it was like a normal face of an older lady, but she had shriveled up from cancer so bad. And I thought the lady was bringing me near. I was like, and then like shut the door behind where everybody else is out in the foyer. I thought, oh my God, I'm next.
Oh my God, dude. That
was horrifying. I was a 5th grader.
Wow. I can't believe she did that.
And it was cool. We would go from door to door and singing. Yeah. And that was it. We did it for like 2 or 3 years. About the same amount of time I did the baked potato, the camp out. And that all we needed was me to do the baked potato to somebody. And all I needed to do was see that. And it ended. That was it. That was the last year of caroling.
So you just ran out screaming?
I ran out screaming. Like Home Alone when a kid put the aftershave on his face. I ran out like that. Oh, it was awful.
Oh my God. Want to see a dead body? That's basically what you
really obviously that's what it was. But in my mind, I was next.
I thought I had heard all your stories. I had never heard that story.
The Christmas Carol, and it was by the way, that's the first time, or maybe the first or second time I've ever told that story. That was horrifying because that still scares me.
I was gonna say, I don't blame you for not wanting to relive that.
No, not as a little kid. No. But Christmas caroling is fun because in Pennsylvania around this time, it's snowing. It's crappy. The weather, it's freezing. And you're wrapped up. This isn't like a little jacket. This is big, heavy coat, scarf, mittens, galoshes, rubber boots. I mean, it's awful.
I don't even know what half of those words mean. So
anyways. That's when I began doing charitable stuff like that, is going by and giving that money, and we'd send it off to like Biafra. Sally Struthers, who was like eating the kids.
What is Biafra?
Biafra, it was an organization. You send it off to Africa to help feed the kids. And and I used to do stuff like for UNICEF. That was sending food to Cambodia and shit like that. That's what I was doing. I was doing all that stuff. That's why I learned all that stuff.
There you go.
But then somebody told me that Sally Struthers, when she all of a sudden got big, they said she was eating the kids. I'm like, no, come on, man.
Jake says, how do we get from IU versus Notre Dame to this? Well, I looked at the National Day calendar. It's National Caroling Day. It's also National Ugly Christmas Sweater Day. But you know what else it is?
What?
It's National Underdog Day. Give me the underdog. Give me the Hoosiers on the road in South Bend, not only covering the 6.5 to 7, but pulling off the upset and moving on to round 2. That's right. The historic season, the best season in IU football history, will continue.
Signetti's not winning. Spaghetti's not winning this.
Get your lung darts ready. I'm going to be ripping heaters tonight.
Cigaretti is not winning this game.
Come on. Google him, Buck. He wins everywhere he goes.
That's what he tells everybody. I love that story. When I heard when he said that, he goes, I win every place I go. Google it. I'm like, damn, coach.
Give me IU tonight. Give me the Hoosiers. Yeah, it's not basketball. I'm aware of that. But guess what? IU's a little better than Northern Illinois Irish.
Oh, my goodness. We're still going back. Notre Dame's going pretty deep in this thing, I believe.
Yeah, you've got Notre Dame going very deep. And by the way, last chance to join our TSU CFP Bracket Madness Challenge. The bracket's closed tonight when that game kicks off. So get it done today. There's a link on our Twitter page. It's a pinned tweet. It's at the very top. Just search TS Unfiltered on Twitter. It's completely free to join. You get to compete against all of us. You get to compete against other TSU listeners. And we'll have some great prizes to give away to the winner. So if you're with the Buck, you've got Notre Dame going to the semifinals. You have them beating Georgia in round 2.
Yes.
And I think you have them losing to Penn State. You've got Penn State playing for a national championship, right?
Yeah, and guess who else? That's nice. Love that, man. Love that. Love me versus Pennsylvania. I'm loving that, brother.
You've got a Texas versus Penn State CFP national championship game.
Sorry, James Franklin.
Yeah, sorry, James, you're losing way before that because you're going to have to play a top 10 team before you get that far. At
Yeah,
least I think.
no doubt. And folks, when on this Friday, as you get ready to get your holiday going, don't forget to head on over to 34 Wine and Spirits Wholesale Liquor Distributor. But you can go to the store right there on the Southwest Parkway and pick up all of your beverages there for sure. They've got everything that you want when you go into there, and they got BK's favorite beer there also. 34
Oh
Wine
man,
and Spirits.
it's a bad weekend to be an alt-stat beer.
Because it's about to get hammered. They're about to get hammered, are they?
They're about to get hammered. They're about to get crushed at my place this weekend. Whatever you have going on, your holiday parties, your football watching, maybe it's a combination of both. If you're staying at home, if you're hitting the town, whatever you're doing, make sure you're drinking Altstat beer. It's the best beer that there is all across the great state of Texas. And they've got a number of different brews too. So you can be the life of the holiday party, the life of your tailgate if you show up with a six-pack or maybe a couple of different six-packs of Altstat beer. This stuff is liquid gold. If you haven't tried it yet, you're missing out. Stop drinking piss. All right. I don't think that's the Altstat slogan. I'm going to make it the slogan. Stop drinking piss. Drink Altstat instead. And please drink it responsibly. I'm going to be smart. I'm going to have Ubers and Lyfts. You do the same. Plan sober rides home this weekend and every weekend. It's the holidays. People are crazy out there. Don't add to the craziness. Be safe. And enjoy your Altstat responsibly.
Yeah, for sure. Be safe out there. And you people that need to get on Amazon and don't get in the car, because I'm getting in the car today. There's no reason for all of us to be out there. Only me. I'm the only one that needs to be on the roads today, okay? The rest of you sit in front of your computers, type in your numbers, and let the trucks roll up to your house. Don't get on the roads. It's a bad thing. It's bad out there.
Oh, that's going to work, huh?
You think that won't keep a couple people away?
No, I don't think so. I don't think you asking people to not be on the road is going to make people not be on the road. They've got to do their holiday shopping. I thought you were already done with your Christmas shopping. What's the deal?
I still have to get out. I got to get out of this house. I'm not going to stick around in this house and do nothing. I got to this is the time to be amongst the people. I got to go see if the dirty little homeless girl is there. I got to go by there with my sock with $5 in it and smack her in the face with it.
Yeah, that's nice.
Here you go. No hugs, no lunch. Here's a pair of socks.
It's very homely of you. Good job there. Shout out to our friends at Covert Bee Cave as well. They've got the best selection of cars, trucks, and SUVs in the city. You talk about a good holiday gift. Yeah, about a newer pre-owned car with a nice big ribbon on top.
There you go.
A little bow on top of that thing. Covert Bee Cave, the biggest selection, great people. They treat us like family. They're going to treat you like family as well. And what do they say about those Covert prices, Buck?
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
Not ever. Shout out to Covert Bee Cave. You can shop online at covertbeecave.com as well. All right. Real quick, Malik Murphy. We haven't talked about this story today. And if you've got any other hot takes or anything else you want to get off your chest, feel free. But Malik Murphy announced yesterday that he is transferring to OSU, not Ohio State, not Oklahoma State, but Oregon State.
That's Corvallis, right?
It is Corvallis. I've been there a few times. I've got a sister and brother-in-law who live up there.
It's a pretty part of the country. It's pretty.
It's yeah, sure. Malik Murphy, I guess, a big fan of Beaver. Didn't realize.
Aren't we all?
Yeah, I don't know if I like it enough to transfer there, though.
Yeah.
I'm not starting an Oregon Sports Unfiltered anytime soon.
Duke is Duke.
Yeah, what do you think? I mean, Duke went 9-3.
They had a great year at Duke. I don't understand why you leave. Why you're leaving there? There's a reason why you went there. You've had some success. Unless somebody in Corvallis offered you some ski slopes or something, that's a part of your NIL deal. All the skiing that you want.
Who knows? I mean, yeah, he
or
went
all the hiking and biking you want.
Sure, 9-3 at Duke last year. Set a school record for passing touchdowns in a season. And when he entered the portal, there were rumors about Auburn, Miami, Kentucky.
Yeah, this is just gun for hire here. That's this straight up money.
He ends up, well, I don't know. There were reports out there that he was asking for $3 million from Kentucky. And I don't know what to believe. There's so much BS out there with NIL stuff right now. So I'd like to think that wasn't true.
Only believe what you hear here at TSU. Don't believe X. Don't believe Twitter. Don't believe any of that. Don't even believe your Googles.
So I'm going to say that's
Can you have stuff on Google if it's not true?
You can't put anything on the internet that's not true.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Remember, Abe Lincoln said that.
Okay.
Yeah, don't forget about that. But Malik Murphy gave a quote to ESPN yesterday saying, quote, felt like a great opportunity, and I really felt welcomed and wanted there.
That's money.
I was made a priority, and that's all I could ask for. I'm excited to hunt beaver. Oh, sorry. I'm excited to be a beaver and get out there with the guys, end quote.
He's hunting greenbacks. That's what he's hunting.
So some reports are that Malik Murphy maybe got pushed out of Duke. Some reports are that they wanted him to take a pay cut because I guess they have to pay some basketball recruit. But who knows? Who knows what to believe? Wishing Malik Murphy all the best. Yeah. I root for Oregon State because I got my sister up there. So I'll root for him regardless, but I'll actually watch some of his games. But yeah, to go from ACC to Pac-2 and whatever the hell that conference is about to become.
Yeah, they got to make some. They still got some decisions to make there too, don't they? This year, once all this is up, they got to go somewhere, don't they?
They're joining them and like the Mountain West are kind of joining forces.
Okay,
a bunch of schools with state in them. It's like Utah State, San Diego, not a state, Fresno, not a state, Oregon State, Washington State.
Yeah,
and a couple other teams in there. So yeah, I can't remember if that starts next year or the year after that, but they've got a plan. A 5-year plan like Big Daddy. They've got some sort of plan there, but congrats to Malik. Look, wishing him the best. That was a big surprise though. When you hear some of the schools that he was apparently looking at or schools that were reportedly interested in him, to hear Oregon State is a bit of a surprise.
It certainly is, man.
All right, let's bring on the fellas here as it is 10 o'clock. We've got Wags and we've got Smash. Justin Smash Simmons filling in for Double R today.
It's Sid.
There you go.
From Big Daddy.
Big Daddy Sid.
with Sid with the 5-year plan, man.
Yeah, he's a chef at Hooters now. Who can complain about that?
And it's old balls, just gross.
That worked out well for him. All right, guys. So, Smash, I'll go to you first on this one. I'm sure y'all are talking about the college football playoff today, but Bucky has Texas beating Penn State in the college football playoff national championship game. Any thoughts on that prediction? And who do you think ends up playing in Atlanta on January 20th?
Definitely not Penn State. No possible way. Penn State is like the Texas A&M Aggies of the East.
Wow. Don't underestimate the Lions.
I'm not underestimating anything. I'm just telling you the truth because we've seen them underperform each and every year. And Coach Franklin, for as much as I like him, can't win a big game to save his life.
Yeah, honestly, if those games were for his life, that guy would have died 10 years ago. So.
Do you think they can beat SMU? Do you think they can beat SMU in the cold?
I'm like, you shouldn't overlook the ponies. I know that they had the rough game in the championship game, but you could kind of tell that they were looking past that in that game. It took them a whole half to wake up. They have the talent, and they definitely got the money.
They're going to freeze their balls off in Happy Valley. It is going to be so cold there. If they didn't leave last Sunday, they're done.
The only thing that's going to be cold is the feeling of the souls of 100,000 fans wearing white that are going for Penn State.
How about a wrestling promo from Smash right there, baby?
Nice.
It's what he's known for.
That's awesome. All right, who do you have then, Smash? Who putting you on the spot here? But give me 2 teams you think will be around at the end of this deal.
I really do like Oregon. I think they're so complete. And that bye, it really doesn't help them. I think even if they didn't get a bye, that they were going to get to the final. But in the other bracket, can anybody stop Boise State? Because I don't know. Georgia is going to go in with no starting quarterback.
Right? Now I understand why there's no Alstat anywhere in town because you've had it all this morning.
I was like, I'm not going to lie. I did pick up some to take home. I did pick up some recently this week to take home for the Christmas, but I don't know, Bucky, man. Boise State has surprised everybody for so many years. Anytime they get into a big bowl situation, they pull through. You mean to tell me that they can't beat the winner of Penn State or SMU?
Are you trying to go back to the Boise versus OU back in when I was like 12 years old?
Well, like when I was 12 years old, but yeah.
Oh, man. All right. Hey, Oregon and Boise played once already. That was a heck of a game.
And Boise And Boise almost beat Oregon
Yeah.
at Oregon, and they had good success against them. So I'm like, that is a real possibility because after Georgia getting wounded, I don't see it happening. I like Texas. Obviously, the quarterback issue thing, I'm not sure. I really don't think it depends on that. I really think it depends on if the offensive line shows up that day, gives Quinn time to let him do what he has to do because he does have the arm as long as he sets his feet. So, I know Boise State, but I mean, look at their bracket. Notre Dame is going to pull a Penn State or a Texas A&M. They're going to choke in a big time moment if they get past Indiana, and whoever wins that game is going to go in wounded against Boise State because they're going to beat Penn State.
All right, so we're all thankfully for Smash. This bracket challenge we're doing is free, but we don't have to worry about him winning the gift cards.
Yeah, that's right. He's not going to get the giveaway. That's good. Good call.
Wags, what say you? Putting both of y'all on the spot here,
I
but who do you
think
like?
Penn State has one of the easiest trips to the semis, right?
Okay.
I think they get past Boise State. I don't think they'll struggle with SMU. I think Bucky hit it right on the head. SMU is going to be out of their climate. It's different in Happy Valley regardless, but it's very different in Happy Valley in December. Okay, like the inclement weather takes over. It might not even be the cold that absolutely gets them. The wind absolutely picks up in Pennsylvania too at this time of year. It's atrocious, man. They talk about the wind whipping at the Meadowlands. Well, that extends down to Pennsylvania as well. If the Ponies somehow survive that, they might have a chance to beat Boise State. I'm not big on Boise State in this tournament. Smash apparently is. I am not. I think Penn State's got one of the easiest trips to the semis. I like Texas as well, and of course Georgia's there. If Georgia survives Notre Dame, which is crazy to say, I don't believe in Riley Leonard. I don't. He's got to be able to throw the ball a little bit more, and I do believe that Georgia's going to be able to rest and get some R&R, man, get some recovery for Carson Beck and company, and I think they'll be able to fire on all cylinders.
Let me ask you this: do you think over the next two to 3 weeks that Carson Beck will be? I don't think Carson Beck's playing any more football.
I don't know.
He's out. He's out for the rest of the year. He isn't playing anymore. He needs to get surgery on that throwing elbow.
Yeah, I got to feel
okay.
Yeah.
That's why Boise State.
I think Georgia is the elite team, and you saw what happened when Stockton was able to come in here. You're able to unlock the entire playbook with a dual threat quarterback. So, Georgia's tough, man. They'll be the ones that are facing Texas in the final, I think.
But Wags, I've also seen it where we have had a backup quarterback get thrown into a national championship game and struggle really bad against really talented team like Alabama defense. So I'm just saying that, sure, I'm sure that Stockton's a great quarterback, but this is a different type of level. And you played the game, the crowd, the excitement, the adrenaline, it all makes a difference at this level because now we're playing for real money. Now we're playing for a championship.
Yeah, and it's kind of like how the parody with Arch, right? Like how Arch had a little bit of time to let it sink in. Stockton was on all adrenaline when he came in against the Horns, right? It was all knee-jerk reaction, flash moment. He's got a lot of time to let it premeditate and let it set in a little bit. You might have a little bit of a point there, how the outside noise could get to him, but I still think Georgia's one of the most sound teams in this tournament. I expect them in the final against Texas.
All right.
It's different when you start. It's different when you start.
Yeah, we'll see. All right, I'm sure y'all will be talking about that and a lot of football and all sorts of other stuff. So we'll let y'all get to it. We'll be listening. Buck, have a good weekend.
See you guys. Be careful out there.
You be careful on the road out there, man.
Oh, I'm going out there, and these people need to get off the road.
Later, Bucky. Later,
there he goes. Here we are, man. Welcome to an edition of Chaos Theory. It's the Wagner Wire takeover on Chaos Theory on Chaos. Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself and Smash will be taking you around the horn for the next hour or so. Hey, man, welcome into another edition, Smash. Good to have you, buddy. Thanks for
having me along, man. I really appreciate you having me on, man. There's a lot of good stuff going on this weekend.
That you have with drinking all the alt stat in the morning and saying that Boise State is going to absolutely run this thing.
Dude,
you got a lot of faith in Boise State, huh?
Yes, I do. I mean, look.
Make sure you follow Smash and at the Smash Simmons. That's all over his social media platforms. He's universal that way. Make sure you hit him up. That way you can talk to him about this take about Boise State.
Yeah, you just talked about it. We just discussed it right now before the fellas turned it over to us. It's just that I'm looking at the bracket right now and I'm like, they have the most favorable the final. They're going to go against essentially either a Notre Dame team that I don't think is that good or a Georgia team that doesn't have their starting quarterback. You got arguably the best player in the country.
If they beat Penn State.
I think SMU still beats Penn State. And even then, whoever wins that game is not going to beat Boise State because Boise State really is that good because they're a complete team. They got defense
and
they got
of
an
course,
offense.
like what gives you the confidence about this is the match that they had against, or the contest they had against Georgia, right? That was a litmus test for them.
Yeah, I mean,
Oregon.
Yeah, and I mean, like it wasn't that far fetched that they almost took out the number one team in the nation, right? Going into this college football playoff. Good morning, Shady in Sports. And
Shady, what's up, bud?
And when you got a primetime player like Ashton in the backfield, right, that can control the clock, that can eat up offensive possession time for the opposition, and this could be a slug out, drag out fight where, you know, the defenses are going to make the difference, or that special play like we've seen Boise State in the past be able just to pull out of their ass. This is the time for them to do it. And I think they perform on the biggest stage possible. They're not going to win this whole thing, but I think they can get to the final.
Like you're convincing me with their offense. Like I think their offense can make some noise in the tournament. I don't know if they can stop people though. That's my concern with Boise State.
I mean, that's my concern too, but it just the ability to limit that opportunity, I think, really helps out because they're built different than any other team going into this thing, except for maybe Notre Dame, and that's because they just had a lack of offense throughout most of the year. Like this is all predicated on the running game. No other offense that you are going to see in the final, except for maybe Georgia now because they might have to, is going to.
Yeah, that's the thing too, right? Like. We saw Stockton come in and complete a couple of throws, but honestly, and I'm referring to the SEC championship, right? But honestly, like Beck was making the throws that night too. It's just Georgia's receivers were kind of dropping them and having a little bit of the yips. Well, not kind of dropping them; they were dropping them and having the yips there.
They definitely were. But at the same token, it's hard for me to put stock into what is an NBA Cup final. Right, in that SEC tournament championship game, because either team was going to make it to the playoff regardless if they won or lost. So I'm not sure how focused both teams were in trying to get a bye. And you being a Giants fan, you've already seen it. That bye week, sometimes it helps, other times it hurts.
It'll take you out of sync. Yeah.
Dave,
no, that's a good point. I
saying
think
that like you face
got the make and model to be able to carry Georgia through the play. If they're not turning around and handing it off to 18, I think he's got the skill set to go out and complete a 10-yard out or basically anything that's in the damn route tree. I guess honestly, maybe I was very quick and just a prisoner in the moment when I saw this, but I thought that Stockton's ability to run the ball allows Georgia to unlock their entire playbook. You know how I am with a dual threat quarterback. I preach dual threat quarterback all the time, especially in college football. It's just tough. Like it's tough to play when you have 11 on 11, right? It's tough to stop that offense. The defense always gets the advantage when you take the quarterback out of the running ability or out of the running game, right? And you make it essentially 10 on 11. When you unlock the entire playbook, obviously it's a better recipe for success for the offense there. I think that's what Georgia has with Stockton there. I'm not going to sit here and say that Stockton's got the Sunday skill set that's better than Beck. I think Beck is a Sunday quarterback, but right now, kind of just like with Arch too, I think Arch gives Texas the better chance to win in some scenarios.
I've heard a lot of people say that. It doesn't have
to be black and white. Sometimes you can allow a little bit of gray in there, man.
Just like pro wrestling, you got to have those gray areas. It's not always hero versus villain. But from what I've seen though, Wags, it's just like Stockton's gonna.
What's your face? You've never shown. I got a cutout of you back there, buddy. Nice face piece.
Do you really?
Yeah, that's that dude talking shit. That's him all the way back behind.
Sorry about that.
Behind Mortal Kombat 2.
Okay.
In his Rex Kwon Do pants.
That is okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I seen that poster. I didn't know who it was, but yes, I know exactly the cutout.
Yeah, that's my best friend and my best man from my wedding there.
Nice.
I had all groomsmen, or my groomsmen were basically all my best men, but this is the dude that did all the planning for like the bachelor party and everything. So
the guy that was tasked to carry the load.
He wasn't tasked; he just took it on. As a matter of fact, he took it from somebody because the dude he just wasn't carrying the load. So
exactly.
Like,
see, man, that's the type that is best man energy right there.
That is best man energy. Best man energy. All right. So before we'll talk a little bit about these this playoff coming up here, man.
I'm checking out the comments.
Look, I wanted to do a parody. I've been trying to do a parody here. What's up, Rob? We'll see you, buddy. I wanted to take the best. You guys, this is kind of what the Wagner Wire was known for, right? We would not known for this, but it was one of the fun events that we would do. We would take fast food restaurants and put, I guess where they associate most with the teams that were in that tournament, and we would try and put them up and make a fast food college, or not, it wasn't even a college football tournament, it was a fast food men's basketball tournament with the March Madness, but this is the first, being the first 12-team college football. I wanted to see if we could get some decent restaurants that are associated with some of the teams that are around that area, right? The hardest school that I could find was Arizona, for a restaurant, was Arizona State. I didn't know there's really not a restaurant that is exclusive or really associates with Arizona.
Okay. I got you
and
on this.
I kept looking. I saw some signs for Culver's, but nothing really originated or came out of Arizona.
I got you on this one, Wags, because I've actually been.
I was thinking maybe Arby's.
No. I got you because I've actually been to Tempe on assignment. The one thing that I craved and I found it's like right on the border between Phoenix and Tempe, is the Portillo's, spelled Portillos, but Portillo's, the hot dog place. If you don't have that on your fast food thing, it can fill in, because that's the closest one that I can find.
I can guarantee you that I don't have that.
Yeah, I was like, Portillo's. That was the big one for me. I was like, that's the one thing I went out of my way to go find when I was in Arizona and close to Tempe, and it's right in Tempe, like not too far from the university.
Well, gents, I apologize because I didn't. Ladies and gents,
Portillo's overrated. Patrick, what do you mean overrated?
I didn't get a chance to generate a graphic that has all the school, or has the restaurants on there. So Texas to me would be Whataburger. That's kind of that's pretty easy, right? That's a gimme, right? Texas is Whataburger. Tennessee, what do we have for what is a Tennessee fast food restaurant that's just known, not specific? Again, it doesn't have to be exclusive to Tennessee, but it's got to be what Tennessee is known for.
I mean, it's the SEC, so I guess we can give them like Bojangles.
I wanted to say Bojangles first, but then I started thinking about like a Rally's or a Checkers. But then I was like, well, if anybody gets Checkers, it's got to be Georgia.
Oh, okay. Because I was going to say, I believe Rally's was founded here in Texas.
Was it?
I think so, but I'm not 100% positive. I'll double check.
Bojangles was Louisiana. I know that.
Yeah, but they're just so ubiquitous with SEC stuff that I just like, I guess it might be able to fit. Chick-fil-A is from Georgia, so Chick-fil-A should be Georgia.
So, Jake, it seems like there's just a lot of Bojangles in North Carolina and in the Carolinas, but they're actually from New Orleans in Louisiana. It's Louisiana chicken.
Gene Bean was saying Crystals or White Castles, but for like who? For like Indiana, Notre Dame, since it's like an Ohio found. Ohio State.
I wanted to say Penn State.
Penn State,
because it's the highest it's the most north that you can get, right?
Okay, so Jake here is saying Hattie B's for Tennessee. Okay, Ike is saying Waffle House for Georgia, but I mean Georgia clearly has to be Chick-fil-A. I mean, I love Waffle House, but I mean Chick-fil-A is just like,
see, that's what I'm saying. Like Georgia's got a few options, right? So I was thinking Checkers or Rallies, because that's maybe that's the first time I had a Checkers was when I was, traveling through Georgia. I don't know why I associate it with there. It sucks. I wish I would have been able to make this graphic. Canes is LSU. Got you. Canes is LSU.
Obviously.
Right on. Canes was definitely, they were out of New Orleans. I want to say that Bojangles was as well. But I could be absolutely wrong on that. We'll go Chick-fil-A with Georgia. Okay. Boise State. Boise State, what do you have? Like I want to say Cracker Barrel, but like Cracker Barrel's an actual restaurant.
Larry here is saying on the comment line that the first Cracker Barrel was just outside of Nashville. So maybe they get Tennessee.
But that's just it. Like Nashville, or not Nashville, Cracker Barrel, it's not a fast food restaurant. It's an actual sit-down restaurant.
Well, okay, so we're just doing fast food, no fast casual. So no Panera Bread, no Shake Shack or anything like that.
Panera's kind of like fast food though, right?
Yeah,
Culver's
that's what they
kind of like fast food, right?
Yeah, that's what they call fast casual now. It's all like, okay, right. It has some amenities.
We'll lump it all in the pot.
Okay. Big pot now.
Big pot. So for Texas, we got Whataburger. That's solidified. Okay.
Solidified.
Or at least for me, Whataburger is solidified for Texas.
I agree.
It's basically the only place that you can get. Well, now you can get it outside. I tell you, I think you can get it in Chicago now. Is that right?
Yeah, you can pretty much get it almost in any state easily now.
Well, it originated in Texas. It's a Texas staple. So my vote is Whataburger for Texas.
I like what Steven said here on the line. No drive-through means no fast food. So if this thing don't got a drive-through, it probably shouldn't count.
Okay. All right. I can get behind that. That's good prereq.
So are we giving Clemson Bojangles, or are we going to give them Cookout?
We're going to give Clemson Bojangles. We're going to give them both. It's a South Carolina school. We'll give them some South Carolina chicken taste, tasty chicken. Even I'm pretty sure. I swear to God, I was up reading last night, and I swear I read that Bojangles was a Louisiana chicken place. So again, I'll look it up. Indiana, that's it. Like I struggled with Arizona State, and I struggled with Indiana and Notre Dame trying to find good, I guess, hearty. It wouldn't be Hardee's, but I guess like a hearty type of
I thought you were gonna say Carl Jr.'s
place for these types of colleges. Like I guess Midwest good home pot stew, pot roast cooking. Is there any good soup restaurants?
Does Indiana get? I remember when Super Salad was a thing, but is Indiana like Arby's or something in this case?
I was thinking Arby's for more like Arizona State, honestly. But what was your mention for Arizona State?
No, we should give them Portillo's, but that's just it.
All right, we'll give Arizona State Portillo's.
But I'm like, technically speaking, Notre Dame, Indiana are closer to Chicago, so I'm just kind of like, that's tough. But I mean, Arizona State was like the first place I could find like in the South before they actually built some in Dallas, and now they're putting one in San Antonio. But that was like the closest Portillo's I could find that you didn't have to go.
What does Boise State get? Is there like a potato restaurant in Boise State?
Is there a potato restaurant?
I mean, seriously, that's what comes out of Boise State besides potatoes.
Gene makes a great point here, though. Crystals did originate in Tennessee, so they're like the White Castle of the South. I really like that one. People are saying maybe Jack in the Box is from Indianapolis, but it says they're HQ'd in San Diego. So that's also. I'm trying to clarify as we go.
Jack in the Crack's from where?
Jack in the Crack is from where? No, they were just. That's what Jake was saying on the line over here.
Oh, okay.
I'm just kind of reading, and then
Ohio. I was gonna put Wendy's for Ohio State.
Really, I would have gave him.
Hair goes with that big red dome there. Or
man, I would have gave him White Castle.
So yeah, Wendy's for Ohio State. That's a good call, Ike. Who are we going with Tennessee?
I mean, I would give him Crystals.
All right, Crystals. We could go there.
But that means
I was thinking Checkers too, but I feel like we have to have a Checkers in this contest. We can in the in the respectful world of Charlotte McKinney, in the name of Charlotte McKinney, we have got to have a Checkers sighting in this tournament.
Okay, well, Checkers.
Do you know who Charlotte McKinney is?
I don't. I'm sorry. No. Who's that? What did I miss?
You have to. I'm not going to spoil it for you. At the end of the show, you're going to have yourself a nice little tour of victory, and you're going to look up Charlotte McKinney in the check. No, excuse me, it's not Checkers. It's Carl's Jr. Carl's Jr.
Okay,
Carl's Jr. is who has Charlotte. Oh my God.
Okay. Now I know what you're talking about.
I got that
now.
wrong.
Sorry.
She
now
is
I get what
definitely
you're saying.
Steven. I caught myself. She is Carl's Jr. And Carl's Jr. needs to get in the damn tournament somehow, somewhere.
I looked it up for you. That Checkers was founded in Mobile, Alabama, 1985.
Okay, all right. So it's an SEC restaurant.
And then Rally's is from Louisville, Kentucky.
Okay, all right.
Before they merged.
DJ Dog is saying White Castles for Indiana. Are you cool with that?
I think Notre Dame or
State White Castle, but is there a restaurant that kind of solidifies more or associates more with Penn State than
Subway?
White Castle? What'd you say?
Subway.
Subway.
Underrated.
People count Subway as a restaurant, bro.
I mean, it's a fast food restaurant. There's a drive-through.
Does it?
Yes.
I have never seen a fast food Subway. I've never seen a drive-through Subway ever.
Really?
I don't think so. I've always had to go into a sub.
I will admit it's not the ubiquitous design, but they do exist.
I can't.
And you would imagine that
I can't think of a time I've ever pulled into a drive-through for a Subway smash, but I will allow it. Judges ruling. I looked over. The dog allowed it.
I appreciate it. Even Steven over here is like, Subway's perfect for Penn State. Yes,
Okay,
overrated.
all right. Okay. Hey, look. Peanut Gallery says it's good. Smash says it's good, and my dog says it's good. That's good enough for me. Okay.
Right.
I was good with the dog, as a matter of fact. All right. So Subway to Penn State. We'll call that. That's gonna be an easy. That's an easy exit one and fucking done. You're done, buddy.
There you go, man. See. So where are we gonna give SMU?
That's a good one too, right? Like if I'm gonna give Whataburger to Texas, right? What is another Texas staple? What is a smaller Texas staple that I guess a hidden gem in Texas?
Wags, I just figured it out. Okay, so this kind of sucks, but Dairy Queen, I believe, is founded in Indiana, so we can either give it to Indiana or Notre Dame. I would have gave it to
Texas. I was just getting ready to name DQ as SMU.
No, Ike, Patrick are correct though. Dallas did find they were the first 7-Eleven, and that's where they were headquartered. So I know it's one of our terrific sponsors.
Sponsor for Texas Sports Unfiltered, but I don't know if I do not think 7-Eleven constitutes as a fast food store. It's a convenience store. It's a one-stop. But I mean,
as soon as they start bringing in all the Japanese fare,
have hot food, man.
They're bringing in the Japanese fare pretty soon, so they're going to be building their 7-Elevens like they do in Japan. So the food's going to go up significantly. I guess it's kind of like a quick trip. It doesn't necessarily have a drive-through, but you can get a sandwich. But I understand that's something completely different. I'm sure we can find something else. Steven over here on the line.
So that opens up Pandora's box for me. All right, like if we put that in there, where are we at with Bucky's?
Oh no, that's not fast food, man. I've had to wait a long time to get something at Bucky's. So no, we're not going to give 7-Eleven. We can't really run that as much as I want to. Steven over here saying Chicken Express. Patrick, I thought Dairy Queen, but I'm pretty sure they're an Indiana-based company.
I always assumed that Dairy Queen was a Texas company.
I mean, it's the Texas stop sign, yes.
And saw that the dudes from the Outsiders were getting a Dairy Queen and they were from Texas when I was a little kid. So maybe that's just why I associated from. Dairy Queen founder.
Illinois.
So we
can give it.
All right. So then let's walk it. Let's give Dairy Queen to Indiana or Notre Dame then. Actually, probably Notre Dame, since Notre Dame is
more
South Chicago, and that's real close to Chicago.
I'm with you there. Okay, so we got that.
Well, that sucks. I have nothing for SMU because SMU was absolutely going to get Dairy Queen. I assume that Dairy Queen.
It totally makes sense.
Sonic, could Sonic be SMU? Is Sonic I thought they were a Georgia school.
No, I believe Sonic was founded like in Oklahoma.
How do you know all this shit, Smash?
Because I'm a game show host. Unfortunately, that probably is the real reason.
Sonic food founded.
Some people get that type
Jesus, Smash, Shawnee, Oklahoma.
Okay, yeah. Because I was like, how some people get that ability when they have ADHD or whatever, and they know how to make money, or they know how to promote themselves online so they get a better job. Me, for some reason, I just remember random useless facts that haven't won me anything. But there you go, Oklahoma.
Well, if I ever get on a game show, you're going to be my go-to.
First call?
What is it? The
lifeline?
The one call.
Yeah.
The lifeline that you get. 1953, Sonic was founded in Oklahoma.
I mean,
so maybe we give SMU Schlotchkes.
No, because Schlotsky's is from Austin.
Okay.
Founded right here. So it's like, okay, we give it to Texas because now they have grown and you can find them anywhere too. Yes, thanks, Steven. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'll be your phone friend too.
All right. So I'm going to struggle. We'll take the judge's ruling or the ruling for the peanut gallery for SMU here. We'll take some help. All right. So Clemson would get Bojangles and Texas would get Whataburger. In our battle of the first quarterfinal, first and foremost, we'd be remiss if we didn't tell you that Indiana and Notre Dame play tonight. So that's the one game that we really do need to talk about. Tulane and Florida play too. Also Ohio and Jackson State. If for those who observe and talk to their cousins with money.
Yeah.
He really is. He is the fast food Rain Man. He's got it all down. And he did that without the aid of reference too, guys. That literally just popped off of his head, man. Dude, good, excellent recall, Smash. Excellent. And they say that drugs kill the brain.
I know. Overrated talk. Man, just like Penn State.
Wrong team favored.
That's Penn State in a nutshell, baby.
Favored. All right. Our first quarterfinal for the fast food showdown. Indiana versus Notre Dame. That is tonight. Right? So we're going to have to put the foods in there. Notre Dame gets what did you write down for Notre Dame?
They get Dairy Queen.
They have DQ in Indiana. What pot roast food station did we give?
I don't think we gave them anything. We were trying to determine what they would get. Oh, we gave them White Castle.
White Castle. Indiana has
close
White
to
Castle.
Ohio. We'll give them White Castle. We can give White Castle to Penn State, and we can look up something else for Indiana.
No, Penn State. What did we get? We already gave Penn State Subway.
Oh, Subway. Okay, there you go. We'll give them White Castle.
We gave Penn State Subway. So we have White Castle versus
DQ.
Versus DQ here. Now look, Culver's. The sliders are fantastic. Okay, White Castle they are known for their sliders. But how many pops? Like how they and I say it, Smash. I say the little things always add up to the big things. How many little pops and how many little sliders can you get before you make the explosion and it all comes undone?
I mean, that's part of the fun, isn't it? It's like risking it for the biscuit in this case, a slider.
I love it.
Right?
I love it.
And you feel like you should be able to.
I mean, in the sliders, they're a cornerstone, right? They can hit. They absolutely can hit.
I mean, if I see a White Castle in the wild, I'm stopping, and I'm not sure it's because of two White Castle made movies that inebriated my brain at a much younger age to where I hold White Castle in high regard. But being from Texas, though, we don't really have any.
Is that your first initial
exposure to White Castle
with White Castle was
basically we're basically the Harold and Kumar movies. And
so my roommate from the military was from Detroit, and he was the one that introduced me to White Castle. We went up to Detroit. He was actually from 6 Mile, not 8 Mile. So when we went back to his place is where I found White Castle for the first time. They didn't have him in Maryland, and they didn't have, or if they do now, they didn't have him when I was growing up. But when I went up there to check out his hometown and everything, man, that's where I experienced White Castle for the first time. Now look, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say there is a Crystals in Dallas, and I remember passing through there, and it's like, okay,
I've never experienced a Crystals. I've never had.
It's the same thing. It's the exact same thing. Yes, it's little sliders, pickle, onion, I guess mustard if you ask for it right, on a little bun, and slide, and it comes in a box. with fries if you wanted, or onion rings, whatever. Yeah, same exact thing, except they're red and White Castle is blue.
Never
same
had
concept.
It. Never had it. I'm gonna have next time I go through Dallas, I'm gonna have to stop by Crystal's if it's up there. All right. But anyways, the slide really, that's kind of all White Castle is known for, right? Is their sliders.
But they were also the first fast food restaurant. So they kind of like set the whole tone for everything that America is today when it comes to consumption of food on the go.
I would say that if you have one thing, you probably do it very well, but it's pretty easy to pick up on that thing, right?
You know what it is, Wags? The only reason I know this is because I wanted to be like Mark Summers. So host game shows and do the stuff on the Food Network. I forgot that he was on the Food Network. And I was like,
Mark
that's
Summers
the reason.
on the Food Network?
Yeah, man. He was one of those hosts.
The dude from Double Dare?
Yes. Back in the like late 90s, early 2000s. Hey, you got to work somewhere after the game shows.
You're a savant. Again, you are a savant, sir. But anyways, White Castle, the sliders is to me, you do it well, but it's all you do. Now we go to DQ. DQ, it hits you with the blizzard, and not only that, like if you get too much, if maybe you're too overwhelmed with the blizzard, and you just need something that's just kind of, I guess, conservative, but still gonna rock your world. How about the strawberry banana shake?
Man,
it's fantastic. It's legit from Dairy Queen. And then if the sweets are just not what you're feeling that day, maybe you get some chicken tenders. And if you don't want chicken tenders, how about some steak fingers with some gravy? I mean, it's just you got a lot of options here, and that's what Notre Dame is bringing to the table, I guess. Well, a little bit you've seen the ability with Riley Leonard to run, and now you've seen some. I guess in recent games you've seen him come on a little bit with the arm. It's gotten a lot better as Notre Dame's progressed, but just you have more options and you got a solid defense there for Notre Dame. I'm thinking that's that with the menu of Dairy Queen, I think they get past Indiana and they're one shot. White Castle, we're gonna pick up on what you've done all damn year. You haven't played anybody Indiana. Hoosiers. That's where
I mean, that's a pretty good assessment there. I mean, White Castle, like we talked about, the first fast food restaurant founded in America. Like they set the whole thing right. Indiana, very old school, but at the same
time, when we're talking old school, Notre Dame's old school though, right?
Yeah, well, they're old school in the championship factor. Like these two universities have been around for a long time. It's just that Notre Dame, they got the media on their side. They have the NBC deal, so you're always rammed and have it jammed down your throat. Oh, the Gipper. Oh, the Four Horsemen. Oh, they just keep on jamming it. Notre Dame, touchdown,
Rockney,
Jesus,
baby, Newt
Rockney. You don't remember all this? How dare you?
Go, and we're not gonna stop till we get past that goal line.
Rudy, if you were a '90s kid, they played that movie on repeat multiple times, and you just think that Notre Dame is like the best place ever for the underdog and the champions and Joe Montana and all that other stuff, But being from Texas, I guess we're partial, or at least I am from Texas, but you've lived here long enough, but you become partial to Dairy Queen and its offerings.
If you'll allow me to call myself a Texan, I'll call myself a Texan. I've been in Texas just as long as I've been in Maryland, so
yeah.
Now, because I left I left Maryland when I was 21. No, I haven't been here 21 years, so no,
not yet, but you're getting there. 2025 is just next week or 2 weeks from now.
What's that?
2025 is in just 2 weeks.
Yeah, but still, like I haven't been here. I've only been here since 2012.
Okay, you're going by calendar years. Let's see what's up.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Does Oregon get Dutch Brothers? I guess they're a fast food coffee place. That's a good question. Who does Oregon get? We didn't even determine that. But okay, yes, obviously Notre Dame is going to win tonight. The running game, the weather is bad. They have snow, have the home field. Everybody's excited about this. Indiana, unfortunately, really soft schedule despite playing in the Big Ten. Really great story, really great year, but we already saw what happened when they had to play under the lights. I don't see them being able to successfully run their offense in this inclement weather that they're going to be facing tonight.
I'm with you there, man. So it's funny that you bring up the inclement weather and the snow.
The blizzard?
The blizzards. DQ blizzard, baby.
Nice. Nicely done.
DQ blizzard. Not to be too cute or play, tongue in cheek, but yeah, I got Notre Dame tonight over Indiana. Indiana's offense has looked fantastic over this campaign. But again, I think the question goes back is who have they played besides Ohio State? And you saw the struggle against Ohio State. I don't think that Notre Dame's of the same caliber of Ohio State, but I do think that they'll put enough fight to where Indiana's going to struggle. I think maybe a 4-point game, maybe a 27, 23 is kind of what I'm feeling here.
No. Notre Dame.
You seen a shootout?
No, it can't be. It'll be impossible. I just think Notre Dame is just going to be able to. They run the football really well. They really can't pass it, and that's what this game calls for. So I really just think that it would be more of a low scoring kind of just eat the clock, try to take away momentum, limit possessions, make it easy so they'll be ready to go in against Georgia and not have to take too many things.
Total on this is 51, amigo.
I don't see that happening, though. Again, the weather just doesn't call for that type of game.
Low Tone Capone, what's up, amigo? Yeah, good luck to you. Good luck to you as well. Hopefully you guys are playing some money on this, laying down some money on this.
I'm interested to see what you guys are.
Make sure you guys have submitted the bracket in our bracket challenge. This is the last day that you can do so. Make sure you guys get them in before the tournament actually starts. But yeah, it gets kicked off tonight with Indiana Notre Dame. I like Notre Dame 27 to 23 over Indiana. That's kind of where I'm at right now.
That's too many points.
That could change.
Too many points. 2
points. Okay. SMU and Penn State. I would argue that Penn State does have maybe Georgia's probably got the easier path to the semis just because they got the bye-in. They got to wait the winner of a banged up team of Notre Dame or Indiana, and then if they get past that, they'll be playing Boise State. I actually think or Penn State. I think Penn State's got a very easy path to the draft too, and path to the semis, and I also think Texas does. Penn State will get past SMU tonight, unfortunately for all the Pony fans out there.
Why are you guys so sure
I'm
about
I'm not too big on Drew Aller, but look, the dude is. I think at the end of the day, he's going to be a Sunday quarterback, and we'll have to see what Jennings and company can do with the Ponies. But I think Penn State's just too much of a match for the Ponies here. I think I think SMU had a bad draw going into this. It's not really it is. I'd be lying if I said it wasn't a big game for Penn State. It's the damn playoff. So but again, it's a quarterfinal. Maybe it doesn't get too much on on James Franklin's palate here. But look, I think they survive SMU. I also think they get past Boise State too, Smash.
Dude.
I think
not possible.
I think the thing was made for Penn State.
Good.
I think this entire playoff was conjured for Penn State to allow them to stop crying and get into the damn semi so that they can have a place at the table.
I was going to say Patrick makes an excellent point there because I was going to say something about it earlier too. But the running quarterback that was the backup, he hit the portal this week, so he ain't with the team.
Yeah, he's not eligible to play. Correct.
Yeah, well, I mean, he could play with them if he wanted to, because that's what's happening with ASU. He's letting those guys play.
Good call. You're right.
He's letting them play and stuff there, but in this case, that's not the case.
That's up to the coach.
That's up to the coach, right? And I think that's the real X factor in this one. Is just that Coach Franklin is just not a big time head coach. He's a good coach. He's done a really good job of being able to kind of. I didn't want to say settle the waters because that's what that whole case was based upon, right? But you get what I'm saying, right? He was just trying to. He was able to come in after all of that stuff and kind of get this team back to a prominence of what Penn State football is supposed to be, from what I've heard. But he's never going to be able to get to that next level. Like, we've already seen his glass ceiling, and he ain't breaking through it.
No, Salty. I don't know where to put Culver's. I don't know.
I've been trying to figure that out too, and I was looking
would
this up while
Oregon
we're talking.
Get Culver's?
I'm trying to find
Culver's isn't a West Coast. What is
we could have gave Culver's to like an Indiana or Notre Dame.
But I mean, what is a West Pacific or a Pacific West besides Starbucks, right?
Well,
Like,
I mean, Starbucks. I guess
seriously, that's where I was thinking. Or I was thinking Starbucks for Oregon, even though it's a Washington company.
You can get food and it has a drive-through. It's not awful in a pinch.
Smash. But, you know what? That's valid.
But at the same token, I mean, I think you would have to give Oregon like In-N-Out because they're the closest Californian team.
Oh, that doesn't sit well with me though.
But I mean,
I would be more acceptable of Arizona State having In-N-Out over Oregon.
I mean, I don't know. I think Oregon would be like the closer regionally because it would have been there before it would have got to Arizona, from what I believe.
I think I'm settling with Starbucks on Oregon.
Starbucks with Oregon. Because I'm looking through it, apparently Idaho is just really known for like regional places. Kind of like our Sandies here in Austin, just very regional.
I don't have two ideas of what comes out of Idaho besides potatoes. And I don't know if is there a potato restaurant? Or
no, that's why you were like, oh, we can give them Five Guys because obviously fries from Five Guys.
Five Guys and fries. Yeah, I mean that's literally. Does Nike have a fast food restaurant? I don't think they do, so. Man. Where's some staples are being left off of the list here that are. It's just really near. Like there's a Taco Bell. I wanted to give Taco Bell to Arizona State, but Taco Bell didn't come to Arizona State, man.
Oh well, Taco Bell's also Californian. I mean, you can give that to Oregon if you want.
That's kind of I really wanted. I think that Starbucks aligns and associates more with Oregon, but I'm really having a struggle with not having Taco Bell on the list.
Well,
right?
The thing is that you gave me
Oregon's such a good team, and Taco Bell is such a great menu. Like we have to have Taco Bell in this.
Well, maybe. Well, do you want to give Taco Bell to Boise State because they're like the underdog in all of this?
Because Boise State has a bye. They do have a bye, but Taco Bell's gonna make a deep run, bro.
Bro, exactly. This is like Taco Bell.
You're a Boise State believer. I am not.
I am, man, because Boise State is like the Taco Bell menu. It's one of those things that you would overlook while you're sober. But like when you start to have a little fun at night, or in the morning, I ain't judging. But, when you're starting to have a little fun, have a little sip, maybe a couple of sips, and then you're like, man, I'm hungry and I need it in a hurry.
We'll sit on this for a minute. We'll stew on this for a minute.
Deep menu, man. Like you said about Dairy Queen.
We got to get Taco Bell into the game somehow, some way. We'll stew on it for a minute. I am of the notion of giving it to Oregon. Giving Taco Bell to Oregon. Smash likes Boise State for Taco Bell. I'm gonna again I wanted to give Oregon I wanted to give Starbucks to Oregon, but we absolutely need a Taco Bell in the tournament here. While we're stewing on this, let's hear a word from our friends at Covert Bee Cave.
It's a family atmosphere. It's not just when you stop in, you buy your car.
From communication to expertise to professionalism, it's exactly what I expected from the Covert family.
So they make it so easy for me. That car that I wanted, they found it, and I didn't know if I can afford it, but they make it possible.
You'll see that they really will move mountains. They're going to do what they need to do to get you what you want and make sure you're happy with it.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Yes, they are, man. And right outside of Austin, you'll see that kingdom of chariots that they have out there that I like to talk about there. And if you're looking at those chariots, man, right now it's the perfect time to add an accessory to those chariots. And that's from our friends at Real Truck. And right now, let's hear a word from our friends at Real Truck.
Building a home for the people who are worth it. Stepping out, throwing in a line, and dropping the tailgate for a picnic. And finding far-off campsites with the people you're closest to. Upgrade your truck, Jeep, or Bronco with over 1 million parts and accessories. And bring your truck to life. Real Truck.
make a purchase of $100 and more with Real Truck, and you get a hat right now. Perfect stocking stuffer. Give our friends at Real Truck some love, and go ahead and make that purchase there. Give all of our sponsors and friends some love. Make sure everybody says, how can we help out the show? Hit our sponsors up. That is a good way to keep our relations going throughout the year and Christmas cheer. All right, my dude, back to this bracket real quick. Before we clean this up, I do want to talk about some Thursday night football. Cameron Dicker is just all in the news recently. I don't know if you've seen his commercial.
I have.
What's that?
I have. I've seen the commercial.
Okay,
I've seen his socials
we do
on
have
TikTok.
it. If you haven't seen it, we will play it. But also, something happened last night in Thursday Night Football, and we'll get back to the college football bracket and breakdown here. But something happened in Thursday Night Football that I haven't seen in a very long time. Are you familiar with the fair catch rule that if you elect to do a fair catch, you can have an uncontested field goal from the part of the field of where you fair call?
Yeah, surprisingly, this isn't the first time that I've seen the free kick rule enacted in a game before. But this is like
where was the first time you saw it?
I saw it like in a high school game.
Okay. Because this is the first time that in my 43-year span, I've never seen it actually implemented into a game. I've known about the rule. I've just never seen it happen live before. Very cool to see. And it's funny because it's probably something that you don't want to be known for, right? But naturally, it's like Texas is kicker you too. Right? Like, of course, we're, DBU and running back you and wide receiver you. I mean, you want to, give us the proclamation or make that proclamation or, give us that identity here or the brand. I would say we're more of a DBU than a wide receiver you. I've only heard wide receiver you a few times. I would say
definitely a DBU.
I would say, DBU for sure over wide receiver you. Running back you, I can flirt with. But wide receiver,
we haven't had a dominant one since Benson, so it's kind of a stretch.
I mean, we're starting to have good wide receivers now, but I mean, I don't know how many dominant wide receivers have really been in the NFL or been productive in the NFL.
I mean, the only ones I could think of are like the ones from like a generation ago. Would be like the Shipleys and the Williams.
I mean, David Thomas had a long tenure in in the NFL too, but
I wasn't thinking tight ends.
So
like a Bo
but yeah, like I hone back on.
But that's a team from like DBU 20 years ago, though. A
DBU more than wide receiver U for sure.
Nothing wrong with being kicker U. I mean,
no, but I mean, it seems like we got Josh Tucker that can sing opera, and he got the kick against the Aggies, and then of course he's. Honestly, in my opinion, still one of the best kickers in the NFL. I mean, his accuracy was up there, but now, I mean, look over your shoulder, and I think that accuracy is being overtaken by Cameron Dicker, if I'm not mistaken there. But anyways, there's a lot of noise that this dude's making. Here's that. I don't know if you guys have been able to see the commercial that Cameron Dicker has put out there, but they played it last night on Thursday Night Football. Get a whiff of this, dude.
Have you ever wanted to make the Pro but the fans didn't vote for you? And as a result, you lost your lawyer job and now you're selling used cars at super slash prices? Me neither! My name's Cameron Dicker and I'm still kicking for you. We've got kicks that can handle your toughest drive.
Knocks it through. How elite is this guy?
Check under this hood. Because this leg's got horsepower. Don't let these other dealers doink you.
Kick is off the upright again. Hits the upright.
Who's got better kicks than me? Hold those deals down.
Don't front on these deals. They'll be gone in a second.
Don't believe me? Ask this satisfied customer.
This is my Quantum Thor motor coach from Cam Dicker. It's done me right.
So go to Chargers.com/vote and send me and my leg to kick for you. And I will not stop making these until you do. Yeehaw!
Dude is killing it. Seriously,
I
killing
don't
it.
Embraces
the whole Texas. I don't know if that's how corny he was coming out of Lake Travis, but dude embraces the whole dumbass cowboy vibe. If that's where you want to go with. Almost like the damn
You could have just said Texas aesthetic.
What's the dude from the Mighty Ducks? Dwayne. I can't think of the guy's last name, but he was from Austin and he wore a cowboy hat.
Yeah,
I've never seen too many. I haven't seen that many prominent cowboy hats that dude would wear, like, and spin it
the lasso.
In Austin, I've never seen that in Austin. But you want to paint the whole, cowboy look and cowboy image on Cameron Dicker? He absolutely embraced it. I mean, and now, dude, you want to talk about satire? That's I don't know. I just thought it was a hell of a commercial, very funny commercial when I saw that pop up. And then I look in here, and I guess BK had already had it preloaded in here, so I just wanted to give it a nice little play. But yeah, the free kick last night, man, one hell of a scene last night for Thursday Night Football.
Perfect scenario. Give credit to the coaching staff. They knew the rules, and if you're going to do a free kick, at the very end of regulation would probably be the best time to try that. And it worked out perfectly. And it ended up, playing a little bit of a factor in the end score too. So just one of those things that was really cool to see. And like Ike mentioned, yeah, and I'm not sure if it's the exact year, but we haven't seen this in the NFL since the 70s. He put 76. So, quite the witness of history if you're, watching some Thursday Night Football last night. And Patrick, KFC did not start in Salt Lake City. It was in Corbin, Kentucky, hence the word
Kentucky
Fried Chicken. But
yeah,
not
Kentucky
bad.
Fried Chicken is probably like, I don't know how many people know this about me, but if I have a chance to stop at a Kentucky Fried Chicken on my way anywhere, I probably will. And it's not for the chicken, basically.
You never told me this. What is it for?
The Famous Bowl, dude.
The bowl?
The Famous Bowl. You pay $5 for the Famous Bowl. It's got like corn, gravy, chicken. It's a very hearty meal, and it's fantastic, dude. Usually buy 2 of them because I sit there. I can't. I can't even wait. Like as soon as I get out of the drive-thru, I just pull over into one of those little spots and I have to eat it right there. I usually order a biscuit with it as well, just so I can sop it up. $5, man. You can't beat it, dude.
Still with inflation? I mean, is it still $5?
Yes.
Dang.
Yes.
I thought you were just a Raising Cane's guy. I didn't realize that.
No. So I'm not even big in Raising Cane's for the chicken. I'm more of a saucier for Raising Cane's.
Saucier, yeah.
It's the sauce. Like I could sit there. I could eat that sauce with almost anything. That's what the chicken's kind of mid, honestly. And the crinkle fries, I'm sure the crinkle. Great. The bread, you know what? Miss me with the coleslaw. All right, I usually order 2 slices of bread. I get the extra bread, sub the coleslaw for the bread anyways. Butter on both sides and say please.
Yes.
You ask them to butter on both sides. They usually do, and it's delicious.
Yeah. Who wants?
Other than that, I can't really. I'm not really big on the chicken. I think the chicken's kind of mid, but the sauce is legit. The sauce is what propels them and makes them a great restaurant, though.
I can't argue with that.
Yeah, that's my take. I've been on a fast food kick.
So, I mean, I travel a lot, so
he's
it's just
fat.
like, oh man. I was thinking like it's not like I'm thin, so it's like I totally get it.
All right, back to this thing real quick. Tennessee, Ohio State. That is a matchup that we'll have this weekend as well. What was the foods that we had for Tennessee and Ohio State? Did we settle?
We gave White Castle to Ohio State, but they should really be Wendy's.
That's where I was at. I had Wendy's at first with Ohio State, I thought.
But for Tennessee, no, we never really settled on what they
We don't have a Culver's on there. Can we give Culver's to Tennessee?
I mean, it's more of a Midwest thing, but I guess that's kind of close because they're next to Kentucky, which would be next to Ohio. Why not? I mean, it's not like Tennessee's going to win this game anyways.
I'm with you there. I thought maybe that they could pull the upset coming up this year or coming up this week, but right now the line is 7.5 for Ohio State. The over under is 45 in the hook as well. Smash.
Wow. I think that's.
I don't think Ohio State covers, but I think Ohio State wins.
I believe they actually cover on both. I think their offense is just way too explosive for Tennessee. Because
I don't know. I'm not sure. I think Howard's going to be able to play. I'm sure that Howard's going to be able to roll out there. But besides their defense, I'm not big on Ohio State's offense there. They can run the ball. We know that they have one of the best ground attacks there. But Will Howard just doesn't move the needle for me. I don't think that he's a quarterback that can absolutely put the team on his back and get them out of a 28-point deficit. Not that they'll be in a 28-point deficit. But again, maybe it's the fact that I've seen Will Howard in the Big 12, and now I just don't believe that he's the answer or the truth for Ohio State and for the Buckeyes here.
He doesn't have to. That's just it, though. Ohio State has
it's the defense for me with Ohio State. That's always been their strength, or at least I've felt that's been their strength over the past couple of seasons. And yeah, I don't think Heupel and company or will be able to muster much against.
Let me ask you this: defense. We didn't ponder the uniform choice yet. Ohio State is wearing a special all red uniform for this one. Red top, red pants. I looked this up earlier this week.
That's gonna look ugly. That is absolutely gonna look ugly.
I'm with you. It's not gonna look great, but you know how these little things kind of propel teams that are lesser than to great performances. I think I wouldn't be surprised if Notre Dame breaks out a green jersey. You know,
that would be legit. I would be all about that. But
that's when these are the type of games where that stuff typically happens.
The all red look.
All right, we gave him crystals. We gave Tennessee crystals. That's right. My bad. Thank you, Patrick. We just talked about that earlier.
Right, when we first started Tennessee has crystals. So crystals versus Wendy's here. Crystals is kind of a spinoff of White Castle. You know what you're getting, but you're not really getting the best. The best scratch food of White Castle. Is that what we're saying, Smash?
I don't know if either one of them is scratch.
Is Crystals an off-brand or is it?
No, they're more like an offshoot. I believe that they were both formed nearly around the same. No, so there's some story where somebody had created a fast food or something like that. Oh no, it was the McDonald's people, right? Something about the line, and both of them did the same thing, and nobody knew, so they just gave them credit for both of them. Something weird like that. And I thought that's what Crystals was.
You mean McDowell's and not McDonald's, right?
McDowell's. We got the Mick. What was it? The Big Mac.
We got the Ark.
Yeah, they had the Golden Arches.
Wait, what was their food though? They got the Big Mac. We got the Big Mick.
Big Mick. We got the Big Mick.
I don't know what it was.
That's what it was. They got the Big Mac. We got the Big Mick.
We got the Big Mick. All right. So
theirs comes with lettuce, tomato, pickles with a sesame seed bun. Ours has no sesame seeds.
Sesame seeds.
That's what he says. Right. I remember that.
Right. We got Crystals and we have Wendy's here. Wendy's. Sometimes you can get unique with it, right? You get the squared burger, okay? Might give you a little bit of a tough time. That's what that defense is going to do for Ohio State. It's going to give Tennessee a little bit of a tough time. They're going to have, tough sledding in between the zones, in between the red zones there. And matter of fact, when they get down in the scoring into the red zones, it's even going to get toughened up even more, right? That's kind of what Wendy's does with these square patties. It's really tough to kind of get a good little grasp on them. But look, they also triple stack. They can do a triple stack burger, and Wendy's also has that frosty too that can make you ice cold. I'm thinking Ohio State freezes up a little bit of Tennessee here, and maybe the all red uniforms are just too much for Heupel and company, and Crystals goes down because they basically only have the slider.
Yeah, man, luminous red uniforms, just like the color scheme of Wendy's. So it all just ties in a really nice little package, if you will.
All right. No, in any means, I do have I have Ohio State over Tennessee. I
easily
don't think it's the line right now is 7.5. I don't think Ohio State's good enough for the line, but I do think they win the game.
I'm with you on winning the game. I think they hit the line though. I really do.
And you think the over-under's covered too?
Yeah, I really do. I just think
45 and a hook, 45 and a half, Smash.
Yeah, I think we're going to have enough points by both teams. It's just that Ohio State is going to kind of do what they did to Indiana. They're just going to find a moment where they break the game open and they're going to be able to pull away. That's how I kind of see it playing out.
I'll take the over and Tennessee to cover.
I don't see a Wendy's logo on my screen. Why are they getting free? I get what you're saying, Rodney. It's
what do we
because
got?
we're going with,
I don't see a Wendy's logo on my screen. Oh, I got you.
Yeah, I got him. I got what he's saying. I was like, well, you never know. Maybe one of these days, if you write to them, Rodney, and tell them that you want them to be a sponsor for this great outlet, they might be, and you could be the person that starts the change today.
Let's get her curls. Hey, man, you know what? You want change, be the change, right? Be the change
Rodney.
You want. That's what that old adage is, or that's what that adage is. All right, we've already done SMU and Penn State. We've given you Clemson and Tennessee, or excuse me, Clemson and Texas there. I guess, we can wait until the quarterfinals are set, but my predictions, I do have Texas in the final. I think that Oregon gets past Ohio State in the quarterfinal, in the quarterfinal, and then Texas beats Oregon in the semifinal, beats Oregon to get a third matchup with Georgia, who bests Penn State after Boise State. Penn State finds their way to a semifinal to lose to Georgia, and then we do have the third matchup, the third installment for Texas and Georgia, and Texas actually gets that matchup and redeems themselves, and Texas wins the national championship. That is my prediction for this college football playoff.
Wow. I think we get the Oregon
placating to the crowd, amigo. Placating to the crowd.
Nothing wrong with that. I mean, but I think like Texas is just like Whataburger, really good at times, and other times you're kind of like, oh man, did I really pay for this? So I think they get past the quarterfinal into the semi, but
yeah. But
that matchup with Oregon,
but when you're asking, did I really pay for this? You might put that sandwich down, and then you take a breather, you take a stretch back, then you come back, and then you take another bite of that sandwich, and you're like, yep, this is why it's a champion.
Oh, I guess I was thinking it was more like, okay,
or maybe if it's just lulling your palate to sleep, maybe you look over and say, you know what? I'm going to need a honey butter chicken biscuit.
That's exactly
and
where
I'm also going to need some French toast sticks. Maybe just switch it up a little bit. That's where you get.
No, that's what I was thinking too. Because right now, Quinn Ewers is kind of looking like my honey, like my breakfast chicken biscuit.
I wish I was. I've actually been off of it for 2.5 months. So, yeah, it's. I haven't been in the clouds for a while, amigo. It's been tough. It's been tough sledding. But
not even like
gotta make some choices, man. Gotta make some health choices.
Gotta start eating it.
Where can you find it? You can't get it. You have to order it from out of state.
I know, man. I know it's one of those things. Well, I mean, if you just stop by your local store, I think you can find a good equivalent here. It'll get the job done for you.
No, I mean, we do. We got to make some changes. Coughing up black stuff, just coughing up lungs. Again, my wife hates the smell of it, so it hasn't been around for at least 2.5 months, man.
But it looks like Quinn Ewers is kind of like the breakfast biscuit sandwich, and then Arch Manny is that honey butter chicken biscuit. And yes, you could order both at the same time, but you can only eat one at a time.
So I'm gonna have to miss you with the breakfast sandwich here, because I feel like it's just the hamburger patty that's left over from last night.
It's the Whataburger Junior patty that's left over from the night
right.
But no, like it's actually a sausage.
It's much more than just the breakfast burger.
Well, no, I was thinking about the chicken, the biscuit sandwich with bacon, little cheese, an egg. That's usually my go-to, anyways, and it's usually pretty solid. But there's some days where I go to a Whataburger, and it's not cooked the best, or it had been sitting for a little while.
So Quinn's got a little bit of a wild kick to him too, right? Like Quinn, it's got that wild. I feel like Quinn's got a wild card to him, right? And usually, if I'm thinking about a wild card item at Whataburger, it's usually the buffalo chicken sandwich. You know how you have the honey butter chicken strip sandwich? Mm-hmm. You can, or you can go, barbecue chicken strip sandwich as well. Sometimes you can get wild with it, and you can put that buffalo sauce on there. Whataburger entertains that. Again, you just get hit with a lot of combos, bro, from Whataburger, and I think that's what Quinn gives you, man. I think Quinn gives you those different combos, those different arm slides, those different types of techniques. He can go on an 18 completion streak. There's a lot that Whataburger brings to the table. There's a lot that Quinn Ewers brings to the table, and that's what Texas brings to the table too, amigo. Texas wins this playoff because of Whataburger.
Okay.
And that is the craziest parody we've ever put on the fast food playoffs for college football. I see the guys in the background, man. You guys want to bring them on? It's Jordan and Jeff. What's up, dudes? How are we?
What's going on, fellas?
Jordan, good to see you, man.
Yeah,
What's up, Jeff?
Justin, good to see you. I feel kind of like I know I'm better off right now than Jordan is doing the show in his car today, but with my webcam issues, I do feel a little bit like my show's low rent because I figured out my lag issues. Wags, it's a webcam issue, and I think the thing is just old, so I gotta look into getting a new webcam. But
hey, I gotta ask you a question. Did you send me a Burgess Meredith thing by accident the other day?
No, because that was a scene a couple weeks ago I was telling you about. That
all right. I was wondering what the hell you said. I was just like, okay.
Because we're talking about how there's dialogue in the original Rocky that would not fly in the year 2024.
Oh yeah.
What you sent me, we can't talk. We couldn't say.
Yeah, that ethnic slur would get us canceled today.
100%.
But it was perfectly fine for Mickey to yell it at Rocky.
Like, did you ever?
When you said that, I was just like, Jesus Christ! I didn't say that on the air, did I? You know what I mean?
No, and you mentioned to me a couple weeks ago the comment about the zoo. Like, yeah, you can't say that either. Like,
yeah,
it's wild. It's wild going through some of those old movies and be like, oh, you can't say. Like, can you imagine? I know we got to get to talking football. Can you imagine the pearl clutching the cancel culture community would have if they watched Blazing Saddles today?
Oh yeah.
Well, like Mel Brooks would have been there would be like the Mel Brooks movie library would be one strong because he'd have gotten canceled.
Yeah, if they made it past Blazing Saddles, well, I don't know. Men in Tights wasn't that bad though, was it?
Where's all the white women at?
Where the white women at? Yep.
The 90s humor, yeah, very different time. But
Jordan, it's a football Friday,
I still think it holds. I think it holds the test of time. Jordan, if you haven't seen Blazing Saddles yet, do yourself a favor and watch it. It's pretty damn funny.
I'm pretty sure I have seen it, but I was under the influence where I don't really remember much of it. But I might get a rewatch.
You guys want a Blazing Saddles fun fact? It'll take 2 seconds.
For sure.
The night in 1998. Texas played an 11 a.m. game in Manhattan against K-State. It was Ricky Williams' worst game of his Heisman year. I think he had like 43 rushing yards. And Texas was 1-2 at that point because they lost to UCLA the week before. And Ricky, to get his mind off of football, he went to Blockbuster and rented Blazing Saddles and just had a laugh fest, woke up on Sunday, and the Heisman campaign was afoot thanks to Mel Brooks and Blazing Saddles.
Nice.
It's
a good little nugget there. Good little Easter egg. Hey, Smash, thank you so much for the conversation, man. I hope you enjoy your week and hit me up this weekend, bud.
You too, bro. Thanks, y'all.
You guys,
good seeing you too.
Have a great day, man. Have a great weekend, and hopefully we get the win. Hook 'em.
Guys, have a good weekend. Thank you. There's the Chaos Theory portion of today's program at Texas Sports Unfiltered. He is Jordan Scruggs on location in the parking lot at AT&T Stadium. I'm Jeff Howe doing this from the comfort of my home. This is an hour.
I want to let you know your mic isn't plugged in.
How is my mic not plugged in?
All right.
You know what?
The audio's coming from your laptop. I can just tell from the echo because your mic is pretty nice. I hit you up asking for a link, and you were like, yeah, the company sent me this. I don't know how long. But
how are we doing now?
Perfect. There we go.
Yeah.
There's the Jeff Howe I need to hear in my ears.
Jordan, I think when I got this, and that's how old my webcam is too, I don't even think we were a Viacom company. I think we were CBS Corp at the time I got this equipment. So that's at least a decade ago.
Yeah.
And as a matter of fact, now that I think about it, the equipment I have might be pre CBS acquiring 24/7 Sports.
So are you trying to say that microphone is older than your daughter?
It's definitely older than my daughter. By how much, I don't know. The same thing with the webcam that has now crapped out, and the mixer. The mixer and the microphone, knock on wood, are still going strong. Got no issues with those. With the webcam, I think it's seen better days, and I think it's about give out. Jordan, I want to talk about the state championships real quick because those Thursday. Look, I love 6-man and the 2A games, but I played high school football at the 2A level, what is now 3A. And that Columbus team was really fun to watch. Obviously, I hadn't seen them play, but you know about Schobel and Rigdon and everything you've told me and a couple of the other guys in the network that are constantly bragging on those guys. That team was just a lot of fun to watch. My wife was having a Christmas party last night for her work friends, and I was kind of coming in and out of the office, and I had the TV on, and every now and then a couple people would peek by, and they'd peek by, and I'd look at the TV, and Schobel's doing something or Rigdon's doing something. So that's usually those afternoon games. Once the 3A games start, then I'm like, all right, now we're getting into some big time, like we can all sit down and watch some football type stuff.
Yeah, no, it was nice. I got here around like 2:30 yesterday. I forgot who the 3:00 game even was. It wasn't anyone. It was Woodville from Southeast Texas versus Gunter. And Gunter just ran their asses off the field. It wasn't close. And I felt bad for Woodville because Woodville was not supposed to be there. It was a Cinderella run, and they finally make it to state. They run into Gunter, who's been here in Arlington like 5 of the last 6 years and has won like 3 titles in that time. So, that was interesting. Woodville, there's not a ton of D1 kids in that game. Gunter has a kid that goes both ways for him named Colin Peacock, who's going to play safety in college. He signed with Baylor. He would have he actually had offers, like bigger offers. I know he had OU. I think he might have had Utah, maybe A&M or something, but very injury prone, and that kind of hurt his stock. And, he ended up at Baylor, found a home there. He wasn't playing, though, because he was hurt. He got hurt in the 3rd round and was in street clothes yesterday, but they didn't even need him because, again, they just whooped up on Woodville. Woodville has a QB who's a sophomore named Luke Babin, who has like 4 or 5 offers. He couldn't really do anything. They were just outmatched, top to bottom. But it was good seeing him just because, some of these kids and teams that make it to state, this is their only chance to see them. These dudes don't play 7-on-7.
Yeah.
And they don't really go to showcases, Under Armour camp. So it's really important that, we're all paying attention and are watching them. And it's really important for me that I'm getting photos of them because no one is going to go out to go see them and go take photos because they're, located in a hard part of the state that's hard to get to. So
no doubt.
That was the 3:00 game yesterday. And then you hit on the Columbus game. They played Malakoff, dog walked them. I left at halftime of that game. There wasn't anyone for me as far as Texas recruiting. And so I was like, I'm going to get out of here, beat the traffic, get home. Since I'll be here at AT&T the next 2 days. But really like what I saw from Schobel, the quarterback. He's a TCU signee, originally committed to Baylor. Always wanted to go to TCU. Most people know this, but the whole Schobel family basically has gone to TCU.
Yeah.
Thing is,
if you're hearing that last name for the first time, talking about Schobel, and you're like, is he related to Aaron and Bo and all the other Schobels that went through Columbus and went to TCU? Yes, it's the same. It's the same bloodline.
Yeah. And he always wanted to go to TCU, but early on in the 2025 class, TCU evaluated Ty Hawkins, the kid from San Antonio Johnson that played his senior year at IMG. And they were all in on Ty Hawkins. That was their guy. They knew Schobel was a legacy, but they thought Hawkins was more talented.
Yeah.
Hawkins becomes friends with Keelan Russell at the On3 NIL event in Nashville that is held in May. And while they're there, Keelan tells him how much SMU was giving him. So whenever Keelan flips to Alabama and SMU calls Ty Hawkins, he picks up the phone and there's an OV to SMU a couple days later. And that's how that happened. And who did TCU pivot to? The legacy. They called Schobel. Of course, he committed, and they got him in the boat like within the week after Hawkins flipped to SMU. And Schobel was originally a Baylor commit, then flipped to Oklahoma State, and then the TCU deal happened with Hawkins, and he flipped to TCU, signed with TCU. Now, he has a cousin, blanket on the cousin's name, but he has a cousin who plays edge and tight end in high school. He's an edge at the next level. He also signed with TCU. And that is their cousins. And then there's a third Schobel who's either a freshman or sophomore who's rotating in. I don't know which one is his older brother, if maybe he's another cousin to those two guys, who knows, but really fun watching him. And then Grayson Rigdon, I was really impressed by him. He's been here at State the last 3 years before this, for 6-man ball, but him proving that he can do it in 11-man was a big deal for him.
Yeah.
The only school that would offer him out of 6-man was Air Force. He committed, locked in a spot, went to 11-man ball. His pops is a football coach. That's how he's gone to 3 different schools. People keep hiring his dad, and he's moving with his dad. And with Columbus, played really well this year, blew up, got a few different power forwards, actually committed to NC State, took an OB to NC State. Thing is, he also plays basketball. And in 3 years in 6-man, he averaged over 40 points a game in basketball. So Wyoming called him and said, hey, buddy, we'll let you play football and basketball. He decommitted from NC State, says screwed all the Power 4 offers, and signs with Wyoming. So I'm fascinated to see how that'll work for him. He has a great, crazy story. That's a great story. And then today with the 11 a.m. game, we got Carthage and La Vega, home of Nick Sanders, not Waco University. He's originally from La Vega. Carthage, on the other hand, one of the biggest games for me here this weekend. Carthage's running back, KJ Edwards, top 100 prospect in the 2026 class. He's pretty much, and he's actually had a better year than Javian Osborne has this year as a junior. He's had a better junior season. He's been more productive. Playing in the Carthage system helps him, but when you consistently produce like this since your freshman year and the yards per carry, everything continues to go up, we're going to like that. On the other side of the ball.
Is Gabe Brooks at the game today?
Oh, yeah. He's up in the box.
Oh, that's what I figured. Hey, man, you got one job, all right? I don't know if you've asked him yet. You need to ask Gabe Brooks to tell you about the legend that is Dwight Smith from Carthage, all right? Keontae Ingram, Edwards, all these guys. I'm pretty sure Gabe and other Carthage folks will tell you the GOAT of Carthage running backs is Dwight Smith.
Okay, I'll ask him about that.
I'm not joking. I'm not joking. Probably the closest thing I've seen to Ricky Williams since Ricky Williams is Dwight Smith.
Got it. Never heard of him. But on the other side of the ball, Carthage has a linebacker named DeQuivis Beck, who's also in the 2026 class. We have him ranked somewhere in the top 247. I think he's between 100 and 247, but nonetheless, he's the best linebacker in the state for 2026. Texas has offered 3 linebackers in 2026. DeQuivis Beck out of Carthage, Tank King out of Port Arthur Memorial, and Kosiuk Pyle out of Maid Creek. I don't think Texas has by any means finalized their 2026 board. I don't even know how much work they've done. But me personally, I don't think there's any way DeQuivis Beck doesn't become linebacker 1 for Texas and State. Kosiuk Pyle has some of the best film you'll find anywhere in the country. The thing is, 90% of his high school snaps are played off the edge as a pass rusher. He's an off-ball linebacker at the next level and has to be taught that, and that's easier said than done, right? Linebacker is a very instinctual position. So I think that's going to affect his recruitment just because, again, he has to be spun up and taught that position. And then Tank King, the cat out of Port Arthur Memorial, I don't think there's any way that kid doesn't go to A&M. A&M's been the leader for him since he got to high school, and they've recruited him harder than anyone else. He's similar to Bo Barnes, not quite as athletic or as big, but kind of he's got a little baby fat on him. He's better defending the run than pass by a lot. He doesn't test like Bo Barnes does, though. Tank King's testing data isn't phenomenal. And then DeQuivis Beck, on the other hand, no testing data there, but watch the film. He's way faster than the other 2 guys, and he's playing Mike Backer, and you don't have to teach that to him. So DeQuivis Beck will end up, in my opinion, I think, as linebacker 1 for Texas in 26. And Carthage kids very rarely will leave the region. So I'm thinking that one's going to be Texas versus Texas A&M versus LSU versus OU, somewhere in there. And then
I'll tell you too, Jordan. Like if you look at between some of the schools that you've got over the next 2 days at AT&T Stadium, if you're a football fan, we just want to go get you an all-day pass and go hang out at AT&T if you can, because right now Carthage and La Vega are going right now. Scott Surratt trying to win a state championship, one for the other thumb. He'd go 10 of 10 in state championship games if they beat La Vega today. The 3:00 game, you got Salina. That's prestigious, speaks for itself. And Kilgore, another East Texas, traditional power. And then tonight, you got Richmond Randall, the newcomer, against Sock and Coach Todd and that crew trying to do it again. And then, you talk about tomorrow, Highland Park going against Smithson Valley. The 3:00 game is South Lake Carroll against Vandegrift from the Austin area. And then it's going to be a barn burner tomorrow night, North Crowley against Westlake. Think about the day Todd Dodge is. Shout out to Greg Tepper from Dave Campbell's Texas Football for pointing that out. If you're Todd Dodge, think about this. Starting at 3:00, your alma mater is playing in the college football playoff, and they're playing against Clemson, quarterbacked by Cade Klubnik, who you won state championships with at Westlake. At the same time that game is going on, your son, Riley Dodge, is coaching for a state championship at AT&T Stadium. And then after that game is over, Westlake, a program you led to state championships, coached by your predecessor, a guy that considers you a mentor and a father figure, Tony Salazar, is going to be coaching against North Crowley for a state championship. So it is the unofficial Todd Dodge Day in the state of Texas tomorrow. I couldn't be happy for Coach Dodge and his family. The big day tomorrow.
But the Carthage's main two kids to know are those two. Their QB is also Coach Surratt's son, who's a junior, and he has like 5 or 6 offers. He'll end up at like a Baylor or UTSA, something like that. And then they have a offensive lineman who's going to play guard in college, but he's a tackle in high school. His name is Cash Courtney. He signed with Arkansas. Originally was committed to Baylor, and then Baylor fired that offensive staff, including Eric Mateos, who Sam Pittman hired at Arkansas, and he flipped to Arkansas shortly after that. And then KJ Edwards has a little brother that's a freshman that already has like 4 offers, and he comes off the bench for him, doesn't start, doesn't play a ton, but he's going to be a guy to know over these next few years. The Salina-Kilgore game, not a ton of kids in that game. Salina has a QB we recently just put in the top 247 in Bo Bentley. You look at him physically, doesn't stand out a ton, only about, 6'1", 180, 190, white kid from Salina. Thing with him, way more athletic than he looks. Also comes from like a really deep lacrosse background, which is a really interesting multi-sport to play. I believe he also has track, and Salina's either undefeated or they've lost 1 game this year, and he's been great. And shout out Hudson Standish. Hudson Standish was the first one in the entire industry to find that kid, and we ranked him before he had a single offer. Now he has like 15 of them. So shout out Hudson Standish. But that's Salina's only kid that I know about Division I wise. Kilgore has a kid that goes both ways for them named Jaden Sanders, who's signed with Michigan to play DB, either corner or safety. Nick Harris and I actually found that kid when Kilgore played El Campo. That would have been his sophomore year. It was Reuben Owens' last ever high school game. It was at New Caney, Randall Reed Stadium in New Caney, and he made every single play for him. And after, Nick and I walk up to him, we're like, hey, buddy, like, you're playing Power 4 football one day. You're only a sophomore. We need to get your photo. And that's the photo on his 247 profile, and he's now a top 100, top 150 player for us. They also have another kid named, like, Lakevion Graves, something like that. It's something Graves. He has a few offers, and he's a junior. He'll end up either high G5 or low P4. And then the last game of the night, Richmond Randall versus Sock. Sock's got a lot of kids, 3 Power 4 linemen, 1 signed with Stanford, one's a 26 committed to Arizona State, and then one's a sophomore named Brian Swanson. He's the one who I'm here to see. And super early for 27 class, so nothing set in stone by any means. But in my opinion, I'd say it's probably, they only offered 2 linemen in 27. So, and he was the first one. But I like him a lot. And then on the other side of the ball, Richmond Randall, they got Landon Williams-Callis, number 2 running back in the sophomore class, who is on pace to finish top 10 all-time Texas high school football history in touchdowns scored. And if he continues the pace he's on, will also be in the top 10 all-time touchdowns scored with the least amount of carries. So pretty cool. Sock's going to have a big test on their hands.
For tomorrow, I don't want to run down the prospect list completely for tomorrow, but I do want to talk about one guy. With Texas losing out on the 3 big-time 5-star offensive tackles in the state in the 2025 cycle, and it's not a knock on Kyle Flood's recruitment. You'd have to really hold my feet to the fire to get me to find something to really start nitpicking Kyle Flood and the job he's done building this offensive line. But it heightens the sense of urgency to go get John Turntine in 2026. You feel like, where do you feel like Texas sits right now, Jordan, with John Turntine?
I mean, there's no bone in my body that if he had to commit right now, that school wouldn't be Texas. There's no bone in my body that thinks that school wouldn't be Texas. He's visited Texas like 6 times this calendar year alone, visited campus like 3 times in 2023, has a sister who attends UT as a student, has another sister that's in Austin as a student at Houston-Tillotson. So a lot of ties. He's visited Texas more than any other school. has talked about wanting to stay closer to home, closer to family. And, I mean, look at what Kyle Flood's done with Kelvin Banks. I'm not comping John Turntine and Kelvin Banks, but they do have a lot of similarities. It's kind of undersized, a little bit undersized, because Kelvin Banks is 6'4", but if he shows up at the combine and is 6'3.5", I'm not surprised.
Mm-hmm.
That's what John Turntine is, 6'3.5". But he has long arms, good wingspan. He has the length. He has the power, the strength to anchor and actually play left tackle at the next level. Now, I still think Turntine is a safer and easier guard projection, but I do think he can play left tackle at a school like Texas, a major college football. So he's going to be super important, like you said. I do know, like I've talked to someone at Alabama throughout this fall. They love him, and that's their number one offensive lineman on the entire board. And a lot of other schools have the same thing for him. He's that good. So, yes, Texas is in a phenomenal spot right now, but he's only visited in-state schools. The only one he hasn't is Oklahoma, right? So once he starts getting out on the road, I know he wants to see Alabama, wants to see Michigan, I think USC. His recruitment could change a little bit, but, nonetheless, Texas couldn't be in a better spot right now, I don't think.
Yeah. So just word of the wise, after the Texas game's over tomorrow, if you want to watch football, if you don't want to watch Tennessee, Ohio State for whatever reason, you can flip over and watch North Crowley, Westlake, and get a look at John Turntine, who may be the crown jewel if Texas can get him. Is a crown jewel type guy for Texas in 2026. You got something else, Jordan, before we get to, because we'll the last half hour we'll do CFP talking Texas-Clemson.
Yeah, so there's one Texas commit playing in state this weekend, and it's Jonathan Cunningham at North Crowley. Where's number 2 linebacker. So not only can you watch Turntine, you can watch the other John on the other side of the ball too. Westlake has some talent on their D-line. That's the biggest matchup. It's going to be North Crowley's O-line versus Westlake's D-line. No one that is Texas level, but Colton Vossick's little brother, Air Force signee, they have him. They have another Air Force signee that I'm not sure his name. And then they have 2 other kids, one who's a junior that got offered by like Duke in Wisconsin. And then there's another 26 that has like one offer, and it's from Arizona or something.
Yeah.
So, and they have a Duke linebacker commit who is effectively white Torian York, like limited athletically a little bit, undersized, but he somehow makes every fucking tackle. So that guy does a ton of damage because behind that D line, where again, they're not game breakers like a Colin Simmons, but they get their job done, and Elliott Shaper cleans up. So I'm looking forward to that. I think North Crowley's going to win, maybe by 2 touchdowns, but we'll see. It'll be close. Like Tony's Halzar and Westlake isn't really a program you can blow out.
No.
And last thing about high school, Breezy, Jeff will be able to fact check this better than me, but I believe the games are streamed on FanDuel Network or whatever. Right?
Okay. So FanDuel TV is going to be on your cable system if you're in the state of Texas. It's just it was Fox Sports Southwest, and then it was Bally Sports, and now it's FanDuel TV. So if you just look for FanDuel TV instead of Bally's.
Yeah. Well, there you go. But let's get into Texas-Clemson.
Happy Football Friday to all those who observe and celebrate. I got pumped up because I saw on the Twitter machine the photos from South Bend this morning of the lights on at Notre Dame Stadium and snow covering the field, and somebody had made a little snowman and put it up on the stadium, up on the top level. So it's gonna be a fun atmosphere for Notre Dame and Indiana tonight. But Jordan, I'll start with this. Go ahead.
Real quick before we get into that, I want to talk about this. Jake Bayless said high school sports broadcasted by betting service is kind of wild. Not kind of wild. It is wild.
Yeah.
And it's effing ridiculous. So listen to this BS. They won't credential you into state if your website has any alcohol advertising or tobacco/nicotine advertising on the website. They will not credential you. But this effing entire weekend is broadcasted on a sports betting network, right? And this is the funny part. You said it used to be Bally. You said it used to be Fox Sports Southwest. If you're someone who attends state every year or you watch state every year on TV, they have these banners at the 25-yard line hung up on the stands. Last year was Bally Sports Southwest. A few years ago, it said Fox Sports Southwest. This year, it says UIL. Why? because it's against UIL rules to have sports betting stuff advertised. But all the games are on it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
The UIL is ridiculous. And, I like them. I think they do a lot of good for Texas high school football. But, I mean, there are some times where I'm like, y'all are NCAA junior. That's it,
Yeah.
So, but
Yeah.
sorry about that rant. Just wanted to say, it is a joke. It's getting streamed on FanDuel Network, whatever it is.
Times are hard, and for the networks, if betting company X wants to come in and be your white knight and save the day, then hey, that's who signs the checks now. So got to take it where the money comes. Look, other than Texas-Clemson, Jordan, is there any one of these games that you want to try to watch, or that, hey, if I could watch one game other than Texas, which one would it be? Because I think Tennessee, Ohio State is the popular answer, but I'm really intrigued. Not really intrigued. It is my number 2 game this weekend. And because I just go against the grain of Tennessee, Ohio State. I'm not gonna be shocked if SMU goes to State College and beats Penn State.
Hey, I was just thinking that Kevin Henry Jennings walking your trap, take over your trap. Man, if Kevin does that, build the statue outside of Ford Stadium. Just do it, please.
Yeah.
I've started to talk myself into thinking they can win too. I'm not putting any money on it, but
I'm the unabashed James Franklin apologist on this channel, dude. It's James Franklin in a big game. I don't trust Penn State. I don't trust Penn State to just go out on their home field and dog walk SMU. Plus SMU, they showed last week against Clemson where they got down, or 2 weeks ago against Clemson where they got down by a bunch in that ACC championship. They've got the right amount of explosiveness on offense that they're never really out of a game. So I don't trust that Penn State is just going to dominate this football game.
Yeah, and I mean, you don't want to call it luck, but SMU's had a pretty good, draw so far this year. Everyone's talking about their season. Everyone's talking about how they went to Duke and beat Duke. Did anyone watch that game and see they won because they blocked a field goal as time expired?
Yeah.
Like stuff like that. They've had good draws, and, that can't last forever, but hey, maybe the mojo, the good luck continues in State College. I hope it does. I would love if Kevin Henry Jennings walks in there and whoops their ass. It would be awesome. Speaking of James Franklin, the Michael Jordan of James Franklin, Ryan Day, I mean, now that we're thinking out loud, I'm not confident Ohio State can beat Tennessee. I think that game completely depends on which version of Nico Iamaleava shows up, just like, Texas and Quinn Ewers. But, they're going to need to establish a run. Sampson's going to need to have a great game, and Nico's actually going to be able – he needs to be able to be confident in that game. They need him to win. So
what gives me confidence for Ohio State, if I'm an Ohio State fan, and if you are, I'm glad I'm not, and God love you if you are. You look at I go back and look at Tennessee's game against Arkansas. Arkansas won that game up front, and Nico didn't play well at all. And even early season Nico, they went to Norman and beat OU, but they did it in spite of him. He didn't really help their cause. It was the defense and Dylan Sampson that won that game in Norman. But I think go ahead, George. Sorry.
I was saying with the Arkansas game, I mean, that game was in Vietnam at night.
Yeah.
So that's a hard atmosphere for anyone to start at, even Quinn Ewers in the sunlight in year 4 being in college, year 3 of the Sark system. It's a very, very difficult environment to go into, especially at night as your first time playing there. So, but eventually, I know it's his retro freshman year. He doesn't know the year before he's draft eligible or whatnot, but eventually when you have that, this is the same thing with Quinn Ewers with me. Eventually when you have that ranking and all that stuff next to your name and you don't come through when you're expected to, something's got to change, and I'm not saying Nico has to will Tennessee to a win or he's not starting next year. That's not what I'm saying. But if you are truly who everyone thinks you are and could be, you got to start showing it, Mm-hmm. So, but sorry, you were talking about Tennessee, Georgia.
Tennessee, Georgia. That was another one where Georgia won the game up front, and but I do think, man, you look at James Pierce Jr. and for all the attention that he's got this year, and I know the numbers early on, he's still going into this playoff, Jordan, through 12 games and 7.5 sacks and 11 TFLs. And that's with every offense that they've faced doing whatever they can, chip him, double team him, whatever, to not let him take over a game. If Tennessee wins this game, I think it's going to be because James Pierce Jr. has like a 5 tackle for loss, 3.5 sack type game. Because let's face it, man, that's where Michigan, I didn't realize how much of a mismatch that was going to be, the Michigan defensive line against the Ohio State offensive line, but it really turned out to be. And Tennessee's got enough talent. Tennessee's talent is more on the edges than whereas Michigan's is on the interior. But this Tennessee defensive line can control the game and keep Tennessee in it. Nico just can't take them out of it if he's turning the ball over or they're going 3 and out all night.
Yeah. I mean, first thought, imagine if Tyler Barrett never goes in the portal and they have him on the other side of James Pierce.
Yeah.
That's unfair. But second thought, that edge group, even without Barron, just Pierce alone and the rest of the guys in that room, that's the most talented and athletic edge room they played all year, besides Oregon. The thing is, I believe they had all 5 of their starters still healthy when they played Oregon. That's not the case anymore. I'm not sure if they're still kind of, free balling it with Donovan Jones or Donovan Jackson at left tackle or whatever it is, or if he's been shifted back to guard. But
it feels like what game was it? Were they playing? I think it was whenever they played Nebraska, whenever that was, like midpoint of the season. At that point, it was patchwork, and it's been patchwork pretty much since.
Yeah. So, man, if I'm Tennessee, yes, you're playing a veteran and Will Spill the Pill Howard. I'm blitzing out the ass, because y'all got to communicate to stop us, You got to be careful, though, because they got a bunch of NFL receivers. But, I would not be shocked if Tennessee, oh, crap, Nico isn't having a game. We're running the crap out of this ball.
Yeah.
They have success running the ball on Ohio State, right? Ohio State, Ryan Day starts doing his impression of himself in the Michigan game where he has to prove he's tougher than the other team by running it when they have 10 NFL receivers. I would not be surprised if that became a thing this week again. So,
man, boy, which one of these quarterbacks? This is the SEC championship question all over again. Where it's like, hey, well, who do you trust more, Quinn Ewers or Carson Beck? Who do you trust more, Nico or Will Howard?
Honestly, I have to go Will Howard. I think Nico makes more wow plays, more flash plays, more NFL throws than Howard. But in terms of if I'm the coach who I trust to not throw some dumbass pick or to hold on to the ball, it's Will Howard. Because Nico still has that young gun in him where he's going to throw it where he probably shouldn't. And you can't really get away with that when you're playing Caleb Downs. So
and I was so tunnel vision on Texas and have been for the last few weeks. After the Michigan-Ohio State game, and I know Ryan Day was catching flack for just standing there and watching, dudes get pepper sprayed at midfield.
What happened?
But what I don't understand is how was there not more heat on Ryan Day and that staff for letting Will Howard go back in the game when clearly, he took that hit and was not right. And, I know he demanded to go back, and I appreciate, a dude's fighting spirit, and I would expect nothing less of a guy who played quarterback at K-State, because that seems to be something all those K-State quarterbacks have in common. They're just tough dudes.
I didn't hear the bell ring.
Yeah, I didn't hear no bell, dude. But at that point, I'm like, sometimes even the toughest of tough football players, this, Jordan, sometimes you just got to protect those guys from themselves. Just, it's okay, man. You're going to live to fight another day, but it's just reckless to put somebody out there. I know there were so many crap pies flying at Ryan Day after that game. That was probably one he didn't even see coming to duck. So I didn't hear any flack but I think it says a lot more about what they think about Devin Brown than anything else, that they may have put a half concussed Will Howard back on the field against Michigan.
Yeah. CB has a good one. If Tennessee plants a flag, are they going to be arrested? If they do plant a flag, this is my early take on who it'll be. I forget what number he wears, but he plays receiver for Tennessee. His name is Chris Brazel. Originally a Midland Legacy kid who went to Tulane and then balled out there for a year or two and transferred to Tennessee.
Boy,
that kid has some dog in him. Listen to this. So,
okay, go ahead. Go with Chris Brazel's story.
This isn't my story, but his senior year, Midland Legacy is playing Arlington Martin in Arlington. It's like week 2. It's a non-district game. Mike Roach is there. Who's he there to see? He's there to see Javian Toviano because he's still uncommitted early into his senior year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Javian Toviano at the time was a 5-star corner. Now, we ended up dropping him somewhere to like the 50s or 60s and finishes a 4-star. Yes, you're correct. Midland Legacy was Midland League. I call it Midland Legacy now. But with Brazel, he went for like 10 catches, 167, and like 3 touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
And Toviano guarded him the whole time. After the game, Brazel texts Mike or DMs him, and he still has the DM. Like every 6 months, this conversation comes up and he shows it. And the message is like, "Hey, buddy, I just fucked on your 5-star for 4 quarters. When am I going to become a 4-star?" Because he was a 3-star at that time. That's how he texted Mike after he just destroyed Toviano. And now he ended up getting a rankings bump a few weeks later. But, like, he's got the dog in him. And his dad, forget where his daddy played, but his dad played in the league for like 4 or 5 years. And his dad's name is also Chris Brazel. And the one at Tennessee is Chris Brazel II.
Mm-hmm.
So if anyone remembers Pops, that's his dad. But but sorry, we could get back into it. I thought that story was funny.
Chris Brazel Sr., by the way, was believe it or not, Jordan, a 6th-round pick out of Angelo State back in 1998. Played with the Cowboys. I knew he played with the Cowboys for 2 years. The reason why is like, okay, why do I vaguely remember that? Chris Brazel's 2 years with the Cowboys. One was when Chan Gailey was the coach. The other was year 1 of Dave Campos. So as a Cowboys fan, those are things that like you almost want to pretend they didn't happen. Yeah. Like to me, dude, there's never been a sadder. Just let me empty the tank as a Cowboys fan real quick. There's been some rough moments post Super Bowl 30, but I don't know if there's been any rough.
Vent.
Yeah, I don't know if there's been any rougher than the 2000 season opener. First off, they're playing the Eagles at home, and as a younger Cowboys fan, in terms of young generation, I hate the Eagles. Like I may hate the Eagles more than I like the Cowboys. That's how much I hate Philly. Philly dog walks Dallas. Deuce Staley runs for like 1,000 yards in the opener. Joey Galloway, who they had traded 2 first-round picks for because Michael Irvin's career had ended in Philly the year before with the spinal stenosis diagnosis. Joey Galloway tears his ACL. They lose like 44-13, and you realize, like, man, this season's not only going to be tough. I think the Cowboys are actually going to be pretty terrible, and they were. That was the first of three straight 5-11 seasons they had. So yeah, Chris Brazel's time with the Cowboys not very memorable, and it was no fault of his. Just they were. It was the remnants of a once great organization, Jordan, at that point.
Yeah, but hey, if Tennessee's planting a flag on the O in Ohio State, my money's that Chris Brazel's playing in it, or he's one of the dudes playing in it.
By the way, CB, Jake, Nerf, Double D, David Keith Williams, Jose, thank you all for participating in the chat today. Breezy, also Grant Miller, saw you as well. Jake mentioned it, and Nerf mentioned it too. Like, I don't know that you could get a more toxic environment for a football game than to have Tennessee fans and Ohio State fans in the same building in a do or die, win or go home situation. There will be, I don't know if the Columbus Police Department has a Twitter account similar to like the A&M University.
Yeah, that one's hilarious.
That thing was wild. But if they do, I may follow it and just have it on my phone and on my computer screen all night Saturday night, because there are going to be people arrested. The pepper spray will be flying in Columbus because these two fan bases, they don't need a reason to be rowdy and to think that they run the world. But now that they do have a reason to get loud and be boisterous, and one of them is going to be agitated because they lost and the other one is definitely going to want to rub it in. Yeah, there will be violence in Columbus tomorrow night.
Yeah. Jake, I'm setting the line at 6.5, and I'm taking the over.
Dude, I'm taking yeah.
And I'm talking we're 6.5. We're talking like different fights, not different angles of the same fight, but different fights. Where was this? Oh, man, have you ever been to a game in Columbus?
No, and I don't plan on it. Like I said, Texas opens the season at the Horseshoe next August. I'm not going. I'm not planning on going. I want no part of being in Columbus.
I'll take the credential then. I will so go to that. I've been to when Ohio State dog walked Iowa, and I was there with Micah Hudson, and it would have either been fall of 2022 or 21. I think it was 22.
Dog walk phrase of the day on
22.
It's only an hour today, by the way.
That was actually the last college game Jackson Smith and Jigba ever played. He ran like 3 routes and was like, "Yeah, I can't play," and then sat out the rest of the year. But I didn't really notice anything super crazy, animosity wise, or the fans getting crazy when I was there. I was also, sitting in the recruit section where everyone's getting wined and dined. But whenever Texas went up to Columbus in, was it 05, 04?
Yeah, it was 05.
My dad had a buddy who took him and his wife there. And my dad's buddy played kicker at Texas back in the day. He wasn't telling anyone that. But apparently, after Texas won and they were leaving the stadium, Ohio State fans were spitting on them. Him and his wife, like spitting on them.
Yeah.
So, if that was happening 20 years ago, and it was Texas, and it was a regular season game, compared to this being a playoff game, it's gonna be a throwdown in the Horseshoe. So.
A lot of the vast majority of fan bases in college football, their shenanigans are cheeky and fun. Ohio State fans, their shenanigans are cruel and tragic.
Yeah.
That's the way I can describe it.
Yeah. You want to do some playoff talk for the last 10 minutes? I saw
I keep, we did our staff predictions yesterday at Horns 24/7. All of us took Clemson. I think Jordan, you probably had the highest scoring game, I think, with I think you're the only one in the staff. I can go back and look. Maybe Eric did, but it was either
I forgot
did you have Texas breaking 30, or was it Eric that had Texas breaking 30 now that I think about it?
I think I had Texas 31-20. I think that was my prediction.
Let me pull up our staff predictions. I think Eric might have had, let me see. Chip, I know, didn't have it. Chip has Texas 24-13, Eric 31-14. I settled on 23-10, which means it's going to be a Burt Auburn fest, I feel. Hank with 28-17, and Jordan, your final score was 31-20. So, if Texas gets to 30, this one's over. I feel like I'm not going to expect something that the Texas offense has shown it's not capable against some of the better opponents it faces of just lighting up the scoreboard. Whether it's turnovers or penalties or whatever, it just doesn't happen. But the one thing I am banking on, that I am counting on, I feel really good about predicting that 10 spot for Clemson, because this Texas defense has answered every challenge put in front of them this year. I think they win the game up front, even though you Jordan, you like Clemson's offensive line better than a lot of people, but I still think the depth and the ability to wear you down this Texas defensive line has, at some point, it's going to take over. It's going to win this battle of attrition against the Clemson offensive line. And I feel like I can expect that from this Texas team. And again, I don't know what percentage of healthy Phil Maffa is going to be for this game. It ain't anywhere close to 100. And with Jay Haynes out, I just don't think Clemson can do the kind of damage on the ground they need to do to beat Texas if it's Cade Klubnik doing it almost by himself, pretty much.
Yeah. I think I talked about it yesterday where I said, like, if Clemson wins this game, it's because Klubnik played hero ball and put on the cape and played awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I still think that's the same way. The thing is, like you said, he can't really beat them by himself. Like Wesco, TJ Moore, and Moff are going to have to step up in that offensive line. Because, I like Cade. I've loved Cade, been a fan of his since his sophomore year of high school. But at the collegiate level, he's not what Sam Ehlinger was, where he could just figure out a way to will his team to a win when you can't even name the guys he was playing with however long ago, right?
Yeah.
I don't think Quinn is at that level, or not Quinn, Cade is at that level at the collegiate level yet. So it's going to need to be a group effort, but I like Texas, man. As long as Texas can score over like 21, 24 points, I think they're going to be okay. Because Clemson's offense, with the injuries they have, and, they only have so many playmakers. It's not like Texas where, Isaiah Bond's out, they're screwed. No, there's Ryan Wingo still,
Yeah.
They don't have that.
No
like
joke.
if Wesco goes down and is on the bench, they kind of have to run the ball, or so.
No joking. I was thinking about that in the shower, which the older I get, the shower is kind of the one place where you get some privacy and some alone time and I can gather my thoughts in there. And I was like, if Isaiah Bond doesn't play, which he's 50-50 at best right now. If he doesn't play, I'm like, okay, that just means more snaps for Silas Bolden, who, he doesn't get the ball thrown to him a bunch, but when he does, they're going to trust him to catch the ball over the middle in traffic, and he's going to hang on to the football and make tough catches. And it means more snaps for Ryan Wingo, who didn't have he had some of the highlight reel moments that Jeremiah Smith and Ryan Williams and some of the other big-time freshmen had, Bryant Wesco's had. He just hasn't had the volume that some of those other guys have had because he's sharing the field with, like we said, Matthew Golden. If you look at Matthew Golden down the stretch, he's the number one wide receiver for this team. There's no, especially if Isaiah Bond's out, Matthew Golden's, and right now it seems like the two guys Quinn has the best rapport with are Matthew Golden and DeAndre Moore.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Shout out DeAndre Moore. I know I talked to Hudson Standish about this on the phone this week. I don't think I brought it up on the show. Man, if DeAndre Moore doesn't make Dan Jackson or whatever that safety is missed, Texas doesn't score a touchdown.
Yeah.
For Georgia.
Yeah. And that,
because they could only get down the field, 2 yards at a time, 5 yards at a time, 8 yards, and they get stopped. That was their biggest chunk play of the day, right?
Mm-hmm.
At least offense, yeah. And if he doesn't make a miss and Dan Jackson tackles him, it's a first down, but it's 13 yards and not a 50-something yard touchdown or whatever it was.
I went back just for farts and giggles and looked at the Clemson South Carolina box score. And the difference in the game, really, Jordan, was the two quarterbacks' ability to run the football. And Lenore Sellers, just a little bit better, actually, in terms of yardage. He was a lot better than Cade Klubnik. Because if you look at the two running backs in that game, Phil Maffa had 20 carries for 66 yards. Rocket Sanders on the other side, 18 for 60. They're both right at 3.3. And Sanders' longest run of the day was 10 yards. Maffa's was 14. The difference was Cade was 10 for 62 on the ground with 2 touchdowns, had 1 for 14, 1 for 18. Lenora Sellers was 16 for 166, and he had 2 touchdowns. It just came down to, so basically the backfield was a wash, and that was Phil Maffa was probably healthier at that point than definitely he was. You could tell if you watched any of the ACC championship game, like dude's basically going out there like with one arm. Like I don't want to make it sound like Phil Maffa needed triage and needed an amputation or something, but you can tell he's not healthy. And for Dabo to come out this week and say, he's going to have surgery after the season. That to me, and I wrote this in my prediction yesterday, that's been the difference for Texas in the 2 losses, which we know Carson Beck didn't play well. In the 6 quarters Carson Beck played against Texas, he did not play well. The difference was, especially in the SEC championship, because you kind of had to once Gunnar Stockton came into the game, I credit Mike Bobo for being patient and sticking with the run and trying to hammer it, because eventually that's been the case. If you look at PK's run defense, Jordan, over the last 3 years, when teams have run the ball for a decent amount of yardage on Texas, they get rewarded for being patient, because at some point, a big run, the big run that you need to sustain a drive where you're not really getting anything over the top, eventually that run pops. I think about the TCU game 2 years ago, where you look at their rushing numbers, like 70 of that was one run Kendre Miller had.
Yeah. Enterprise, Texas.
They got nothing going the rest of the night pretty much, but Kendre Miller popped that one long run. And you kind of look at the other, it got to the point where the 2 losses last year, like, Oklahoma, it was basically Jeff Levy telling Dylan Gabriel, when you drop back, if you don't see anybody open, find grass and just go. And Washington didn't even really try to run the football. They didn't care about running the football because they knew they had an advantage. Credit Kalen DeBoer and that staff. They knew they had an advantage over the Texas secondary. Which, by the way,
want to see Superman play QB? Hut.
There was I was watching because Michael Penix got promoted. Kirk Cousins wins a game on Monday night and then gets benched, and Michael Penix can be quarterbacking for Atlanta. And I saw all the Michael Penix clips I saw on the Twitter machine, Jordan, were from the Sugar Bowl. And there's that one on Washington's first drive where he hits Polk, and you see Terrence Brooks gets beat over the top, and then Jaron Thompson takes a decent angle but completely whiffs on the tackle. And I'm like, dude, this right here, like a Terrence Brooks blown coverage and a Jaron Thompson missed tackle, this is the bane of Jordan Scruggs' existence in life right here, is what I'm watching unfold on this Sugar Bowl.
Yeah. Look, I like Terrence Brooks, and I don't think I ever ranted about Terrence Brooks. Now, geez, what is his name? He's at Auburn. You literally just said his name, Jaron Thompson. Yeah. Now, Jaron Thompson and Keaton Crawford, on the other hand, I mean, Jesus Christ. Like, I think Texas is very smart by sitting them down and saying, hey, we're going to go upgrade at the position. We need something better at safety. Go in the portal or stay here, up to you, but we need to upgrade, and we're going to bring in starters.
Yeah.
They sat down and basically told them that. Y'all aren't good enough. That's the message they sent. And what did? They went out and upgraded. And they didn't even, Drew Makuba's been phenomenal. Drew Makuba, way more Texas fans and people in national media would be talking about his season, because I believe statistically or grade-wise it's the best one he's ever had in college.
No question.
More people would be talking about it if he didn't have the Thorpe Award winner and multiple other top-tier players on this defense. Ant Hill, Alfred Collins, Colin Simmons, you name it. He's getting a little overshadowed. And I didn't even mention Malik Muhammad.
I mean, the Mookie Taft story is one that a lot of people have latched onto in terms of national media has.
Yeah, but I mean, man, there is no question Texas upgraded at the safety position. No question. And, I mean, the first thing I thought of when you brought up Kirk Cousins, I'm like, damn, he actually won on Monday night. Do you remember when he was like 0-13 on Monday night, and that was like a bit?
Man, I know the reason why the Falcons won had very little to do with Kirk Cousins and more to do with the fact that they just put the rock in Bijan's belly a lot.
Crazy how that works. Every time Bijan does something in the National Football League versus the best of the best world athletes, it's like, geez, like, how did Tom Herman and Arthur Smith, or whatever his name was, who got fired from the Falcons?
Arthur Smith, yeah.
How did they watch this cat in practice, watch what he did in high school, recruit him, all this other stuff, draft him, and, like, you're letting that dude not touch the ball at least 20 times a game?
I feel like Tom Herman and Arthur Smith, I feel like they're that Spider-Man meme where Spider-Man pointing at the other. I feel like that's the existence of Tom Herman and Arthur Smith.
Hey, I think Arthur Smith is a phenomenal OC. He was the backbone to when the Titans were making those playoff runs. They all said Derrick Henry, which helps a lot too. But I thought he was a pretty damn good play caller and coordinator for them. Now, as a head coach, he doesn't have the sauce. He needs to be an OC. But the coaching malpractice of not getting Bijan enough carries that Herman and Arthur Smith does is very, very similar to what Billy Napier did by having a whole spring and fall camp with Lagway and still rolling out Mertz, to where Mertz has to get hurt for Lagway to get in. And everyone's like, damn, he's amazing. But, like,
That's why
How
I
did you
can't
not
give-
see this? You know?
That's why I can't give Sunbelt Billy too much credit. I like Billy Napier first off. I say the Sunbelt Billy name in jest because I know Jordan hates Billy Napier, but like
I don't hate him. The Sunbelt Billy name is the best nickname of any coach.
I love thinking about the scenario playing out where it's Billy Napier getting ready because right after that second camp scrimmage, we got to set your lineup. But it's like, all right, what we got any changes? And it's Billy Napier having looked at DJ Lagway and looked at Graham Mertz and thinking, yeah, dog, this is in a season where I'm coaching for my job. Rolling out Graham Mertz once again is the best option for our football program when it's by no means the best option for our football program.
It's funny that Ricardo V brings it up. Whenever A&M and Auburn were playing, he had a pick, and everyone on Twitter was like, "Oh, Jaron Thompson." I might have been. I think I was watching the game with my dad or a friend or something, and I remember turning to them being like, "Watch this. He's giving up a touchdown later. He's still Jaron Thompson." He does that, and I went up and found that. Oh wait, no, I must not have been with my dad. I texted my dad after he gave up that touchdown after the pick. Jaron Thompson is still Jaron Thompson.
Yeah.
And very like, oh, he gets a pick. Damn, he's giving up a touchdown later. Like it has to be even with him.
I think just so everyone knows, I texted Jordan because I was at Target one day and I saw they had blaster boxes of Score football cards. I love Score. It's cheap and it's like, oh, you get a bunch of rookie cards in it. I pulled Jermaine Burton's rookie card, and wouldn't you know it, Jermaine Burton's rookie card is a photo from the Texas-Bama game last year where he's strolling into the end zone, pulling away from Jaron Thompson. I'm like, man, they just did Jaron Thompson all kinds of wrong, putting him on Jermaine Burton's rookie card. That's about as bad. You talk about being posterized. I don't know what it is where you end up on the losing end on somebody's rookie card, but that's Jaron Thompson on Jermaine Burton's rookie card. It's him getting beat for a touchdown.
Yeah. Hey, I'm gonna have to run and get back into AT&T here in a minute.
Go.
Wanted to ask you about this. Were you at the Tech game where Bijan scorpion and almost broke his neck?
Dude.
Were any of y'all in the press box like, holy shit? Like,
yeah.
Because like the people, I remember the broadcasters didn't even really react until they showed the replay, and they were like, "Oh wow, he got up." It's like, "Oh wow, no, it should be, oh wow, he's still alive."
I mean, he's got to be cussed. Something he's going to get stretchered off here. No, and I've seen there are two people who I've seen survive a move where I'm like, he's going to be in a wheelchair. Bijan Robinson and Brock Lesnar at WrestleMania when you botched the shooting star press where he landed on his head, and I'm like, he's paralyzed, and both dudes got up. Like, it's just there are some people that just have God gave them the type of body that the top 1% of 1% of people that walk this earth have.
Yep. You know who's got one of those bodies that God gave him? Keenan Womack.
Yeah,
it's Friday.
boy.
These boys fucked up. They let us get to Friday. What are they doing?
It's Friday. What are they doing?
Jordan, I know you got to run, so you go ahead and get inside. Hey, who are you going to ask Gabe about?
Dwight Smith, Carthage's finest.
The GOAT of Carthage running backs. Dwight Smith crawled so Keontae Ingram could run.
Yeah. But hey, yeah, Jake, sorry to steal your thunder. I had to. I like that bit. But I'll see y'all on Monday. You have a great Friday. Happy Friday, and hook 'em. Hopefully, still in a good mood on Monday. We'll see. But I'll see y'all. Happy Friday.
I feel confident it'll be a victory Monday. Keenan, Eric coming later. What we got going on?
I'll be on in like a couple minutes. So if you don't mind hanging for a couple minutes.
Do you I just want to run this by you. Do you buy my line of thinking that I just think the Phil Maffa health issue in Clemson, the fact that look, Sark is really crying from a yacht because I think Jake Bayless mentioned it. This is kind of setting to be a Trey Wisner kind of game where he has one of those 20 carries right around 100 yards, just kind of chipping away. At least Texas has competent running backs still. Clemson, literally, they are running out of running backs.
Yep.
So I remember, I credit Mike Bobo. I'll give you the stat, Keenan. When I went back and broke down the Georgia game, the SEC championship, I'm like, this right here is where Georgia won the football because most of it happened in the second half. Georgia running the football on first down in the SEC championship, it was, I think, 21 carries for 106 yards on first down in that SEC championship. And the reason why Georgia never really got themselves, never really, why their offense was able to sustain. At least I don't know. Their offense didn't really take over the game, but they were able to sustain.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't get behind the chains like Texas did.
No.
They were able to keep themselves in manageable down and distance situations, and that was because of what they did on first down, running the football in the second half.
How many times did Ewers get sacked in that game?
6
times. Yeah. So like, it's really hard to beat Georgia when you're behind the chains.
Yeah.
On that many drives, especially to like, these pre-snap penalties, they weren't as a big of a deal in the SEC championship as they have been this season, but like, you play teams that have good defenses, and those pre-snap penalties will bite you in the ass. Like,
yeah,
no doubt, you know what I mean?
I think that the big thing too for me, going back and analyzing the 2 Georgia games, I went back and looked at first down run rate for Texas in the first game, and they were averaging like 5 yards a carry on first down. It's just they were turning the football over. That's what shot them in the foot in the first game, was turning the football over. That's why I said, the second game almost felt like more of a losing the line of scrimmage battle, because they just could not run the football. They couldn't run it.
21 yards or something with Trey had 21 yards, something like that.
Yeah, they couldn't run the football. They couldn't protect Quinn. Their average to go distance, Keenan, on third down was almost 12 yards. It was like 11.6.
Yeah, it's not going to fly against that defense.
Yeah. It's hard to win ball games when you're living in third and long against average teams. You're doing it against the national championship caliber team. You got no shot. It's amazing. Eric, I think we talked about this. It's amazing looking at some of the numbers that Texas in the second half in both games against Georgia was in a position to – keep in mind, like the first game, they made that a 1-score game going into the fourth quarter. As bad as it was up until that point, it's like, okay, hey, they've got a puncher's chance, and they outplayed Georgia in the first half. But it's amazing that both of those things happen when you look at like all the sack numbers and the third down numbers. Like Texas should have gotten blown out of both those games, like just not even where it was never close. And it just shows you how those losses are more frustrating, because it's like, man, as bad as we were, still had opportunities to win both games.
Jeff, I think that's part of the reason, and apologies for jumping on here late, to quote Vic Schaefer during his Zoom today.
Oh, and it's totally understandable then. Yeah.
My technology has been a shit show, to quote Vic. So same thing. Same thing here. And if you know Vic Schaefer, you can probably hear him saying that. But no, Jeff and Keenan, I think that's why everything you guys just talked about is why, if you're a Texas fan, you're kind of so frustrated by those 2 losses, right? Because it's one thing, you go head up, Jeff, I'll use the old Ric Flair line, right? To be the man, you got to beat the man. It's one thing you go head up against the man, your best game just ain't it.
Mm-hmm.
Texas didn't put forth their best game. And I think that's the thing that probably sticks in a lot of Texas fans' craw. And to be quite honest, Jeff, I've done a fair amount of radio hits this week in anticipation of this game. And one of the consistent questions I've received hasn't necessarily been about Quinn Ewers' legacy game, and maybe legacy isn't quite quoting those radio hosts verbatim, but kind of wondering where Texas fans fall on Steve Sarkeesian should this season end up in anything short of a semifinal appearance. That's kind of been my barometer, my measuring point. Is I think not that, listen, no one's being ridiculous and talking about hot seat, nothing like we're not saying that, right? I want to make sure that's clear. Just that you can probably feel good about these last 2 years if Texas at least gets to a semifinal, given the amount of talent on this roster.
If it's hard to, when you look at the top coaches in school history, we all know who's number one. His name's on the stadium, right? But after that, since Mac has the national title, you have to put Mac. But I think, you can make a case. Mac has the national title, but you can make a case for Fred Akers because of the early success in his tenure. You can make a case for a guy like Blair Cherry, back in the pre-Coach Royal days. If Texas gets to the semifinals, especially if they get to the championship game, but I think if they get to the semifinals, you start wondering at that point, all right, considering he's in year 5 and what he's accomplished, where does Sark fit in that conversation? Because now you can start doing it, because it's you cannot compare, and I'm smart enough to know this as much as I love the history of Texas football. I can't compare what Sark has done in these 5 years to like Fred Akers' first 5 years. It's an apples to pomegranates comparison. Like, you just can't do it. So I think you have to look at what the scenario is, what the dynamics of college football are, where the program was when he took it over. And I think because of where it was when he took it over, I think you have to look at Sark and say, yeah, Texas gets to the semifinals. That's what kind of legacy it is, Eric, in this college football playoff for Sark. If he gets to the semifinals, then at that point it's like, okay, that Mac, Fred Akers, Blair Cherry conversation, where does Sark fit in with that group?
Jeff, I'm glad you mentioned that. This is the last thing I'll ask you before I let you get out of here. One of the favorite things I enjoy, I get a chance to hop in the car and ride with you to a game is just, kind of talking the history of Texas football. I probably should spend more time quizzing you on that and less time cracking jokes, and we fall on the wrestling rabbit hole at times. But where I'm going with that is I kind of fell down the rabbit hole, and I can ask you this off air, but I'm going to make it kind of like summer homework to watch 5 games, Jeff. If there are 5 games that you think I need to watch that are crucial to understand the history of Texas football, and I'm asking off the top of your head, so if you have them, great. I'm curious because I fell on the rabbit hole of just watching the David McWilliams era. Just because out of curiosity. So I'm curious your thoughts.
I will say, and you can probably find some of these on YouTube.
Yeah.
Check LHN too. If LHN's got these in the archives, you can probably find these too. The 69 game against Arkansas.
Yep.
Just because of the nature of, dude, Richard Nixon showed up to crown the president showed up to crown a national champion, right? So that was one. I would say the 77 game against Oklahoma, because you were down to Randy McEachern, the quarterback, and I think that was just kind of a bloodbath. What that series is all about. It's just a bare knuckle fight. I would say, for me, I would say the 98 Texas A&M game. Okay. Because Ricky breaks Tony Dorsett's record. That was back when, and this is why I got aggravated with this the other day compared eras, because I saw somebody did a graphic where they put Ricky Williams' 98 numbers against Ashton Genty's numbers from this year. And I'm like, go look at some of those defenses Ricky Williams played against. He played against UCLA when that meant something. Played against a really good K-State defense. Went for $150 on Nebraska when that was an accomplishment to uphold. And did what he did to A&M when that really was, granted, it was towards the end, that was still the wrecking crew at that point when you had Datwin and some of those other guys. So I would say 69 Arkansas, 77 OU, 98 A&M. I would say from the 05 season, I'm sure you watched the Rose Bowl, go watch the Ohio State game.
I was going to say Ohio State. Yep.
And I would say probably, so you're covering all the eras, 2008 Texas OU, which in my opinion is the greatest game in the history of that series.
I was going to say 08 Missouri because it was like sort of an indication of their dominance in that era. Or was it 09? Whatever year.
It was 08. It was 08.
Yeah, where they just dominated a top 10 Missouri team, just kicked their ass the whole time. They're up 35-3 at the half, I think.
Yeah, you remember early in that game, Keenan, too, Missouri tries to run a reverse or an end around, and Roy Miller dumps Jeremy Mac Lain like 8 yards deep in the backfield. Yep. And watching it, I wasn't in the stadium, but watching it on TV, I'd never heard DKR that loud. Like it was like like one of those stone cold pops you get, Eric, that Road Warrior pop that everybody talks about. Yeah. It was one of those. Like if there was a roof on it, the roof would have blown off. And Jake Bayless mentions 1990 against Houston. That's a fun one to watch. It's an honorable mention, the 90 game against U of H, because it was still, it was David Klingler and John Jenkins in the run and shoot, and Texas just punched them right in the face. I think Houston was 3 at the time. It was the last time, and the only time I can remember. Maybe they did it in 94 against Virginia when Phil Dawson made a field goal at the gun, but they didn't storm the field. They stormed the field at DKR when they beat Houston. So which doesn't happen. I think at places like Texas, Ohio State, USC, you shouldn't storm the field. But hey, what do I know? But I would say probably those 6. If you want to watch 6 games, that I think. Am I missing any, Keenan? I think that probably covers it.
Yeah, that probably covers it, I would say.
So, all right, that's going to do it for me. Everybody stay tuned for Fall Start. Enjoy the football weekend. CFP is here. So, Keenan, Eric, you guys have a great show. Jordan and I will be back on Monday. Hopefully, it's a victory Monday, but if not, we'll be back regardless.
Peace, Jeff.
Appreciate you, Jeff. That was It's Only an Hour, Jeff Howe, Jordan Scruggs, taking up to around midday. We are your midday crew. False start. I am Eric Henry. He is Keenan Womack, and indeed is Friday, December 20th, 2024. Avoid the bookings below. Keenan Womack, how you doing today, my guy? It is Friday. How's the week treating you? It looks like you are no longer outside. You've no longer been banished outside. You're back inside the facility. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's Friday at the office I work at is typically like half the office works from home. So I am found a breakout room to use. So Fridays will typically be in one of these rooms, and then Wednesdays and Thursdays probably outside sometimes. But I liked it. It was nice outside. And yesterday there wasn't any background noise. It was pretty solid. So I think it's fine.
Okay, well, first of all, it's a phenomenal shirt, dog. Did your wife pick it out for you?
No, I got this from my my stepdad, actually. He threw it my way. He was like, "You want this?" I was like, "Hell yeah, I want it."
In classic Austin man fashion himself. Really quick, before we get into the show, and I'll set the table in a second, can you let the listeners in on just like the struggle it is for Keenan Womack to find a breakout room there?
Yeah, man. So I work at...
Let the people know. Let the people know.
Yeah. So basically, I probably shouldn't say what office I work at, but I do work at an office, and it's a tech office, and very packed. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, every room is full. But Mondays and Fridays, a lot of the people work from home. I don't, so I can find rooms to use. But on Wednesdays and Thursdays, outside is typically the move because there's nobody out there. And honestly, the weather's been really nice, so it hasn't been like a huge pain in the ass. It's honestly been kind of nice. Being outside, getting some fresh air, getting some sunshine in, because my office doesn't have a very big window. It has no windows, actually. My room that I work in has no windows. So nice to be outside for a little bit. You know what I mean?
I will not belabor my story, which I've mentioned on the air about working a job.
That's the worst job I've ever heard in my life.
A building with no windows, and you just were kind of felt like a hostage for 8 hours.
Yeah, it sounds horrible. My job's pretty chill. I like my job, but yeah.
No doubt. I won't rehash that story. Keenan, again, it is Friday. Keep those games coming. I actually was going to put that on the board at Horns 24/7 to ask our board, our VIP subscribers, I should say, as far as what 5 games should I watch. And we can do this, periodically, because I'm going to do it over the summer when I've got time. What 5 Longhorn football games should I watch to truly get the just really the program history? It's one thing, Keenan, I've been trying to do. I've been trying to familiarize myself. Like, obviously, you do this job, you spend so much time in the weeds of the current roster and kind of the things. The way I do this job, Keenan, is I kind of do it in 4-year increments, right? Because that really, those 4 years prior kind of help make up, the roster you have now, as far as how the roster was built, so on and so forth, when you're trying to learn the team, whether it's football, basketball, whatever it may be. But I've really wanted to, because Texas has such a rich football history. You remember, I've covered Northern Illinois, went to UCF, and covered Florida National. None of those 3 programs have, storied histories like Richard Nixon showing up in 1969, right?
Yeah,
so if you guys have suggestions, drop them. But Keenan, I think Jeff's answer is actually a perfect segue into where I want to start the show, which was, like I said, this is not Steve Sarkeesian hot seat. It's not any of that stuff, all right? So we're not entertaining that conversation. Like, Steve Sarkeesian should be the coach here. In my mind, I think these 2 seasons, Keenan, and people could feel differently. I think these 2 seasons have really secured at least a decade of Steve Sarkeesian being on this job here at Texas. But what would you like to see? And I'll paint the picture, because I said this on a radio spot. It was somewhere in South Carolina yesterday, when I was asked what would Texas fans feel kind of constitutes a successful season. And I feel, obviously I'm not a Texas fan, so I can't speak for you guys, but I feel that you take a look at last year's roster, you have 10 players drafted, right? The amount of talent on last year's roster, you're probably going to be pushing double digits again this year, right? We can just play the fun game off the top of our head without really diving into it. Quinn Ewers, Matt Golden, Gunnar Helm, Kelvin Banks, Cam Williams, Barron Sorrell, Alfred Collins, Vernon Broughton, And that's 8 off the top of my head. Jade Barron 9. That's just off the top of my head without even really going to dive, right? So you're probably going to be double-digit draft picks again this year. Would love to just kind of get your thoughts on what you think, given everything I laid out, the amount of talent on this roster over the past 2 years, what you need to see to feel like, you know what? Let's say it's not a national championship, but this was a successful stretch for Texas football.
Man, I would say national championship game appearance, if not national championship.
Really?
Like, yeah, I mean, like, successful, sure, but like for people to be satisfied, like they were so close last year, and they have every possible metric that would lead people to believe they could win it this year. I think, just given the layout of the playoff, given the opponents they could face. You know, I was saying this the other day, and we'll get into our predictions for the playoff later, but, you know, the team I would be scared of the most as a fan would be one of the teams. Yeah, I think natty game appearances is the way to go. I feel like that semifinal game is going to be really difficult. Might be the toughest game of the playoffs. Because with Georgia, you know, I realized their backup played well against Texas, but they didn't have any film on that guy. And I think Georgia would have been better served to have had Carson back for this playoff run. I don't know if he's going to play at all. I don't know if he needs surgery or whatever. But
I think the latest update, just to interject, Keenan, is that he's absolutely going to miss the quarterfinal round. But
yeah, I knew that. I knew he was going to miss that. I'm curious to see how many games he misses, whether he comes back for this playoff run at all. But that semifinal game is going to be against Oregon, Ohio State, or Tennessee. And I think all three of those teams are very worthy opponents. I think then with this roster and this defense, they should make a national championship. Even if they don't win it, I think they should make it. And I think, you know, people aren't going to be satisfied no matter what until you win it. But I think if they make it, been pretty successful. And, like, you know, semis would be great too. But you got to win those 2 games against Clemson and Arizona State. I think those are games that are very winnable, that you are probably going to be expected to win. Definitely will be expected to win both. If they beat Clemson, they'll be expected to beat Arizona State. Then after that, whether they play Oregon, Ohio State, or Tennessee, kind of a toss-up. But, you know, you have to win some hard games to make it to a natty, and I think that you have to win that game, that semifinal game.
Keenan, you know, I'm always big on nuance, right? You can check my Twitter feed. I recently had a tweet that blew up over me just asking for some nuance in sports talk. I'm not going to name the 4-letter network show that I was not shading or critiquing. They just put together a graphic that had me thinking, like, all right, guys, like, sure, we can put these 2 things to here, but if we're just going to have that conversation without context, sure. The reason I lead there is I think the context matters, right?
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I'm going to use Miami as an example. And I tend to use Miami. I tend to use Florida State as examples. The amount of NFL talent, and I know I just spent 5 minutes talking about the amount of NFL talent on last year's roster and this year's roster, but that to me isn't necessarily indicative of what you should do at the collegiate level, right? Now, here's the caveat to that. You take a look at those Miami teams, talking about the early 2000s. Obviously, the 01 team has numerous Hall of Famers and Pro Bowlers and so on and so forth. That doesn't necessarily account for where they were in college, right? Like the upperclassmen, the veteran guys, they were who they were. You know, the Jeremy Shockeys, Bryant McKinney's, Andre Johnson's, Willis McGahee's, like those guys were dudes, right?
Oh, yeah.
But I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, well, you know, Colin Simmons is going to be, you know, he's going to make 10 Pro Bowls. And because of that, you're supposed to win a national. Well, like, he's a freshman. You know, Colin Simmons, 2 things can be true. He will make 10 Pro Bowls and be, you know, I hate to be hyperbolic, but probably one of the better pass rushers of his era, right? And we're talking about a freshman. So I'm saying all that to say, I look at Texas in comparison to the field. That, to me, I think determines, again, I can't speak from the perspective of a Texas fan, as someone who covers a team professionally. I think that's where I land as far as what a successful season would be. And I continue to say this, and I can be proven wrong, especially with Carson Beck. We'll see what his status is with Georgia. I think Dylan Gabriel, you guys have heard me say it before, continuously disrespected as a collegiate quarterback, one of the best to ever do it. That's not debatable. The numbers show it. Yes, Dylan Gabriel played 8,000 years in college. All right, fair. But he still has been great for the majority of his time. I don't, Keenan, I'm sorry. I don't look at this Oregon team as world beaters. I don't. I'm not saying they beat him on a bunch of tomato cans, but Boise State pushed him. Ashton Genty nearly took him out on his own.
Yeah.
Okay. And the rest of that Boise team is solid. They have Maddox Madsen, and they've got some solid, but Texas, better, more talented team, right? I do not see a team in this field that I would say is significantly more talented than Texas. What I do see are a bunch of teams outside of Oregon, because you owe them the respect of the fact they walk in undefeated, that they've at least brought their A game or something close to it enough every week to find a win, right? You owe them that respect. But I see a bunch of teams in the field that I think, yeah, they can make a college football playoff national championship if they play their A game, or they could play their B- game and get beat, right? I see a bunch of teams in this field, including Texas, who fit that bill. So to bring it all the way back around, and I'm going to throw up Jake Bellis' comment in a second. Again, if you guys in the audience have thoughts, feel free to drop them in the chat. That's where I land. Because the field feels so wide open, Keenan, and I'll pass it back to you because I'm curious if you see it the same way, that, yeah, I mean, at least a semifinal appearance to feel like, you know what, this wasn't underachieving, right? Whether or not the successful season thing, that if you really want to play that game, you can make the argument that only one team has a successful season at the end of the year, right? But not to feel like you underachieved, I'd say at least a semifinal appearance, Keenan. But what says you as far as the field? Do you feel the same way I do, that this thing, we'll give Oregon their respect. They went undefeated, so we'll put them in the category, even though I don't think they're world beaters either. But do you see this field the same way, that, yeah, there are a bunch of teams, if they play their A game, are great, but a bunch of teams, if they play their B- game, can get beat by anyone else?
Yeah, this is the most wide open the playoffs ever been. I realize there's 12 teams, but there's not a dominant team this year, and there hasn't been the whole season. I understand Oregon's undefeated, but would they be undefeated in the SEC? Probably not. They probably would have lost a game. Maybe Ole Miss beats them. Maybe South Carolina beats them. There's a lot of talent in that conference. The team I keep coming back to is Tennessee. I think Tennessee is for real because of that front seven is awesome, and they run the ball really well. And if Nico is on, that offense zooms. I realize he's inconsistent, but Dylan Sampson is like a top 4 running back in college football, top 3 maybe. I would say it's Genty, Caleb Johnson, and Dylan Sampson. Those are the 3 best running backs in college football. And Tennessee's real weakness is their defensive backfield, but the way they pressure the quarterback, man, I could see them winning it all. I could see Oregon winning it all. I could see Ohio State winning it all. I still think Tennessee's going to beat Ohio State. Notre Dame doesn't really do it for me. I could see Georgia winning it all, even with their backup quarterback, just because that defense is so littered with NFL dudes. Yeah, this is super wide open. There's 5 teams that could win it this year. It's pretty unbelievable. And yes, Notre Dame has a really talented defense. I don't see them beating Georgia. Maybe they do. But I keep seeing them in the national title as well. And I think that if they play Texas, they will lose. I think Texas is better than Notre Dame. But I could see Texas losing to Oregon, Ohio State, or Tennessee as well. It completely depends on the day you get the team and whether Texas is turning the ball over or not.
My tab here that's playing, damn NCAA tab. Hopefully that didn't pick up in the background. I'm sure it didn't.
No, it didn't.
Yeah, just on my end. Keenan, before we get to giving our predictions, and we'll hold off, we'll save Texas for last, but before we give our predictions for the rest of the CFP first round, which of course starts tonight with Notre Dame, Keenan, tell the fine folks, because I don't know about you, I've been feeling rested. I've been feeling really rested as of late, man. My body feels good. It helps me in the gym. You know what I'm saying? When I'm writing, I feel sharp, and it's because I'm getting good sleep. And why don't you tell the fine folks of Texas Sports Unfiltered land where they can get good sleep?
If you want good sleep and you're struggling with sleep, you feel tired all the time, falling asleep at work, that's what was happening to me. Then I went to Sleep Cycle Center, which is the only medical sleep office in Central Texas that provides the most technologically advanced care and screening, at-home testing, evaluation of airways, and treatment options related to sleep and breathing issues such as sleep apnea. Their focus is to educate the patient on what is going on in his or her body, provide all possible treatment options related to that specific issue. Screening, testing, and treatment can be completed virtually or in person. They can eliminate snoring and sleep apnea. You no longer have to sleep in a separate bedroom from your significant other. Individuals and families are welcome. They have 2 convenient locations, one in the Arboretum, the other in Lakeway. They see patients of all ages 6 to 106. They are family-owned and operated. CPAP alternatives can be provided in most cases, though they do offer treatments that include CPAPs, oral devices, epigenetic devices, weight loss, lasers, and radio frequency. They are networked with most medical insurances. So give my friend, the good doctor, Dr. Chad Denman, a call at 254-284-6812 or visit sleepcyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you.
Keenan Womack, the college football playoff starts tonight, 8 p.m., ABC, ESPN. The Indiana Hoosiers heading to South Bend. That's actually that's a great matchup, man. Get that interstate matchup, dude. Like, the Hoosier State's got to be popping right now. Heading to South Bend to play Notre Dame. 10 seed Indiana, 7 seed Notre Dame. Keenan, your prediction on that game?
Yeah, as fun as Indiana's story has been, as good as Curtis Rourke has been, as good as those James Madison transfers have been, and as good as Kurt Cignetti's been, I just think this Notre Dame defense is full of dudes. I mean, Xavier Watts is an All-American. I know Ben Morrison's out for the year. It's unfortunate, but they have, Cross on the defensive line. They just have guys that are, first-round talents on that defense. And I just think it's going to come down to – a lot of these games are going to come down to blue chip ratio. And I just think Notre Dame has better defensive players. And, I'm not a huge fan of Notre Dame's offense. I think it's kind of mediocre. I think Riley Leonard is okay. I don't think he's great. But they're sort of like a poor man's Texas, I guess. Defensively, they're close, I think, but offensively, they're not quite as good. But they've had some of the same issues, right, with inconsistency at quarterback. And that's not to knock on Quinn Ewers because as you know, I'm a Quinn Ewers guy. But, yeah, I just think they're more talented than Indiana. I think that defense is swarming, and I think Indiana's going to really struggle to move the ball. We've seen what Indiana – they hadn't played that many people this year, and when they went to Ohio State, they got their ass kicked. And this is the closest thing they're going to have seen to Ohio State this year, as far as just pure talent goes on the defense. I mean, they managed 15 points against Ohio State. They went up 7-0 and then scored 8 points the rest of the game. I think it's going to look not quite that drastic, but I just don't see them being able to consistently move the ball against a Notre Dame defense that is one of the best in the country, one of the best in the playoffs. So I'm going to go with Notre Dame in this game. If I had to pick a score, it'd be something like 27-14.
Keenan, I land right there with you. Big fan of Kurt Cignetti. I had a chance to cover him when he was at James Madison. Curtis Rourke, seeing him from his time in Ohio. Great team, great story. I do think Notre Dame, Marcus Freeman, like you mentioned, I just think that's an overwhelming defense. And I'll keep it brief because I want to give you the opportunity to go through your picks and also get a little basketball as well. So I am taking Notre Dame. The second matchup, the 12 p.m. game tomorrow. The Ponies, number 11 seed SMU, will head to Penn State, Happy Valley, to take on James Franklin, who I won't lie, James Franklin, hell of a football coach. He just does things at times, makes me just dislike him. But I'll save that tangent for another time. I'll save the tangent. Anyhow, that kickoff is, like I said, 12 p.m., the early game tomorrow, TNT and Max, HBO Max. What is your call on that one?
Similar to the Notre Dame pick, I'm going with the team that has NFL dudes on the defensive line. Abdul Carter is, a top 5 pick probably in the NFL draft this year. SMU's looked really good, and their offense is really good. And Kevin Jennings is a Dallas legend, helped South Oak Cliff win state championships, the first time in DISD in a long time that they had won. I think they went back-to-back with him too, or he won one of them or whatever. But like Dallas legend, like great story, good for them. But I just think they're going to have a lot of trouble blocking Abdul Carter and Durant and forget the other dude's name on that defensive line, but it's not just Carter. Like they have dudes all over that defensive line. I like Nick Singleton at running back. I think Drew Aller's been pretty good this year, and he's coming back next year. The problem with Penn State is their backup transferred. So if Aller gets hurt, they're cooked. But they've done a pretty good job protecting him this year. So I'm going to go with Penn State in this one. I just think the home crowd's going to be too much. It's going to be freezing cold. That defense is really good for Penn State. Nick Singleton's a really good running back. I just think the deck is stacked against SMU here, and I'm going to roll with Penn State.
Yeah, Keenan, I would be tempted to pick SMU had they pulled off the upset, quote unquote upset, because I shouldn't really call it an upset.
Yeah.
Had they beaten Clemson. Right.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of my thought too. Yeah, that would have changed my opinion for sure.
Would change my perspective. They got a kid, Brashard Smith, at running back, really talented kid, defensive linebacker. Forgetting the kid's name right now. Put up like over 100 tackles. Good baller there for SMU. But I do land there. I think Abdul Carter is probably going to be the best player that SMU's faced all year. I take a look at their schedule, and I don't see what I mean. You could take a look at TJ Parker. TJ Parker, something else that Texas is going to have to face. But Abdul Carter's better than TJ Parker. And I just don't think, as great as Kevin Jennings is, and he is one of the better quarterbacks, as Jake mentioned, Pro Football Focus also knows that, one of the better quarterbacks in the nation when he's pressured. I think Penn State, especially in Happy Valley, gets the win there. As I said, we will skip the Texas game for right now. We will go to the nightcap. 8 p.m. kickoff, ABC ESPN, number 9, Tennessee, number 8, Ohio State. Keenan, a game that is being talked about as a potential make or break game for Ryan Day in his suspiciously dark beard and hair. I think that thing's suspiciously dark. It could just be his skin complexion, but it's suspiciously dark, nevertheless.
Very dark beard.
Keenan, your thoughts on the 8-9 matchup?
I think this game's going to really determine a lot in this playoff. I think either of these teams could potentially win the national championship. I big believer in both of these teams. But this game's going to come down to is like, I think Tennessee has as good a front seven as anybody, but this game's going to come down to Ohio State's wide receivers versus Tennessee's defensive backs. And Tennessee's defensive backs are the weak spot of their team. And Ohio State has the best wide receiver core in the country for my money. Emeka Egbuka and Jeremiah Smith are, Emeka Egbuka's a first rounder this year probably, and Jeremiah Smith is going to be a top 10 pick when he comes out of college. He was the number 1 recruit in the country per 24/7 last season, regardless of position. Number 1 overall, like doesn't matter, quarterback, whatever, number 1 player. And he showed that this year. He was an absolute freak. Best freshman wide receiver in the country. I think he's better than Ryan Williams, which is saying something because Ryan Williams was awesome. But I think Tennessee's going to win this game because they can run the ball. And, Ohio State has one of the best red zone defenses in the country, right? Like their red zone efficiency on defense is, I think, the best in the country by far. But I just think the way that Tennessee runs the ball, I think Dylan Sampson's going to be the difference in this game. And I think Tennessee's, I don't know if it's an upset. I think they're favored, but I think Ohio State's favored by like a touchdown, which I think is crazy. I'm going to roll with Tennessee, man. And not a lot of people are picking Tennessee, but I think if Nico can have a decent game, they're going to win this game. I think Nico's better than Will Howard. I don't know if the stats back that up, but like as far as a guy I trust, just watching Will Howard against Michigan and some of the mistakes he made, I don't know, man. I'm rolling with Tennessee in this game, and I think Tennessee's going to beat Oregon too.
I will keep it quick. Keenan, I am with you. There is something about, and listen, I think Ohio State, they really need to rally around Ryan Day, kind of quiet some of that talk about his future. But I just like Josh Heupel in Tennessee. I've liked that team all year.
Me too.
A bit of a bad draw having to go to the Horseshoe, but I really like Tennessee in this game, and I think they win. I say something like 27-20.
Yeah.
Give me Tennessee, which also, just quick college football side note that caught my attention, Texas-related, Jalen Catalon back in the transfer portal. Catalan's a guy who I want to be like, dog, go get a job, but he got banged up like 6 times in a row.
Yeah,
So
he kept getting injured. Poor guy.
Yeah, I'm just saying he had medical red shirts. He missed he played 4 games in 19, so obviously that red shirt. Also the 20 year, Keenan doesn't count because that was the COVID year.
Yeah.
22 had a medical red shirt, but had a really good year this year. 96 tackles,
yeah, he's a baller.
5 interceptions, and a pick 6. My thing with Catalan is just like, dog, it ain't gonna get no better than this.
Yeah.
Like in terms of, because the knock on him was being a guy who playing coverage, and he had an excellent year in coverage. So it's like, yo, go be a 5th round pick and go be a special team and start making some money, dog. Like,
that's where I'm at with him.
You know, again, maybe there's some team out there that's going to throw him $2 million to be safety. I don't know, but nevertheless, Keenan, want to transition to a little Texas basketball. I did not plan for the audience. Did not plan on talking about this game at the onset of the week, but it was a weird game. Keenan, did you watch it?
I was there.
Oh, you were there?
Yeah.
But you
I wasn't there the whole time. I was there for I left with 6 minutes left. I didn't know you were there. I went by the media section. I didn't see you.
Oh, because okay.
You were courtside?
James Cox. You see how you boys do? See how family be doing people are? Keenan Womack, we do a daily show every single day.
I should have texted you. I'm sorry.
And all you got to do is text me and be like, yo, I'm in the building.
I walked by the media section to find you, and you weren't there. I guess
there was nobody you could be section because shout out to the great Texas SID, Scotty McConnell, hooks us up, puts us courtside whenever the visiting team doesn't bring radio. Keenan, not only were we courtside, we were on the TV side of courtside because what Texas has been doing as of late for those SEC Network Plus broadcasts is just streaming the radio feed. So there wasn't a TV there weren't TV announcers. So we were on, you know what I'm saying? So we weren't on on the one side with everyone else. We were on that short side with Roger Wallace and whoever else.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Well, because I was with my buddy who's in town for the playoff game from LA. And I walked in, I was like, we gotta find my boy, like the guy I do my show with. And I didn't find him. I did find Zay Collier though. So we ran into him.
You found Zay? Okay.
Ran into Zay in the crowd. That was fun.
I'm gonna take that up with Zay Collier too. He always talking about, man, we gonna stick together, dog. What's up, dog? Hey, y'all know we got to be together, dog. Zay ain't a texty boy either. So I'm gonna holler at him in about 15 minutes. Anyhow, Keenan, what did you make of that game? Because that was I defer to you. Let me let you go first.
First of all, I would like to make an apology to all listeners and all Texas fans for my Jordan Pope takes this year, because I realized it was not a good team they were playing against, but good Lord, did he go off. I mean, 42 points is a Moody Center record. He was doing it off the dribble. He was driving the lane. He was hitting threes. I think he's the starter. That was really impressive to watch him do that. And the thing, too, is I think he had 1 point with 8 minutes left in the first half or something. I think he scored all those points in 22 minutes on the floor.
Yeah. It was 22-48 of game action.
Microwave scorer to a T, right? So I owe an apology to him and to all fans for saying I thought Larry should start over him. I still think Larry should get a ton of minutes, but if Pope's going to do anything like that in any game, you got to keep him on the floor as much as you can. So that's what I would say, first of all. Very sleepy, kind of crappy effort for the first,
that's what I wanted your thoughts on. Continue.
22 minutes or so of the game. I mean, first 30 minutes of the game. I mean, it was a 12-point game, I think, with 12 minutes left in the second half. It's very sleepy, just not super focused. I mean, they locked in and they ended up covering, I think, the spread. I think the spread was 30. They ended up covering it. But, I was with my friend who's not a huge basketball guy, and he was like, what's going on? What's going on? Is this team any good that they're playing? And I was like, no, they're not playing a top-ranked team right now. This is a pretty low on Ken Palm team that they're playing, and just the effort wasn't there. I mean, again, they locked in, but, man, conference play is going to be a rude awakening, I think, man. Their first 5 games are all against top 15 teams. And, I mean, they play Auburn and Tennessee back-to-back, who are 1-2 right now. They play at A&M, who's I think they're number 15 or 16. They play OU, who's top 10. They play Florida, who's top 8. It's going to be really tough early on in conference play. I think their first, not guaranteed win, but their best chance to get their first conference win is against Missouri. Because I don't think Missouri's all that great. I mean, they went winless in conference play last year. But, yeah, man, the SEC is a wagon this year, no question.
I'm going to go to a couple of comments here. James Cox on his Charles Barkley today said, Jalen street clothes catalog. It's actually hilarious. Ike, I appreciate that. I think Zay and my Rodney Terry are my best impressions.
Very good.
For the sake of my job, I'm going to keep my Rodney Terry off the air and just leave that to the Texas media room. James Cox said Pope didn't shoot all his threes out of his system that night. All right, man, look. The reason I say that was a weird game, Keenan, is Texas started, they went up like 16-0, but
yeah,
they didn't really shoot the ball particularly well. And here's what is kind of problematic about that. Keenan, if you had to guess the average height of starters for New Orleans, and I tweeted this out, so maybe hopefully you're not cheating, but can you guess the average height of the New Orleans starting lineup?
They didn't look that big, so I'd guess like 6'5".
6'2" and change.
Whoa. Yo.
That, Keenan, that to me, and listen, I'm not trying to, throw cold water over what was a historic performance. Jordan Pope's 42 points, the most points by a Texas Longhorn since, what's the dude's name? 96.
Marcus Carr.
No, not Marcus Carr. Shit. It's in my story. Apparently, dude's out of New York. Josh knew who he was. 96 score. Keenan, while I talk, just Google Texas 43 points, 1996. It'll come up. I think his name's Freeman or something to that effect. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Reggie Freeman.
Thank you. Most points is Reggie Freeman. I think he's in the School's Hall of Fame. Yeah. Most points.
Yeah, he's a legend. Reggie Freeman's a legend.
Most points is Reggie Freeman against Fresno State in 1996. A Moody Center record. So it was a historic night. But the average height is 6'2".
Yeah.
Art Kaluma should be looking like Shaq. Zarek Onyema should be looking like baby Shaq out there. They should. I'm not trying to be, hard, but like I felt like they should have done what they did to Arkansas Pine Bluff. And then Keenan, they had a weird stretch where the offense went completely cold, and New Orleans made it like an 18-12 game because they started hitting threes, right? Yeah. And as you said, until Jordan Pope exploded for 27 points in the second half, that was like a 13, 14-point game. And again, I know on the surface, your ears hear that, and it's like 13, 14 points. Yeah, against New Orleans, who I think your KenPom ranking is like 12 ranked spots higher than Pine Bluff, Keenan.
Yeah, they're like bottom 30. And the other thing, too, to note is at the half, they had a 2-rebound advantage.
Yeah. And Keenan, actually, I want to ask you the question, all right? Because where my brain goes, as someone who watches a lot of basketball, but I wouldn't consider myself the basketball savant that you are, I attributed some of that to the amount of shots being missed and just long rebounds. Is that fair?
Yeah, definitely. But like the rebound margin should be much bigger.
They're 6'2". That's what Keenan said. They're 6'2", dog.
It's like Shedrick had an awful first half. I think he had 3 rebounds, 0 points. Not to pick on him. It's just like the rebounding sucks, man. It's bad. It's not good.
When you watch some of these low major teams, I'll shout out Thomas Jones, the other beat writer there, also American Statesman, who he and I are usually courtside. And we're usually cracking jokes because they got some of these dudes who you can tell are like football players who just like weren't good enough to get football scholarships, so they're playing basketball. In New Orleans, Keenan, as you may remember, had a white kid with like a whole sleeve who was their point guard. Who was like 6'1" with a football player body.
Yeah, he looked like a wide receiver or something, tight end.
TJ looked up his bio and his bio for New Orleans said, I played football from up until like my senior year of high school, and his favorite rapper is NBA Youngboy. And it's like, that dude really wishes he'd play for LSU right now. That dude really wishes he'd play linebacker for LSU right now, dog.
White corner. He wishes he was a white corner.
That dude absolutely wishes he was playing for LSU right now, but just didn't have enough athleticism. So, no, when we spoke with Rodney Terry post-game, he, said all the usual Rodney Terry things about playing with urgency and all of those things. But listen, at the end of the day, they won by 30-something points. That's great. But if the takeaway from this is Jordan Pope went off, cool. But I can't ignore the fact that you played a team whose average height is 6'2", and then you get to the SEC, and that's not going to be the case. Although, Keenan, before we transition back to football, Janai Broome dealing with an injury. So we got to see what his status is going to be going forward. That ain't the whole SEC. So there are plenty of talented bigs.
Yeah, he's the best big in the country for my money. I mean, he's a senior, and I still have him first round. Like, that's how good I think he is.
Keenan, which actually I want to ask you real quick. Hang on, Steve Sarkeesian. Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought it was something that Steve had said. Just in a video chat, or it's more conversation about Steve Sarkeesian and Quinn Ewers. I thought it was something that was breaking. I was like,
oh, no.
But if it was breaking, Chris Bennett would let us know.
I would have had somebody drop it in the chat.
Chris Bennett would let us know on the air. Before I transition back to football to give our prediction on Texas, Javon Felix, good dude, man.
Yeah, he's the man. He's the absolute man.
Had a quick conversation because I videotaped his being honored by Texas pregame. And for those who don't know the configuration of, the bottom floor of Moody Center, the media room is right next to the visitors' locker room. So where that can be great is when, Big 12 opponents last year came in, and you'd hear all the talk about how they're going to come in and beat Texas. And then you'd hear the teams who decide to play the Big X the plug, Texas, after beating Texas in Texas.
Yeah.
You would hear all of that. Or UConn, when UConn were celebrating and they said belt to ass. That was their chant in the visitors' locker room. So you get to hear all of that stuff. But for the purpose of this conversation, New Orleans is right there. So Javon came in and thanked me for the video. And we had a real good conversation. So good dude. Just remember on Javon Felix.
He hit a buzzer beater to beat North Carolina in 2015 or 2016 at the Irwin Center. That place was packed. It was back when they played North Carolina. They played North Carolina every year for a while, and they beat them a lot. Beat them a lot of the time. Even when they weren't a better team, they beat them. But yeah, Javon Felix had a buzzer beater, mid-range jumper off a rebound, and to beat North Carolina. And it was one of my favorite memories of college was that shot. It was awesome. So Longhorn legend, fan favorite. Everybody loved that guy. Very well liked on campus, things like that. So yeah, really happy for him that he's found a spot as a coach.
Yeah, New Orleans native. So obviously there in his hometown, knows that area really well. Maybe one day, you never know, could make his way back to Texas if there's a spot there and be an assistant there. So yeah, just want to shout out Javon Felix. Good dude. Had a quick conversation with him post game. All right, Keenan, it is time for the main event. Saturday, 3 p.m. TNT and Max. I don't even know who's on the call for the game. I should look that up. Nevertheless, Texas, the first ever college football playoff game in Austin, Texas. I will lie, just as a football fan, it's been pretty cool. Because like I said, I've been on campus. When I went on campus yesterday to kind of look inside, which of course you can do, from the Maynard Garage and see the lights and everything going and the college football playoff logo on the field. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm sure Texas fans would have wanted to buy, right? But hell, this Texas beat reporter would have wanted to buy too. But there is something real unique, real cool about seeing that college football playoff logo on the hallowed ground of Darrell K. Royal, Texas Memorial Stadium. All right, Keenan, 3 keys to the game and your prediction.
Running the ball, obviously. I know that's pretty cliche, but they got to run the ball well to open up RPO stuff. Limiting turnovers and just going after. Oh, sorry. Did you? Oh, you.
No, I was just talking.
Oh, okay. And I would say making sure Klubnik doesn't just win the game for them, right? Keeping him in the pocket, making sure, because he's a good athlete, he can make throws on the run. He had an awesome season. So limiting him, limiting turnovers, running the ball would be my keys. I think Texas is going to win this game. I don't think they're going to cover, but I think they're going to win something like 27-17.
Keenan, I'm getting ready to publish a piece right now. It's my 7 pressing questions that I do every Friday. I'll do 7 pressing answers on Sunday, but I'll kind of give you an inside peek into them. 1, can Texas win on early downs? Keenan, Texas went 6 of 18 on third down against Georgia. I'm going to give you a guess at what the average distance Texas needed to convert a third down 2 weeks ago was.
Gotta be north of 10 yards.
11.7 yards.
Wow. Yeah, that's not
third
good.
down. They got to stay out of those situations. That's going to mean, to transition to my second point, protecting Quinn Ewers. I think it was CB who noted earlier in the crosstalk, what did Georgia have, like 13 sacks against
in 2 games? Yeah.
2 games? Yes, it was 13 sacks. Clemson's defensive front, Steve Sarkeesian has stressed it all week. This is not a great Clemson defense. Even when, like I said, I've done a couple of radio spots in South Carolina, and they kind of laugh when I mention that Steve Sarkeesian has stressed the defense, Clemson's defense. But those people haven't lived through the season that Texas fans have in terms of just protection breakdowns with Quinn Ewers. So that's a big point. TJ Parker versus Kelvin Banks Jr. That's going to be a key matchup. Also, Keenan, really quick, as I go back, it's Wade Woodaz and Barrett Carter. That group as a whole combined for like 40-something tackles for loss this year. So that entire front seven got to be able to make sure you can protect Quinn Ewers. And the last one I'll give away, special teams. Keenan, Michael Kern, again, I think we all believe that in due time he'll be a solid punter. But, he is a pedestrian. He's average right now as a freshman. Let's just call a spade a spade. Now, Clemson doesn't have a Brett Thorson on the other side, a big 6'3", 250-pound Aussie who can flip the field and was a weapon again 2 weeks ago. But can Texas's special teams, if called upon, rise to the occasion? Michael Kern and Bert Auburn. Silas Boland's having a solid year. When Silas is always kind of hit or miss.
The human heart attack, Silas Bolden.
Great name, the human heart attack. Sometimes it's like, Silas, should you pick that up? And then other times it's like, oh yeah, Silas is going for 20 yards, right? But Bert Auburn, 4 of 6 on field goals. I think Texas fans are starting to pick up. The right hash has been an issue for Bert all year. Keenan, you saw him try to correct it a little bit, right? Because if you remember when he was missing, when he was missing early in the year from the right hash, he was pushing it really wide to the right. So then where were his 2 misses from the against Georgia? To the left.
To the left.
Right? So that right hash is going to be something to keep an eye on. But should this game, and I don't think it'll come down to that, but should this game come down to it, Bert Auburn, I'm a Bert guy. Like, I think Bert is a solid kicker, but he hasn't been the guy he was last year. I think it's fair to say that. So that's something to keep an eye on. And my final score, I think I said something in the Horns 24/7 prediction, something like 31-17, 31-14. That's where I land. Like, listen, until I see a team, Keenan, come in and score more than 20 points, more than 17 points on this Texas defense, I'm just not picking teams to do that. It's going to need, no disrespect to Arizona State, Kenny Dillingham and company, but I won't even pick them to score 17 points because Texas's defense has made opponents look that way. Oregon, I'd give them the respect, right? Because they have a potent offense. But I'm not doing that to Clemson, despite the fact that he's Cade Klubnik, and I'm not doing that to Arizona State. So I do believe 31-14 is my final score. Keenan, any final thoughts? Or I'll let you get out of here. I know you got to get back to work. I will do the crosstalk with Zay. Any final thoughts, my man?
No, I'll be there tomorrow, and I'm very excited going with my dad. So I'll be in the house. If anybody wants to hit me up on Twitter. Maybe I'll link with you.
Maybe he will, although he does a real crappy job of hitting up his co-host.
Oh, okay.
Yo, I could agree. I saw Keenan last night at the basketball game. We were sitting with each other. He had his boy with him. Then all of a sudden, he was like, all right, we're going to get some drinks. I'm thinking he's coming back. I ain't seen him the rest of the night.
I went to my seats.
Wow, man. All right. By the way, what the hell does this mean?
What does that mean?
Who was doing that? I feel like it was you, E. Henry.
What does that mean? It means like, oh, hey, your boy Zay. Hey, you talking about hitting up people. You ain't hit up me. I was at the game. E. Henry covers the team. E. Henry, my boy, E. Henry covers the team. I could have hit him up. I could have said, what's up? I'm talking people in black all the time. So keep it brothers. We brothers. And I hit E. Henry, dog. That's what that was, Zay.
No, that ain't it. Come on, man.
Zay, you was at
the game. That's solid.
You hit me up, dog. Like, none of
y'all
y'all
on the court.
None of y'all. Okay, y'all
You on the court.
Y'all like I can't get up and walk to y'all.
Nah, man. You too big time for me, Henry.
Not 100,000.
I ain't trying to crep your style. You too big time, man. I see you on the court. You know, you sit in front row, stuff like that. You wearing the suit. I'm out here in the hoodie. I ain't gonna have you crap my style, bro. I can't be having that, man. It's not a good look.
Are you gonna be at the game tomorrow?
Nah, I'm not gonna be at the game. I got post game show.
Oh, you're doing post game. Okay.
Yeah, I'm watching it on Max, TNT, like everybody else that won't be at the game. So
gotcha.
Yeah, enjoy that. Have fun. Have fun with your pops, man.
Yeah, for sure. It should be fun. I have to go back to the office, though, gentlemen. Appreciate you guys. I will see you guys on Monday.
Appreciate you, my dog. Zay, before Chip hops on, I want to ask you the same question I asked Keenan. What did you make of last night's performance? I know you were in the house last night, because I'm not going to lie, it was a weird game to me. You know, up until Jordan Pope exploded in the second half, it was a weird game because, Zay, the average starting height of the New Orleans Privateers is 6'2", and they weren't hanging tough with Texas, but I mean they had out-rebounded Texas in the first half, and Texas had a stretch where they couldn't buy a bucket. So before bring on Chip Brown, just your thoughts on that game. I just would love your perspective real quick.
I mean, yeah, New Orleans, they're not anything like you're gonna see in the brutal SEC, but the fact that Jordan Pope dropping 40 against anybody is very impressive. Like, I don't care if it was New Orleans. I don't care if they're playing the Westlake Chaparrals. I don't care if they're playing School of the Blind. Dropping 40 is tough to do. So for him to do that, I thought that was big for him, and I thought that showed something kind of like the last game when they destroyed Pine Bluff, that you don't have to be so dependent on Trey Johnson. And even though the schools that you played have no chance of making the tournament, let alone the NIT, you can still build from that. So hopefully, and I'll break it down more on the right call later on the show about the basketball game, but hopefully this coaching staff and Rodney Terry, they're learning something with their group without the big-time five-star freshman that most likely is going to be a lottery pick in this upcoming draft. So I could appreciate that, and let's see if they could carry that momentum on to conference play.
I have taken up enough of Chip and Zay's time, so I'm going to pass it off to Chip Brown. Chip, I will see you tomorrow at the press box, the Mecca, DKR, Texas Memorial Stadium. Chip and Zay, y'all have a fantastic Friday.
I want to get your take on this, E. Henry.
Wow.
Is that Goff and
Amon-Ra St. Brown?
Amon-Ra St. Brown. You know what, Chip? Okay, before I run, I'll say this. All right, I got to admit, growing up, I wasn't a big Christmas guy. Christmas has grown on me over the years, and I can appreciate a good Christmas sweater, Chip. And because Honolulu blue is affixed to your damn head, like you can't sandblast that damn hat off your head, I can appreciate the fact that it's.
Hey, I gotta show some support for the wounded. I mean, it's
the wounded is right.
We're starting an NFL wounded fund in Detroit.
You know what? I won't even say bash Chip's Lions anymore, because in his defense, I feel bad for Chip, because if a Super Bowl season is derailed by these injuries, that would be a tough pill to swallow. And this is a legit Super Bowl team that is getting banged up at the wrong time. So I will take it easy on Chip Brown. Fellas, y'all have a fantastic Friday. And Chip, I will see you tomorrow at the stadium.
E. Henry, I'll see you there. Let's get there at 11 so we can watch the SMU Penn State game on your
You see how he dipped out?
Yeah. Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy to spend some time with us, Chip and Zay, on a Friday, December 20th. We are T-minus 5 days to Christmas, but 1 day to the burnt orange versus the bright orange, baby. First round. College football playoff. Sweeney versus Sark. Sark versus Sweeney. The Makuba Bowl. Cade Klubnik versus Quinn Ewers. Michael Taft versus Cade Klubnik. Ethan Burke, Colton Vasek versus Cade Klubnik. They're old mates. They won a 2020 6A Division I state championship together. Now that's house is divided. Now Michael Taft, Ethan Burke, and Colton Vasek are hunting Cade Klubnik. Zay, are you ready?
After that, how can I not be ready? Happy Friday to everyone. Can't wait for the game tomorrow. Like you just said, storylines on storylines on storylines. But before we get going, I just want to give you and your lovely wife, Eleanor, a shout out and happy anniversary to both of you guys. It's a beautiful thing. I love Chip, and to see y'all's wonderful pictures under the lovely Christmas tree at Trail of Lights. I guess that's a tradition for y'all on y'all's anniversary. That's real cute. Y'all look like y'all are in a Hallmark movie. I love that, man. I love that. So
I love that you love. Love is a wonderful thing. We need more love.
We do.
More love, less hate. More love, less hate. Now, on the football field tomorrow at 3:00, anything goes.
Yeah. We taking souls.
As my man Dan Neal calls it, legalized fighting. Maybe I should see if Dan is well, it's a little late, isn't it?
It was a little late, but
a little late.
Hit him up. Who knows?
Yeah, you never know.
Never know. But yesterday we talked about a little bit of Steve Sarkeesian's Thursday presser. And didn't have a chance. You were there. You were part of it. But I didn't have a chance to watch it before the show yesterday. Watched it this morning. And I didn't like what I heard from Sark. I've talked about it this week. The part where he snapped on the hypothetical stuff.
Okay, you heard it back?
Yeah, I heard it back. I didn't appreciate that. Sark does some red flag things, man, over the years. I think he's a terrific coach, brilliant offensive mind. What he's done with the culture has been more than impressive. Like, I'm going to give him his flowers before I crap on him a little bit. Like, keeping the coaching staff intact, getting the number one recruiting class for this 2025 upcoming season, getting to the college football playoff last year, winning the Big 12 on your way out, getting to the SEC championship in year one. Steve Sarkeesian's done some terrific things that Tommy Boy and Charlie Boy could not do. With that said, he had that weird incident at the Alamo Bowl where they touched his breasts and he lost it. Didn't like that. Didn't like the way he handled himself at the SEC championship.
Is my man Doomsday stirring it up now?
I'm not stirring up nothing. Sark's doing it himself. Again,
all right, keep going.
About it. But yeah, SEC championship game, I thought his emotions got the best of him to where it fed off on his team a little bit and made them tight, where he should have been a lot more loose. Yeah, I get it. It feels like there's a huge cloud on your head over the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. With all the penalties, feels unfair. Georgia has about 80% of their fans. Like, it feels a little unfair, but hey, you're the enemy. Attack it like that. Then yesterday, how he handled the hypothetical question, which
how did you think he was up to that point?
I mean, he was fine, but that again, it shows me a guy that seems tight. Like, why are you answering it like that? I'm not answering hypotheticals, like cutting on or off. And again, we in this business with what we do, Like people look at it as the other guys that represent and talk and give like analysis for Texas football like the enemy. That's not what it is. Like, yeah, like in a way we're competing, but I got love for everybody that's out here doing it and talking Texas football and getting paid to do so. I thought that was trash. I thought how he handled that was absolutely trash because you can handle it a different way.
Well, you could say, you know what? I'm not going to do hypotheticals, but Quinn Ewers' impact has been tremendous.
Yeah. It's that easy.
It's
that easy.
You want to rephrase your question? But he's not normally like that. Like we're getting this from CB. Is Sark usually that feisty? No, he's not. I thought he was fantastic on Monday. I thought he was thoughtful, very forthcoming with thoughtful answers. Yeah, it was a little, and maybe he's like got interrupted from a meeting or something, but yeah, it was like he was a little fired up.
An understatement. That's just flat out rude. Like, I get it. Your mentor is Nick Saban. Saban, he could be rude and a little feisty too, but Saban had skins on the wall, so I really don't care. Like Bill Belichick, in the way it was the same. But he started having his answers shortened up. When you ask something stupid, you get some one-word answers from Bill. You get some just one-sentence lines from Bill.
Yeah, good luck, North Carolina press corps. Good luck.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying?
We're on to Wake Forest.
Skins on the wall. So you kind of look past that. Sark still got a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do. For him to be that surly, angry looking, and angry sounding, it's like, bro, you can handle this better. Like, what's going on? Is there anything else going on? That's what it makes me think. Is there something else going on behind the scenes? You never know. On a non-joking tip, you never know what somebody's going through. A lot of people, you know, they could use makeup to cover up what's going on inside. So I'm not going to speculate there. Hope everything's cool. But with the way that he sounded yesterday, and then you got Dabo Sweeney and his pressers acting like Norm freaking McDonald, I don't like that. I don't like that. Like, yes, it gets annoying, all these Quinn Ewers questions. Yes, you want to protect him and make sure.
In fairness, my man Zay is a body language ologist.
Big time.
He likes it when Sark is smooth, like a surfer in Southern California. You know what I'm saying?
Like, is that nerves? Is that stress? Because you know this is a grand opportunity with the draw that you have, 5th seed, having Clemson come into town, 3-loss team.
It could also be any question he's getting about Quinn Ewers, because he's hearing it too.
Yeah.
He's hearing it all. And I'm sure look, deep down, you pour truth serum in Sark, he's probably frustrated that Ewers isn't further along, that his development got stunted in the middle of the season by the oblique injury, then by the ankle injury. And, you know, I'm sure he appreciates Quinn fighting through it. And look, Sark does a good job of keeping a poker face when Quinn misses a wide open, DeAndre Moore for a touchdown in the SEC championship game. You know, Sark's not over there. He just is looking at the next play. And that's important because as the offensive play caller, when you get that shot and it's open, you want to hit it, obviously, especially when you're moving the ball at will between the 20s and you're not cashing in. But yeah, I'm be interested to see how, I swear I can tell when Quinn is going to come out with good energy from the way he warms up. And I liked the way he warmed up against Georgia. I thought he had good energy. Sometimes he can look like he doesn't have any energy, And typically, he gets off to a rough start. But even in that Georgia game again in the SEC championship, even after that interception, which it's crazy how many times he throws a first quarter interception. I don't have it right in front of me, or maybe I do, but he shook it off and he got right back into rhythm. And I thought Quinn played really well in the first half, really well. Thought things were going, and then, things were not going Sark's way, clearly with the penalties and everything. But let's see how it goes. Because you're right, Zay. This is, when you say he said in February, I'm borderline obsessed with winning a national championship, and now it's here. Now it's go time. He's got to stay relaxed and dial up the right plays. Because I think there have been times against Georgia specifically where he's looked like he's searching for the right play, and he loses his rhythm as a play caller, which can happen. They take away your running game, man. Suddenly you're like, damn it. I thought this was going to work. It's not working. They're sitting on my screen game. What am I going to do? And that can be, for a play caller, that can be troubling. But yeah, Quinn, he had a first quarter interception 4 times this season. So you'd love to see him come out. And, I was thinking about this. You'd love to see him come out and just have the game that he wants to have, because if he does, man, this whole team is going to take a big step forward. It's like when Vince Young, when they were down to Oklahoma State in 2005, they're down double digits at halftime. Vince Young comes out, runs for 80 yards and a touchdown. Rod Wright told me, oh man, once I saw that, I knew we were good. Like, the whole team feeds off each other. The defense has been amazing because the defense they've been like Green Berets out there. They've been like Navy SEALs. In the most difficult situations, they get called. They got to come up with the answer. They got to defuse the bomb, and they have. And that's why I'm sitting there at the SEC championship game. Jahdae Barron's just intercepted the ball, run it back, close to midfield. And you're like, you got 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go win this game. You're down 3. You got a chance to go win this game. I don't know that I felt confident that they were going to go win it. They ended up going and tying it, but that's where you want, because Quinn hasn't been in that situation that much. Like, I was looking back at it. Colt McCoy was in a lot of fourth quarter comebacks, and I can think of them. Texas Tech in 2008, he did his job leading that. They were down 22-7 in that game. He comes back. He's getting beat up, but he leads that touchdown. Fozzie Whitaker, big on that drive, and they take the lead by 1 point, and, defense got to hold it. But Oklahoma State, they were down 21 in the fourth quarter. He and Jamal Charles come roaring back and win it. Ohio State in the Fiesta Bowl, he and Quan Cosby. Like, you knew they were going to go get it done. And so, and Quinn did it. Like, he did it in Alabama. They were down. They were down in the fourth quarter. He led them to a 10-point win. And, I know people joke with me all the time because for years, I would say, as soon as the season was just shooting for whatever Texas Bowl, I'd be like, okay, fans, get out your Live the Dream DVD. Just watch that a few more times. And I think people are tired of me talking about the great game at Alabama for Quinn. They're ready for a new highlight. Maybe it's tomorrow. And maybe it's this whole playoff. We'll see. Because we know what's in there. We know it's in there. We have seen it. And I'll never forget being down on the field at Alabama. Quinn was like passionately screaming, "It's time. It's time." And I was like, damn, this dude, okay, this is the fire. And so that's what you're looking for. If you're a Texas fan, that's what you're hoping for.
Yeah.
You don't want to see bullets left in the chamber.
No, empty the clip.
Yeah, empty the clip.
Empty the clip. 100%.
Every game now.
Yeah. You know me, my black ass doesn't have much sympathy for Steve Sarkeesian, 10 million. Like, yeah, it's frustrating hearing all this Quinn Ewers, Arch Manning talk, 10 million. Handle it better. You need to go back, like, yeah, your mentors, Nick Saban. I need you at time to be more Pete Carroll and laugh stuff off. Like, I would have answered that question like, yo, man, you guys don't quit. Like, at the end of the day, I just want to do what's best for our team, and I'm going to do that to the best of my ability. Bam. Answer right there. Him getting all frustrated and stuff and surly and just giving these answers that straight up rude. Like, that was a rude-ass answer and way to go about it. And, again, I don't know why he thought that was okay, whether it was Quinn Ewers not being where he wants to be. But, again, 10 million, figure it out. Like, yeah, that pressure's there. With the draw that you have, the defense that you have, the talent that you have, not saying it's going to be easy, but it's easier than some of the other cats in the college football playoff. So if you're feeling that, okay, kumbaya, go see your string, like do something, but your team needs to be at ease. Like we talked about it yesterday, the way Mac handled that 05 team with Vince Young and them, Mac was tight for a long time. VY had to let him know, like, coach, relax. Let us handle it. We got it. And Max was like, all right, that's going to be hard for me to do. And Sally was like, listen to him, baby. Let's listen to these guys. This is a different
Mac was going to have Ricky Williams cut his dreads.
See what I mean?
And Ricky would have been like,
I'm out of here. Yeah.
And Sally was like, let him wear his hair.
Let him wear that. Yeah. Who cares if the dreads smell like
Ricky
the chronic?
Loved Sally. Another guy was like, Mac, he's okay. Sally, I love Sally.
Yeah.
Greg Ellis, Eb Ekubon, they all love Miss Sally.
Yeah. Yeah. Mel Kiper Jr. talking crazy. Talking about Quinn, transfer, if he struggles and stuff, because he ain't going to be a high pick like he could be with all his potential. Like, there's a lot of stuff going on. Like, that's just what it is. And you got to put his mind at ease. I don't think this is the way to do it.
Mel Kiper's a bit of a parody of himself.
Yeah, he's out there. He could be out there.
But look, Quinn can rewrite it. He can rewrite everything. If he comes out and goes Joe Flacco in these playoffs, 11 touchdowns, no picks, something like that, like Flacco did in 14, everyone be like, oh, hell. Look at Quinn. Oh, he's healthy now.
Yeah.
Sharpshooter.
Yeah. And Joe Flacco's been ripping off NFL teams ever since.
Hey, but he had that run.
He had that run last year. You're right. That run last year with the Browns was solid.
The best run was 14. Remember, he had 11 touchdowns, no interceptions when the Ravens beat the 49ers in the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah. Classic run, right? Lewis, Ed Reed still doing their thing.
Right. Like you weren't really expecting that from Joe Flacco.
No.
And dude balled out. Now it helps when you have a defense with Ray Lewis and Terrell Suggs, and I don't think Ed Reed was done then. But
what? Ed Reed was still playing.
Was he still on that? 14?
Yeah, because it was 2012, not 2014.
Oh, 2012. Sorry, 2012. Getting my years mixed up. But yeah, I mean, it's in there. That's the thing. That it's in there, and that's where you gotta. But listen, Sark's learning how to put it all together, and he needs. Look, I think it's going to be different. I think Texas is going to be able to run the ball tomorrow, and that opens everything up. So let's see how that looks. So my question for you, Zay, is about Jaden Blue. Jaden Blue. How comfortable, confident are you with Jaden Blue running it between the tackles?
About halfway, about a 5 out of 10.
Okay.
I mean, that's what's depressing about his situation, because the guy has so much talent. He's a home run hitter every time he gets the rock, but we all know that fumbling issue, you can't have it in games like this. And again, the way that they've been using them lately, or lack thereof, it sucks, because that thunder and lightning dynamic that him and Contravian Wisner can be will take this team to another stratosphere. But in a way, Jaden Blue and his problems with protecting the ball has held Texas back. And kind of like the Quinn situation, whether it's the oblique or the ankle or, just him not being comfortable, Sark can't really call what he probably wants to, which probably leads to the frustration pressers that you've seen, yesterday and after the SEC championship game, where he snapped on the person who was asking Quinn questions before Sark even broke down the game and had a chance to talk. But yeah, we were talking about this guy possibly being a Doak Walker Award winner before the season, a guy that would follow the footsteps of Roshan Johnson, Bijan Robinson, and Jonathan Brooks. And for him to just have all the problems that he's had, it's tough. Even in that Arkansas game where he played really well, thanks to the football gods, that fumble went out of bounds instead of falling into the Razorbacks' hands. So a big part of me says give him another chance, see what he can do. But also, if they don't, I can't knock the coaching staff for not giving him the ball, because he's mucked up way too many times and has set Texas back. So don't want to look too far ahead. Don't know what his situation is going to be like next year, because he ain't going to the league. If he does, then he's going to be a very, very late draft pick, and those scouts are going to be like, oh, bro, you weren't protected in college. What makes us think you're going to be able to protect it in the National Football League? So I feel for him. Then the big touchdown that he had against A&M, you thought that would be, a boost of energy, a boost of momentum, a boost of confidence. And then in the Georgia game, the brother gets 2 carries, I think.
2 for 2 yards.
Yeah, that ain't nothing. I don't know how many touches he had overall, but he was basically irrelevant in that game. We know where Jared Gibson's at. That dude, he's getting splinters on his ass the way that he's been riding that pine. So Contravian Wisner is the man. We know that. But being able to sprinkle 23 in there when you can, I think that could be a huge difference. If he can protect the ball and Texas' success and hopes and aspirations for winning these next 4 games and hoisting that national championship trophy up.
Yeah.
How do you feel about him?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at his touches, he was averaging Well, against Georgia in the first meeting, he had 0 carries, but he had 7 catches for 48 yards, and he had a touchdown catch in that game. So, he was averaging right around 10 touches after the fumble game against Mississippi State. And against A&M, he had 6 touches, and against Georgia, he had 4 touches. So, it's now almost like it would be a wrinkle if he was a big part of the game plan. But my man, Coach 420, the big Ocho. Okay, so you guys have been hot. Big Ocho, what's your prediction for Trey Moore against Clemson? Because he's got 6 straight games with a play behind the line of scrimmage, including knocking Carson back onto IR. At least that's where it was, according to his parents, who were looking for medical treatment options.
Yeah, I think news has come out that he won't be in that first game at the Sugar Bowl. So, winner of the Indiana Notre Dame, I don't think Carson Beck will be available. Big Ocho, I guess, on that Hail Mary, messing up maybe Georgia's hopes of winning the Natty. But yeah, the guy's been solid. It started off so slow, whether it was trying to figure out what Pete Kwiatkowski needed of him.
And then he makes that play. Sometimes you just got to make a play. He breaks up that pass coming off the goal line against Vanderbilt. And then the floodgates opened, just like Jalen Ford. Didn't have a tackle in the first game of the 2022 season. Then he sacks Bryce Young on 3rd and 9, and the guy had an first team all Big 12 year. Sometimes you just got to make that play. Okay, here we go. A sack, a couple of TFLs, a batted ball. We're getting into it now. I gotta write.
Oh my God, man. We're turning Trey Moore into Hispanic Michael Strahan here. I'm with it. I'm with it.
One sack and a PBU that leads to an anthill interception. I love it. Hell, I'll say that he gets at least 1 tackle for loss. What about you, Zay?
I give him a sack. I give him a tackle for loss. My man, Coach 420, getting a little greedy, but I like it. I like it.
All right.
I like the energy.
Yeah.
Like the positivity. Speak it into existence,
Well, and he's playing himself into draft worthy. You know what I mean? Like the second half of his season, he's showing that versatility, that range. He can drop into coverage. He can get off blocks and run people down. I mean, he can close. So look, this defense, I said it yesterday. We're not talking enough about this defense and Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton and Barron Sorrell. Barron Sorrell, 39 quarterback pressures. Look, David Benda. David Benda. That's why they went out and got Brad Spence from Arkansas. They got basically a David Benda clone in Brad Spence. But Spence is a guy who's also shown he can come off the edge, and he's good in coverage, really athletic. I think that was a good pickup by Texas at the linebacker position because he's a junior, so he's got 2 years of eligibility, and he's a special teams guy. Like he's a complete package linebacker. because Texas is losing David Benda. They're losing Mo Blackwell. They've already lost Darian Gillette to the portal. Where's he going? Mississippi State?
Yeah, I saw that. Good
Is
for
that what
him.
I saw?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Darian Gillette. I just don't think it clicked fast enough. Or maybe he just needed to get out on the field and make a play. Yeah. I mean, it can.
And you don't know which guys were Jeff Choate guys. Johnny Nansen comes in. You want to give it a chance, but it just doesn't fit. Like, that happens.
Yeah. Yeah. Jacob Manu, who was at Arizona, was all Pac-12 as a sophomore, was unbelievable. Then he got hurt. He's in the portal. That was a Johnny Nansen guy. We'll see. I don't know. I haven't looked to see if he's visiting.
And that boy Ty Anthony Smith.
Oh, yeah,
add a little bit more weight. He's coming. That dude.
That's Mo Blackwell right there.
Yeah.
And he's ready. He's already in the specialty packages, great on special teams. Yeah. So,
he's talking about Mo Blackwell against K. Klubnik, a guy that's fleet of foot. Mo Blackwell was quietly solid in the A&M game. Marcel Reed was there. Like, Marcel Reed ran out of bounds a few times, and 37, well, he was one of the guys that was chasing them down. So look to see 37 a little bit in this game. Offered up some serious versatility, especially, it doesn't allow Ant Hill to play so many reps. And we know that you can move Ant Hill around a lot when you have guys like David Benda and Mo Blackwell come in the game. So, yeah, I thought maybe they could have used Mo Blackwell more when Gunnar Stockton came in. Gunnar Stockton kind of blindsided everybody in that SEC championship game with his legs, but knowing that K. Klubnik can move the way that he can, you're going to need them linebackers flying and really keyed in on them. And I think Mo Blackwell could be a huge addition in a game like this.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, this is the playoffs. This is it. This is where everybody's got to, do your job. I was watching the Clemson SMU game earlier today, and there was a time where Klubnik looked like he was absolutely going to run it to the left, and then the DB who had the deep coverage from SMU came all the way up, and Klubnik spotted I think it was Wesco,
yeah,
for the touchdown. And I was sitting there thinking to myself, do your job, because that's the perfect example. There were guys who were covering the flat who were going to come up and get Klubnik. That safety didn't need to come up from there. He needed to do his job and stay with the deepest man. And they gave up a touchdown. So that's where you need Mo Blackwell's experience. He's a senior. He knows, just do your job. You don't need to be trying to be a hero.
And that's what makes K. Klubnik so dangerous, because you got plays like that, what you just mentioned. That was the first touchdown of the game for Clemson in the ACC championship. But go back and look at the last touchdown in the Pitt game, where he had the RPO that turned into a quarterback draw. Well, that's what it looked like. Like, he goes back, looks like he's about to throw it in the pocket, and then he just takes off up the middle and shows some serious jets to ice the game for a 50-plus yard touchdown run from the quarterback position. Like, he's very tricky. And, yeah, you got to be really, sticking to your guns and your responsibilities and discipline when you play a quarterback like him, because out of all the quarterbacks in the college football playoff from last year to this year, K. Klubnik's probably improved the most. And it goes to what Garrett Riley has helped them with here in year 2 for Garrett Riley and them, and then Cade Klubnik, just like most players, the more experience you get, the more comfortable you get. So you see that with him. It's just that's a lot on him with no Jay Haynes, Phil Maffa being wounded. It's a lot to ask for him to completely take over a game against this feisty, terrific Texas defense.
Yeah. Yeah, he had a 55-yard touchdown run against NC State, a 50-yard touchdown run against Pitt that you were just referencing, a 34-yard touchdown run against Stanford, a 27-yard run against Florida State. So he's had explosive runs. That's always terrible when you say that. He's had explosive running plays. He's had explosive rushing plays. Try to stay away from explosive runs, but there's Pepto-Bismol.
Pepto, some Tums.
Take some Pepto. But I think there's a lot on Cade Klubnik's shoulders tomorrow, and Texas needs to make him feel that pressure by trapping him, containing him, getting to him, hitting him, and then the DB's got to stay plastered to their men if he's out scrambling.
Yeah, he might look like he should be a cast member on Dawson's Creek or something, but he don't play like it. He got some toughness to him, man. You see that hair flowing, a little sunshine aura to him, pretty boy, Westlaker. And then you look at a game like South Carolina, that heated rivalry. They got some dogs for Shane Beamer on that defense. He was lowering his shoulder, talking mess, doing the first down sign in folks' faces on the Gamecocks. Like, he has some toughness and some dog in him, which you have to be like a 3-time state champ like he was at Westlake High, playing in the highest division in Texas football. Like, Dabo saw that.
He had never lost.
Never.
He had never lost when he got to college. And then he had some look, they're young skill players. Wesco, we talked about this a little bit yesterday. They're going to be really good next year.
Yeah.
Like all last year, I was like, where are their skill players? Where's the speed? Where's the talent? And now they got Wesco, they got Antonio Williams, who's a sophomore. They got TJ Moore. He's a freshman. They got dudes. So I look at this Clemson team. Next year's the year. Don't let them arrive a year early.
Yeah.
Don't let them do it.
Yeah. And on the defensive end, look out for 47. Sammy Brown, linebacker.
Yeah,
freshman. He be flying around. That linebacker group is good, man. Woodaz, Carter, Brown. They're starting to play all those guys together more on the 4-3 setup. It's been good for them.
Sammy Brown is not even listed. He's not even listed as a starter. He's the third leading tackler on the team. He's got 11 tackles for loss. He and Colin Simmons are tied for the freshman with the most tackles for loss this season. And Sammy Brown has 5 sacks. Dude's not even a starter. He's number
47.
47. You said that already. 47. And the guy who made it as a Butkus finalist is number 0, Barrett Carter. And he's the leading tackler for Clemson. He's the weak side linebacker. He and Sammy Brown are both listed at the weak side linebacker. But Barrett Carter has 10.5 tackles for loss, 3.5 sacks. Anthony Hill, it's not even close. Like this, if I'm Anthony Hill, I'm so pissed off in this game. Anthony Hill has 16 tackles for loss, 7.5 sacks, 4 forced fumbles, an interception. Barrett Carter doesn't have an interception. He doesn't even have a forced fumble.
Yeah.
10.5 tackles for I don't have any doubt that Anthony Hill will outplay Barrett Carter. Number 0 versus number 0. Let's line up the stats at the end of the game.
If you're Steve Sarkeesian, how could this not be a Gunnar Helm game? Because again, they play a lot of 4-3, and they play a lot of man and cover 1. Gunnar Helm should be able to eat these linebackers alive if they get matched up on them. This might be a sighting where you throw in a little bit of Amari Nyblack. We were seeing Amari Nyblack toward the end of the year, and then it just kind of stopped. Like we saw him in A&M game a little bit, and then we didn't see him at all against Georgia. So with his speed, matched up against these linebackers, if they trying to play man, you should be able to go to corral, buffet type, eat them alive. I hope Sark uses Gunnar Helm more because Georgia plays a lot of man too. Now, that front 7, they were in the backfield a ton, so Quinn Ewers didn't necessarily have the time like he should in this game. But I'd be really disappointed if Gunnar Helm wasn't utilized in a game like this, if they're going to put all those linebackers out there and play man also. Clemson plays man 2/3 of the time. 85 should be able to go crazy and get what you want, and you should be able to single him out. And that would be a great security blanket for Quinn Ewers to help move the chains. But that protection has to be good too. Like Kelvin Banks, going to be watching Kelvin Banks early on, see how he moves. Because that man, TJ Parker, he going to be gunning for him. He gonna be gunning for him for sure. They're gonna be going after Cam Williams also. So if Quinn has time in that pocket to make those throws down the field, play action, RPO, whatever, attack these young corners, man. They're up and coming. Ashton Hampton, that dude like 6'3", number 23, freshman, cornerback for Clemson. He's came along very well. They got TJ Terrell's brother, Avion Terrell, good genes, Atlanta native, brother, all-pro player in the NFL, also went to Clemson. Again, good genes. So those matchups, wide receivers, Gunnar Helm, tight end, you got to win them one-on-ones, man. And Quinn Ewers, you got to put some smoke on the ball tomorrow. Those lob passes and stuff to allow these defenders to make plays in zone, yeah, that works. You got to get it over guys and fit those spots. But in man, you got to rifle it in there. And if Quinn Ewers won't be able to do that, it's going to be a tight game. And Clemson's going to have a chance. If he can do that, then this should be a blowout.
I just sent you a text or a text with a tweet where Isaiah Bond was doing a Q&A. He was asked about his ankle. I don't know if you can
get that ready and queued up.
You got it?
Let me get it ready. You just sent it. Damn.
No, I thought you said I got it queued up.
Oh, yeah. No, let me get it queued up.
Okay. All right, let me get a couple mentions in here. We got John McLean jumping on with us at 2:00. Passes.com. This is the time. Listen, folks, we are T-minus 5 days to Christmas. Go to passes.com/Texas One Fund and check out all of the activity going on there. You got 40 plus Texas student athletes who are interacting, offering you chances to buy signed memorabilia, buy their gear. I don't know if they got any game worn gear, but you can ask them. The cool thing about passes.com, you got all these celebrities on there, like NFL, Hollywood, but you've got the passes.com/Texas One Fund account. Of course, Texas One Fund, the NIL collective at Texas. So anything that you're purchasing on that account helps NIL. So if you're a Texas fan, you're getting a twofer. You're helping NIL and you're also getting something in return, whether it's, Q&A opportunities with running backs coach Tashard Choice. They got the Wheelin' and Dealin' podcast with Patrick Wheels Smith, the head of the Texas One Fund, so that you can find out what's going on. You got the passes previews on there and the passes interviews that Bucky and BK do with Ethan Burke. Listen, it's just a good place to bookmark so that you're in touch with what's going on. All things Longhorns, passes.com/Texas One Fund. Just bookmark it. And then listen, you're thinking about redoing a bathroom. You're thinking about maybe redoing your kitchen. There's only one place to go in Austin, and it's the McCall Custom Homes. Listen, they've been doing it for 40 plus years. I just love how direct they are. You know who you're dealing with. You're dealing with a father-son team, with 50 years combined experience, and they're going to bring their vision to whatever you want to do, whether it's redoing a bathroom, whether it's expanding an outdoor space, redoing your kitchen, and they're going to do it at the price that's right for you. You can check out their work at Facebook and Instagram by just searching at McCall Custom Homes, and then give our buddy Mike a call at 512-633-9580. I'll go slow this time. 512-633-9580. You can email Mike at mike@mccallcustomhomes.com. So simple. It's McCall Custom Homes, building value into your home. And hey, part of that revamp of a room might include a little something from our man, Tom McKay at AV Consultations. AV Consultations. It's so amazing. They will do it all. They'll bring you the big screen of your dreams. They'll bring you surround sound, electronic shades, surveillance, new lighting. It's so simple. And look, Tom and his crew, they bring everything to you. All you got to do is call 255-8678. 255-8678. And Tom and his crew are going to bring everything to you. You don't need to be lugging TVs around town, punching holes in your drywall. Look, Tom and his crew, they're going to bring it all to you. So really, you just got to make that one phone call. Tom and his crew have done it for me in 3 different houses. Put big screens up, surround sound. You deserve that. And if your big screen isn't big enough to make you feel like you're on the sideline at the game, might be time to upgrade. AV Consultations, avconsultations.com. And Cover 3. Oh man, Cover 3 is the place to be. It is for bowl season, playoff season, basketball season. We got it all going on right now. If you don't have tickets to the Texas-Clemson game, then get over to Cover 3. You want to check out the SMU Penn State game tomorrow at 11? Get over to Cover 3. How about brunch at Cover 3? The do-it-yourself Bloody Mary bar. Look, great food. Sean Adams prime rib sandwich, those Parmesan fries. I'm not kidding. I went to a restaurant in Dallas for my stepson's graduation, and the prime rib was not as good as the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. And I don't even want to tell you what the prime rib at this restaurant costs. Let me just tell you the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich, way less than that and way better. Cover 3. Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 in Round Rock, right off Old Settlers, and Cover 2, 183 and Lake Creek. All right. So you got it queued up, my man?
Yep, queued up and
All right,
ready.
this is Isaiah Bond. He's doing a thing for Canes, Canes, those incredible tenders and all that. But here's Isaiah Bond yesterday about his ankle.
Maybe a little off topic. Can you talk about how your ankle's feeling?
My ankle's feeling great. Getting better day by day.
Do you expect to play this weekend?
Yes, I'm feeling good.
Can you speak on how excited you are for this?
All right. He's planning to play. Pete Thamel put out a tweet talking about, he's facing long odds to play. I've had a source say he's going to try and play. So we'll see. We weren't sure he was going to play against Georgia after suffering the ankle injury against OU. He scored a touchdown. So look, the kid's trying. What's that face, Zay?
I mean, what I saw from Silas Bolden in the SEC championship game, I think he deserves more bump if Isaiah Bond's not 100%.
I agree.
I don't know why we haven't seen more of Silas Bolden. At this point, he should get the playbook. I get it. He wasn't an early enrollee like the rest of those wide receivers that transferred in, but Silas Bolden really showed us something in that SEC championship. Like that shot that he took from Dan Johnson at his size, like that's concussion protocol type of hit. And the dude just bounced back up like it wasn't nothing. And he missed dodged a few tackles on another one of those slant passes and stuff. If Isaiah Bond's cool, give him a go. But Silas Bolden, he's there in your back pocket if you need him.
Yeah. All right, let's bring him in. He's a Hall of Famer. He's in the Texas Sports Hall of Fame. So if you're going up and down I-35 this Christmas season, stop in there in Waco. Say hi to John McLean because he's in there. He's also in the Pro Football Hall of Fame for his coverage of the NFL. He's a Screen Actors Guild member because he's been in movies that you've seen like Secretariat, Spring Breakers, and Cook County. Good, sneaky good movie, Cook County. Just telling you. The one and only John McLean. You can read him at HoustonTexans.com. Hear him on radio shows from coast to coast, including Chip and Zay. John, how you doing? Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Happy holidays to you guys and your listeners and viewers. And thank you for that intro. But let's talk some football and the greatest day in the history of football on television. There's never been a greater day where you have 3 college football playoff games, and then you have 2 NFL games involving 4 playoff teams. I told my wife, who likes football, I said, I'm going to be in front of the TV all day. I'll be covering the Texans road game at Kansas City, and then I'm not going to write until the next day, and so I can watch all of the other games. And the Longhorns shouldn't need, if they're missing a receiver, so what? They shouldn't need any. They can lose several players and beat Clemson. Clemson's lucky to be in the playoffs, and I think this will be the most lopsided and the most boring game of the weekend, unless, of course, you're a Longhorns fan. And so I think I have not seen – I was looking at all the ESPN picks today, all their college football writers. 2 or 3 of them picked big upsets, like SMU to win at Penn State. Nobody picked Clemson to beat Texas. I'm guessing it's going to be a beautiful day there, like it is here today and supposed to be tomorrow. So no excuses. And the one thing I can't get over, there's 2 things to me that are totally worthless. I've been hearing all week, and I realize talk shows and TV shows got to fill up time. Number one, could Arch Manning start? If he's not going to start, could he play if Ewers struggles? And I'm thinking, and you guys would know better, they'd have to be losing and he'd have to be struggling big time. And I don't know how much more confidence Steve Sarkeesian can say publicly he has in Quinn Ewers. But yet all these people want Arch to play. There'll be plenty of time for that. And the other one that to me has been a total waste of time is, will Patrick Mahomes play? He's been a full participation in practice. Of course he's going to play. And then there's speculation, should they rest him against the Texans? And of course he's not going to rest. They're trying to win. And anyway, a lot of airtime and online has been wasted on those two subjects in my book.
Yeah. Well, so John, there's mixed feelings about the with college expanding their playoff, the fact that we've got big time NFL games on Saturday going up against, like, head to head with these college football playoff games. Your thoughts on, do they need to try to figure something out where they're not on at the same time?
Well, I think that I saw a thing the other day. College was to start a week earlier, but to avoid this, the NFL moved 2 games, and the only reason the NFL is doing this is because of their greed to play on Christmas Day, which is a Wednesday, and it's not fair as it is to ask the Chiefs and the Texans to play 3 games in 11 days. But if you're playing on Sunday, that gives you even less rest before Wednesday. So moving these 2 games involving these 4 teams is fair for them. And of course, they don't care about college football. They're going to dwarf the ratings, but I don't think either side wants this. But because Netflix has given them so much money, not to mention paying Beyonce no telling how much money to have her concert in NRG Stadium during the game. But I don't think this will happen again. It only happened because Christmas was on a Wednesday. And for fans, it's even better. You know, I don't like them going on at the same time, but that's what commercials are for, or split screens. And so I'm really fired up about it. I'm fired up about the colleges. I talked this morning for an hour from a fan of the Vols. Of course, they're worried about losing at Columbus, and all the Columbus fans are worried about losing to Tennessee, and will Ryan Day get fired? It's amazing. ESPN had a great deep dive into Ryan Day and the pressure he's under and why. You know, he's only lost 1 game that wasn't to Michigan in the years since he's replaced Urban Meyer. And if indeed he got fired, teams would be all over him. And I remember when Mike Vrabel took the Tennessee job, left the Texans for Tennessee, first person he tried to hire was his close friend, Ryan Day, who was at Ohio State under Urban Meyer. But at the time, Day knew that if Meyer left, he was going to be the heir apparent. So there's a lot riding on these games. I love cold weather games as long as I'm not in them. Snowing in South Bend. You know, everybody in Indiana is going to be glued to that game tonight. Can't wait. I'd love to see SMU go into State College and beat Penn State. And I just do not want to see the Longhorns. I'm tired of Dabo Swinney. I wish SMU had knocked him out, but I'm sure the Longhorns will.
All right. So there are people picking SMU to beat Penn State. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, I've seen 2 or 3 of those ESPN people did. I don't know why. There's really no reason to do it unless you're just trying to pick an upset. And I also saw 3 of them pick Texas lose to Arizona State in the next round. Wouldn't that be ironic? Lose to the Big 12. But I don't see that either. And Georgia's playing without Carson Beck, and even though he hasn't played great this season like everybody thought he would when he had a chance to be a high number 1 pick, they said for a month this backup who came off the bench is going to be playing, but can't imagine they're going to be better than they were. Wouldn't it be great to see Georgia and Texas play a 3rd time? I think that would be tremendous. Let me ask you guys something. I am amazed, and I saw Steve Sarkeesian blast this as every college coach would. Some dumbass judge in hearing the Diego Pavia case. Now, Pavia went to junior college. He wanted another year. He didn't get it, didn't deserve it. So he sued. So the judge has ruled that you can go to junior college like you're playing minor league baseball. And then when you go to major college, it will not affect your eligibility. You still have a full career. So Sarkeesian said, we're going to be seeing 28 and 29-year-olds. We're already seeing 28-year-olds. And so I'm assuming you guys don't like that ruling either, do you?
Well, it's just kind of confusing because I get they don't want to get sued. They don't want to limit student athletes' ability to earn NIL money. So I get it's kind of a backdoor, it is weird. I mean, I get COVID. COVID was a pandemic. Everything got screwed up. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this.
Zay, what do you think?
I like it for junior colleges.
Well, of course.
I think it's going to make that competition a lot better. But yeah, as far as the 4-year schools go, I don't see much benefit.
I think we'll see like we did when years ago when you'd see like A&M stashing players at Blend so they could get their grades up. University of Houston stashing them at San Jacinto, Baylor, at McLennan Junior College. And so I think we'll see more of that. And I'm guessing, now, would this be cheating if, say, A&M was paying a player, but he had to go to Blend? Or would Blend have to pay the player? If A&M or Texas or anybody, can you pay a player who's not at your school, believing he's going to be at your school in 1 or 2 years? That's confusing.
Yeah, that's interesting. And probably going to happen. So it's probably something that needs to be looked at.
File a lawsuit.
Yeah, file a lawsuit. We'll get the answer that way. Okay, so John, I mean, the Texans and Chiefs are like, they're the opener tomorrow. Noon. Your thoughts on this one?
Texans beat Miami. I picked the Dolphins to beat them by 3 because Tua Tagovailoa had been playing great since he'd come back from injury for the season going into that game. 9 games, completing 73%, 17 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, a 107 rating. He was coming off a tremendous game. So I thought that they would score a couple touchdowns, kick 2 or 3 field goals, and win the game. And the Texans just obliterated Tua Tagovailoa. And they got pressure on him, which the Texans have a great pass rush led by ends Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson Jr., who've combined for 22 sacks, more than any duo in the league. I don't know why people are not talking about Hunter as a candidate for Defensive Player of the Year, because he's playing on the number 4 defense. He's got 12 sacks. He leads the league in pressures by far. He's really good against the run. He's not missed a game. Will Anderson Jr. has missed almost 3 games with an ankle injury, and I can imagine how many sacks he'd have if he played every game. Their corners, Derek Stingley Jr., has been fantastic all year. Kamari Lassiter, their rookie's been tremendous. Their rookie safety, Kalen Bullock, has been tremendous. And it got Christian Harris back last week for the first time since the playoffs, and I thought he'd play maybe 15, 20 snaps as they bring him back after he missed over 300 days, and they threw him in the lineup, and he played most of the game, and he played really well. And Henry To'oTo'o has been one of the unsung heroes, second-year linebacker. But for the last game against Tennessee, Azeez Al-Shire's suspension will be up. And so I'm guessing if, barring injuries, To'oTo'o is going to have to come off the bench because they only play 2 linebackers. So with Mahomes' tackles, actually his whole offensive line's not been very good. We have 2 terrible offensive lines in this game. And the Chiefs are number 3 in defense. Texas is number 4. Chris Jones, their defensive tackle, is going to destroy the interior of the Texans' offensive line. So I put the over-under on another show at sacks at 8, and I took the over 4-4, and I think they're going to get after the quarterbacks. And you know, you never bet against Patrick Mahomes. I'm picking the Chiefs by 3, but in both touchdown passes to Nico Collins against Miami, C.J. Stroud was flushed out of the pocket and had to make him scrambling because he's the second most sacked player in the league. They're second in sack percentage. It's just unbelievable how bad especially their interior offensive line is bad, embarrassingly bad.
You know, John, real quick, I want to ask you about Danielle Hunter because he signed a 2-year, $49 million deal with the Texans. He's 30. And some people were like, that dude is playing up to the contract.
Oh, my goodness, he is. It was a great deal because Jonathan Grenard, the Texans pass rusher, who hadn't played a full season healthy, and I think he might be this year for the first time, he signed with the Vikings. And then I think they envisioned him and Hunter, but they couldn't pay big money to both of them. So the Texans gave Hunter the 2-year deal. And if he plays next year like he's playing this year, actually, I don't know where they're going to get the money, but they're going to, because they're going to have to pay a lot of guys. C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson Jr., Derek Stingley Jr. They got young guys playing great who are going to require a lot of money. I think I would extend Hunter. One of the best things about Danielle Hunter is he's so fast, he's so quick. He's got a great spin move. And you'll see him using it a lot to get the tackles off balance. And their interior defensive line has been good too. D'Amico Ryans, he makes all the calls, and their defensive coordinator, Matt Burke, they never say this, but he's primarily the defensive line coach, and that's his specialty. And those guys are playing really, really well. And the Texans they're 10th against the run, so they're good enough. But Patrick Mahomes, he got hit over 50% of the plays on Sunday against the Browns, but they won, I think, by 14. But he's been getting hit a lot lately, and he's been getting hit a lot by some bad teams, and I expect it to happen on Saturday.
You like the Texans to win that game?
No, of course not. I've never picked the Texans to win at Arrowhead. Hell, I picked them to beat by Miami because of their offense. Their offense is just not good. Poor old Joe Mixon, who has 700-yard games, but he's had 3 in which he averaged 1.6 or less yards because he gets hit in the back all the time when defensive linemen just blow by their guy and hit him in the backfield. It's almost they're announcing we're going to pitch the ball to Mixon to his left, or we're going to pitch it to his right, or Mixon's going to cut back to the left. It's just terrible. I can't wait to see what they do in the offseason. And it's too bad. The coaches will get fired. Last year, they were the coaches, and it was not an issue. But as it is, and it's not all, of course, just the line. Tight ends will miss some blocks and the running backs, and Stroud will be responsible too. But by and large, their interior offensive line, no matter what they do, is just terrible.
John, there were a lot of Texans fans after the 2022 draft that were salty that the Texans didn't take Sauce Gardner and took Derek Stingley Jr. And now Texans fans are like, man, we might have dodged the bullet because Sauce Gardner's really struggled in 2024 while Stingley Jr., he's out here putting the clamps on Tyreek Hill. What has changed for him? Is it health?
You hit it, Zay, right there. His first season, he missed 8 games with a hamstring. Last season, he missed 8 games with a hamstring. He came back and played the last 9. He had 5 interceptions. He's a ball hog. Players always talk about his great hands, what he would be like if he was a wide receiver. He's also really fast, runs in the 4th. He's stout. But this is the first full season, I'm going to knock on wood, that he has played since the 2019 season when he was a redshirt freshman, I believe, at LSU. And people said he could have been a first-round pick after that season when they went 15-0. And he has just been tremendous. And they put him on Tyreek Hill. Hill against him had like 1 catch for 12 yards. And he has shut down some really, really good receivers. And that young secondary is fun to play. They lost Jalen Petrie for the season. They moved into the slot safety Jimmy Ward, who'd done that with the 49ers when D'Amico coached and was real good at it, but didn't like it. He liked playing back. So they haven't had the injuries they had last year. They did miss Christian Harris almost all season, lost Jalen Petrie. But by and large, Will Anderson missed 3 games. They have not had the debilitating injuries they've had in the past. And other teams like the Lions, as you well know, Chip, have a whole lot more. And so there's no excuse for the Texans defense not to play well. There is an excuse for the offense because the line's terrible.
Well, John, you wrote about can the Texans Chiefs game impact team history? Tell the folks what you're referring to.
I wrote a column on HoustonTexans.com that I posted yesterday, in which 3 of the most significant games in Texans history were against the Chiefs since Andy Reid's been there. Andy's 7-2 against the Texans. One of them was the Texans' first playoff appearance under Bill O'Brien in 2015. Chiefs came here, won 30-0. That was with Alex Smith. Alex Smith versus Brian Hoyer, who had a quarterback rating of 15.7. That was humiliating. Then 2019, Patrick Mahomes had an injury. There was speculation he might not play. He did, threw 3 touchdown passes at Arrowhead Stadium, but the Texans beat him 31-24. That's one of the best regular season victories they've ever had. And then they had the rematch in the playoffs, and in the first quarter, the Texans led 24-0. And I was sitting next to one of our columnists, and he goes, wow, they're going to win and go to the next round. Have you ever seen anything? Oh, yeah, you have. Buffalo and Oilers. So I've learned a long time ago, no matter what the lead is, don't count on it. And sure enough, it began with a long kickoff return. Then Bill O'Brien going for a fake punt on his own 31. Both of them were touchdown passes by Mahomes, 24-14. Then a fumble kickoff return at the 6, touchdown pass to Kelsey, 24-21. Then a 90-yard drive before halftime, a third second quarter touchdown pass to Kelsey, and the Chiefs led for the first time, and they won 51-31 in one of the biggest choke jobs I've ever seen. Second biggest.
That was the beginning of the end of Bill O'Brien, that fake punt.
Well, he turned around, and also they were up 21-0. They were on the 13, 4th and 1. He kicked the field goal to go up 24-0. Gaime Fairbairn's short one. And everybody's screaming, you got your foot on their throat, go for the touchdown. Well, you know, you would believe if you're up 24-0, no matter who it's against or where, you ought to feel pretty good about it. And then that block punt, it's so weird because Justin Reed, who's now won back-to-back Super Bowls with the Chiefs, he was the up back, and they snapped it to him, and he was running to his right, and only one guy saw what was going on, and that's all you need. As safety, Daniel Sorensen, he saw it. He went out in the flat, tackled him for a 2-yard loss, and then the next fumble on the 6. It was Murphy's Law. That's what it was, and that was the moment being too big for him, and that's when they
John, last night, Thursday night football, Jim Hardball gets it done in the division matchup. And, man, I can't help but be impressed with what Hardball's done here in year 1 with the Los Angeles Chargers. And I know he has a lot of haters and stuff, probably mostly Ohio State fans, and call him a cheater for what he did at Michigan, whatever. But how impressive to you has this run been so far to have the Chargers in playoff contention with a quarterback that's going to give you a chance in any game?
Zay, I picked the Broncos to win that game. I thought they'd have just as many fans at SoFi Stadium as the Chargers did, and the Chargers playing really well. Both those teams are going to make the playoffs. And unfortunately for the Texans, unless they beat Baltimore on Christmas Day, and they lost 5 in a row to them, they've never beaten Lamar Jackson. They're 0-4. Last year's season began and ended with losses at Baltimore. Now they're going to get them here twice. It's looking like Baltimore will come here in the wild card round, and the Texans are the lowest seed of the division winners. Now, maybe the Texans win their next 3 games and improve their seeding, but I certainly wouldn't bet on that with this offense playing the way it's playing. So I think the Texans, people are asking me right now, I think they'll be one and done. I think if a wild card team other than Baltimore has the best chance to pull an upset, it would be Chargers, because they've got a great defense. Denver does too, but that defense was exposed last night. And Denver's got a rookie quarterback who's been shaky in the last 3 games. And so I would go with Harbaugh and Herbert over Sean Payton and Bo Nix. Now, I still think Baltimore, nobody wants to play the Ravens. I think they're going to beat Pittsburgh. Lamar Jackson has been terrible against Pittsburgh. He hasn't won. He has 5 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, but they're playing in Baltimore. I think he's going to end that jinx. Lamar Jackson's playing better than he had in his his 2 MVP seasons. It's just that Josh Allen has been phenomenal, more of a one-man band, and he's going to win the MVP unless he craters. And I think the Bills get to play the Patriots twice, so that's not going to happen. But Lamar Jackson's going to be a close second. He's been fantastic. I'm not sure how much getting Derrick Henry to help take the burden off where everybody's buying the play fake and freezing the linebackers and the DBs and giving Jackson more of a chance to throw down the field. But they're a scary team. They asked me yesterday on the radio here, would you rather play Pittsburgh or Baltimore? I said Pittsburgh. Texans beat them by 24 here last year. And who'd you rather play against, Russell Wilson or Lamar Jackson? Anybody in his right mind would rather play against Russell Wilson than Lamar Jackson.
John, are my Lions toast with all these injuries?
No, they're not toast. No, they still got a great offense. I'll tell you, most Lion fans, because they love Dan Campbell, are fine with some of the boneheaded decisions he makes. Dan Campbell's a great motivator. He's not a great coach. Great coaches don't make boneheaded decisions. Great coaches don't kick an onside kick, especially when you got to tell them it's coming, with 12 minutes left in a 10-point game. And his explanation afterward, well, I thought we could get it. Well, why would you think that? Dan Campbell has enjoyed a great relationship since a terrible start. But at some point, Chip, if he makes a boneheaded decision to go for it on his end of the field with his defense playing the way it's played because of injuries, he's hurting him. He's going to have to get a little, I'd say, more conservative, be smarter. And he doesn't even go by analytics. He goes by his gut. And I'm sure the people in his ear are saying, Coach, don't do it. So he cannot hurt them with some of those calls. If it were to keep them out of the Super Bowl or cost them a Super Bowl, that would be terrible. I still think last night we saw a preview of the Super Bowl. Sunday night, I'd love to see it because it was a great game. It was a lot of offense. That's what people like. And the fan bases, they deserve it. After all the losing the Lions have done since the 50s and the 4 Super Bowls that the Bills lost in a row, I'd be happy for either fan base to win this Super Bowl.
Yeah.
John,
they had that NFC Championship locked up, and we won't even need to get into that. They were up 24-7 in that game. But anyway, we'll hope for the best.
Isn't it weird? Jared Goff can throw 5 interceptions and win, and throw 5 touchdown passes and lose.
It's tough. But, John, do the Atlanta Falcons, how dumb do they look? Because we knew Michael Penix drafted them that high. He was always going to be an insurance policy if Kirk Cousins struggled. Here we are. Kirk Cousins struggled, got pulled, but they still paid him all that money. Do you think that this was the way to go? Did they wait too long? Should they have stuck it out with Kurt since they're still in playoff contention? How do you think they should have handled that?
Well, the Buccaneers got to make sure there's not a tie because they beat Tampa twice. And Kirk Cousins beat Tampa twice. In his last good game against Dallas, threw 3 touchdown passes, and they were in first place. And then he just went down the tubes. It's like he lost his arm strength. I think I saw where they ran on first down 23 of 24 times Sunday, and even though they won over a terrible team, they were awful. And they've seen Michael Penix behind the scenes in practice. They see him in the locker rooms. They see him in the meeting rooms. And if they thought he was ready earlier, they would have played him. And people say, oh, he's not a rookie, he's 24. What does age have to do anything with it? Yes, he's a rookie. He started a lot of games. He blew out his knee 3 times, and everybody likes the guy, so maybe it's the start of a new era. And nobody's going to trade for the contract. So what they're going to end up having to do is they're going to have to keep the most expensive sub since the Nautilus, and or they're going to have to just cut him and have somebody else sign him and give him a chance to compete for a starting job with a younger quarterback, or be a placeholder with one of these teams that needs a quarterback. And he's not going to cost a lot of money because he already made the sixth most money in history, more than $300 million. So I think Baker Mayfield's playing great. Buccaneers are playing really well. They're peaking at the right time. I believe Tampa will hold off the Falcons and stay on a roll. They play a dog schedule. They got a chance to win 10, maybe even 11 games.
Man, that division is nuts. And so is the NFC West, John. The Rams are 8-6. The Seahawks are 8-6. The Cardinals are 7-7. The 49ers are 6-8. Who's going to win that division?
The Rams. I think Seattle's not playing really well right now, and the Rams are playing better. Matthew Stafford versus Geno Smith, Sean McVay versus Mike McDonald, first-year coach. I think everybody would go with the Rams. By the way, you guys haven't asked me about the Astros. A lot's going on with the Astros right now.
What's going on with the Astros?
Can I wait? I'm glad you asked that, Chip. They just signed first baseman Christian Walker from Arizona today. That means Alex Bregman is gone because they got Isaac Paredes in the 3-player trade for Kyle Tucker with Chicago. And my dream right now as an Astro fan since their first season is they sign Anthony Santander, the switch-hitting right fielder from the Orioles, who's 30 and hit 44 home runs last year and drove in more than 100 runs. I've seen his name bandied about, but I haven't seen anything about him negotiating with him. But if they had Paredes, who is the second most pull hitter in baseball, and they showed last year he had 19 home runs, 16. Year before he had 32 with Tampa, but the 16, they showed a graphic of where his fly ball outs would have been at Daikin Park, which is the new name of Minute Maid Park, and he would have hit 26 in this ballpark because of the short porch in left field. And then Walker's a right-hander too, who's hit almost 100 runs over the last 3 years. He turns 34 in March. I'm glad Nolan Arenado turned down a trade there because he's gone down at the plate the last 2 years. And he's 34, but he's not going up. He's going down. I hate to see Bregman going, but that tells everybody here you got your third baseman, you got your first baseman, and they still need an outfielder. And keep an eye on the young player they got from Chicago, Cam Smith, the third baseman, 14th overall pick last year, who went from A to high A to double A, all between the time of the draft and when the season was over.
Yeah, John, we got to talk about this name change. Daikin Park, the Japanese air conditioning company.
I don't know if it's Daikin or what, but air conditioning in Houston sounds pretty smart to me. And the company is based in Japan. And originally it was Enron. And then because of what happened to Enron, the Minute Maid came in and got it. And we've all gotten used to Minute Maid, MMP Park. But Daikin, I think air conditioning, I've heard national people go, what's its name? What's it? Air conditioning in Houston. That's pretty smart.
Yeah.
Zay, you got one more?
No, John. Pretty good, man.
Okay, y'all give me your Longhorn picks, the scores.
All right. I said 24-13.
Zay?
I got 34-16.
Oh, 2 blowouts. Well, I'm saying 31-17. I think it's going to be a blowout. Hopefully, it'll be a blowout early, and we can see Arch play in the fourth quarter. I just love seeing a guy, and I know y'all do too. Did you see the odds? He's already the favorite to win the Heisman next year.
Arch.
Yep.
With all the players coming back with big numbers, quarterback Arch Manning. Put your money on Arch.
Put your money on Arch. And you're all on board with Dave Aranda, right?
Dave's won 6 games. I wrote a column on HoustonTexans.com that's posted also about the first college football game I saw on the road. 1963, Baylor came to Austin, lost 7-0 to the eventual national champions. Baylor finished second. Their reward was the Bluebonnet Bowl against LSU. Got to see it. I thought maybe it'd be the only football game I ever saw in Houston, and Baylor, led by Don Trull, beat LSU 14-7, 6 or 7, and I would settle for another victory just like that one.
Yeah, December 31st, Baylor and LSU.
I got a suite with a lot of Baylor buddies. We're going to have a lot of fun.
Hey, John, what do you think of this sweater real quick?
Oh, jeez.
Oh, that is.
He's got a problem, John.
That's one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
Isn't that funny?
Oh.
Hey, Merry Christmas, John McLean.
Merry Christmas to you guys. Zay, you should have had one with Arch here and Quinn here. Thank you, guys. Merry Christmas.
Hey, Merry Christmas,
Merry Christmas,
John.
Happy New Year. There he is, John McLean. Love our conversation, our Friday conversations with John McLean, the Mad Dog, the General.
The GOAT.
All right, we got commentary, we got picks.
Yeah. Before all that, yo, Wags, man, who you think you are? Leonardo DiCaprio? Come on, bro. What are you talking about?
Oh, we'll
put me on.
Put in a good word for Wags.
Well, we try to do something, but I gotta see some tape first. I gotta see some audition tape.
We need to see the reel. We need to see
I gotta see
reel.
something. Yeah. I gotta see something, Wags, before we go off to John, because we can't be
we can't just be referring,
like this is John McLean.
Kids acting studio. we need, high quality.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure Wags has. I'm not doubting it. We just need to see it.
Wags, you and I can make a bootleg version of like 48 hours or something.
Ooh, there we go.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. What you know about 48 hours? What you mean?
Was that Nolte, Eddie Murphy?
Yeah, man.
Yeah. I just tried to think of a black-white combo that was successful.
I bet Cece had you watch that one.
Cece had me watching Hoosiers and stuff. That's what Cece had me on.
You ever see Hoop Dreams?
I have. Classic.
That's one of
sad,
the best.
Very sad, but it's classic.
It's one of the best sports movies of all time. All right, before we get to the chip shot, hey, Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. Oh, man. If you're going to the Trail of Lights, which is only another 2 days, leave early and go to Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. It's right there, Rolling Wood and Mopac. So, everybody's waiting in line to get into the Trail of Lights. So get there early. Get your happy hour on. And you're going to be so happy. Because if you've never been to Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, best seafood restaurant in Austin, Texas, brought to you by Jack Gilmore, restaurant legend, who also gives you Jack Allen's Kitchen. Come on. It's so simple. It's so good. Oh my gosh. Go in for happy hour. You get $5 off the shareables menu, which has the crab cake and the mussels and the grilled oysters and the New Orleans barbecue shrimp. Or just go in for dinner. But man, the oyster selection at Salt Traders is the best in Austin. Raw oysters galore. If you love raw oysters, this is your place. Salt Traders right there at Zilker, Rolling Wood, and Mopac, and in Round Rock, right off of Old Settlers. Treat yourself this holiday season to Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. You know what else you need to be treating yourself? How about treating yourself to some, where is our stuff?
Go to the media assets. I had to ask BK earlier. Go to the media asset.
Okay. Because listen, you're running out of time, but you got an easy go-to for any Longhorn in your house. Longhorn Fan Box.
Hey Longhorn fans, it's me, Anthony Hill.
It's Madison Booker.
It's DeAndre Moore Jr.
And I'm here to announce that I'm partnering with you, our most valuable fans.
I'm signing collectibles for the Longhorn Fan Box just for you.
Each box comes filled with signed posters, prints, trading cards, and more from your favorite Texas student athletes. And if you purchase the Longhorn All-American box, you can receive this signed poster from me.
So join the thousands of Longhorn fans who are supporting student athletes and capturing the magic through every season through the only player endorsed and university approved Longhorn Fan Box.
Your fan box come direct from my hands to your doorstep. Click below to support us and get a free gift valued at $99.
We are in this together. United
we fans.
Yeah, I'm trying to find this post that Vince Young, so VY is signing pictures of his touchdown for the national championship in these Longhorn fan boxes.
Oh,
listen, that's good Christmas gifting right there. Wives, if your husband is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs over the Longhorns, go to longhornfanbox.com and there you go. That is awesome Christmas shopping right there. All right, let's get into it. Let's get into the chip shot. Big game tomorrow. Big. First ever home game in the college football playoffs. Texas-Clemson, burnt orange versus bright orange. And here's my Christmas wish for Texas fans, that it's going to be a beautiful day. It's going to be great. It's going to be like 61, 65 degrees, sunny. Should be spectacular. I think it's going to be bonkers. It's going to be a great scene. My Christmas wish is for Quinn Ewers to go out there and just light it up. Have a Florida type game. Just, as my man Sean Adams used to say, leave no doubt. That would be spectacular. I'm not going to lie. It's been, I've admired the way Quinn Ewers has handled his time as the quarterback at Texas. I thought he's done a good job of putting the blinders on, but I feel like the injury really, like I said, the most emotion I've ever seen Quinn show in a negative way was when he pulled his jersey up over his face going into the medical tent. And before he could leave the medical tent, Arch Manning had scored 2 touchdowns in dramatic fashion. He hit DeAndre Moore for a 19-yard touchdown on the very first play that he came into the game, and then he runs for a 67-yard touchdown run before Quinn can even get out of the medical tent. And that's great to have a quarterback room. We've said all year, Texas has the best quarterback room in college football. It needs to remain that way. And the way that it remains that way is if Quinn Ewers can lean on his faith. We talked, I've brought this up throughout the season. After the Michigan game, I've never seen him so confident. And he said, the reason I can play well in big games is because of my faith. And he was very passionate, articulate about it. Jesus being the one who controls all breaths, not just one breath, and how he doesn't have to worry. I'm not trying to please anyone because I'm only concerned about my relationship with Jesus. And you're like, wow, this dude's locked in. It reminded me when Scotty Scheffler said, the reason I can play so free when I'm playing golf is because I already know what my future holds because of my faith. And then once the injury happened, Zay, it felt like Quinn's, he either lost touch or it got shaken a little bit because he wasn't the same guy. And look, it's understandable, but I think he's getting back to it. And look, if they'd have won the SEC championship game, we'd be talking about what a gutsy performance Quinn had. Instead, we're talking about the interceptions and blah, blah, blah. I hope he can lean on his faith as we head into the celebration of Christ's birth here on the 25th. And he can just lock in and play football the way he loves to play football. And we stop talking about the Alabama game. We start talking about the Clemson game. And then maybe the Arizona State game. And then whatever else is coming. But that's what I would wish for my man Quinn Ewers and the Longhorns as we head into this first ever home college football playoff game at Texas versus Clemson. Quinn Ewers getting a little payback to Cade Klubnik for that 6A state championship loss against Westlake. That's what I'm wishing for my man Quinn Ewers. What you think?
I love it. Get that swagger back, Quinn.
Yeah.
Whenever you can. I mean, against A&M and against Georgia, he played well, but the 4 turnovers total, that's all we remember. And you get graded on your bad play a lot more than you do your good at that quarterback position. It is what it is. And a lot of people look at the A&M game and said the defense won the game, which a lot of that's right. But Quinn made some really big-time throws and big-time plays with his legs to give the Horns an upper hand, even though it was only 17 points on the board. So, yeah, that's just – you should be able to get what you want against Clemson to where the pressure doesn't have to be on Quinn like it did in the Georgia game because you couldn't move the ball on the ground. If you can move the ball on the ground like you should against the Tigers, then, hey, great last game at DKR. Let's get back to the Peach State and see if we can make some noise against the Sun Devils. So, yeah, I want Quinn to get back in that bag too. And a lot of that's on Steve Sarkeesian and putting them in good situations. Use 85. Please use Gunnar Helm more than one catch for 11 yards. Like the last show that we saw with this Texas crew. Please. That's all I'm asking for. You know me, I don't ask for much. It's Christmas time. I hadn't asked for much of anything. I have everything I want, Chip. Life is lovely. Beautiful family, beautiful wife, beautiful dog. You know, I love my job. Love you, Texas Sports Unfiltered crew. Love the viewers, the listeners. Life's good for your boy. So I'm asking for Quinn Ewers also. Let's go crazy and have some fun. And stress-free Saturday, where John said one of the best football Saturdays that you're going to see in a long time. So I'm with it. Let's get it.
Let's get it. Let's get to the right call.
Let's get to that too. Before that, though, shout out to Covert BK. Wifey and I going on a date today, and we're taking the Buick Encore, the Covert BK vehicle that we got a month ago, and we couldn't be more proud. And you could be like us too, going on dates, having a good time instead of rolling in that rusty bucket that you got. Get rid of that. Get rid of it. It's time. I get it. You want to drive it to the ground and stuff, but at this point, you're putting more money into it than what it's worth. That's a bad look for anyone. Go to Covert BK. New pre-owned vehicle. Doesn't matter. They got what you want. 7 terrific brands to choose from. Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, Cadillac, GMC, and Buick. If you need to see what they got before you touch down on the dealership, you can do that too at covertbk.com. My man Daniel, Marcus, Jerome, and the rest of the crew. Hey, the hospitality, more than grade A. So visit our guys at Covert BK. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. And look, your outside patio, indoor decoration, it could be a little blah right now. You might be hosting a late Christmas party this weekend or a New Year's Eve party, but you're like, man, we got to make this place pop a little bit more. Leaf Landscape Supply, they're your folks. Full service, wholesale, and retail plant nursery and landscape supplier here in the ATX at a location near you. If you live up north, They got one on Palm Springs. You live down south, they got one off 290 and Monterey Oaks. And this is ATX, man. Like, everything's like a 30-minute trip anyway. I know there's traffic, but it's worth it at Leaf Landscape Supply, because if you're looking for large quantities of supplies to fulfill a landscaping job, you're looking for trendy house plants, you're looking for a collection of specialty plants, rare plants, now you're a one-stop shop for everything you need. So check out their website at leaflandscapesupply.com. And when you mention us here at Texas Sports Unfiltered, your boy Zay Collier put you on 10% off. Can't beat that. That credit card, I know some of y'all don't want to look at it during this time of the year because you're running it up due to all the presents you're buying. You want a discount on anything you can. And 10% off at Leaf Landscape Supply. Those guys are looking out for you. And so am I, Zay Collier, by putting you on Leaf Landscape Supply, because those guys are terrific. So check them out now or after the show, whatever. When you get a chance, check them out, and you'll find what you want and be more than satisfied. All right, Chip, for the right call, before we get to our picks, you know I got to talk a little Texas basketball, who got themselves a win last night against the New Orleans team that has no tournament aspirations, let alone NIT or whatever postseason tournament that you could get invited to. You probably won't see New Orleans playing. But the 98-62 win, you'll take a win against anybody. It was the Jordan Pope show. I mean, come on. 42 points, 8 for 12 from 3, 15 for 21 from the field. The dude put on the show, and we've been waiting for that for Jordan Pope. Like, he's kind of struggled to find his way. His last best game was probably the North Carolina State game, where he had 13 points on 5 and 9 shooting. He was solid there, but we've been waiting for this from the Oregon State transfer, who averaged around 17 a game his first 2 years up there at Oregon State. And if you're Rodney Terry and this coaching staff, this should have been an eye-opener for you, because he is a shooting guard in a point guard's body. It's not ideal, but there's been guys that have been that before. There's been guys that have had the burnt orange on that have done that before. A.J. Abrams is the first person that comes to mind. A.J. Abrams, arguably the greatest shooter to come out of Central Texas area. McNeil High School used to give CC and the Bowie Bulldogs fits back during his tenure at McNeil. Went on to Texas. You thought, oh, this guy, 3-star player, a little undersized at 5'10". Jordan Pope, according to what the measurements say on ESPN and what Texas gives you, he got 4 inches on him, which means realistically he's probably 6 foot. But either way, you got to use him as a shooter. He is not a point guard. He's not that. All the games we've seen this year, he's just not a point guard, especially in this SEC conference, especially with this roster. I don't think Julian Larry is that pure point guard that you need to take you to an SEC championship. He's too inconsistent, and he's still finding his way. Even though Julian Larry has some good moments, he has some really bad moments too. So if you're going to have Jordan Pope in the starting lineup, no Trey Johnson last night, which I think could be beneficial for the future because they've been way too reliant and dependent on the freshman. They defer to him a lot when he's in the game, and now that he's not available, you can't defer to him. You got to go get it yourself. So this is kind of opening some doors for this Texas roster that they haven't had when Trey Johnson's been in the lineup, which if Trey Johnson plays last night, I guarantee you Jordan Pope doesn't get 42. So this confidence that he could ride with, it's huge. It's huge. Now, with him being a shooting guard, a point guard's body, where do you go from here? I know this might be a little far out, but you might want to put Tremont Mark at the point. You might want to put Kendall Weaver at the point at times. Both of those guys, they're not pure points either. They're just combo guards. But with the way Jordan Pope could shoot the ball, he can't be worried about point guard responsibilities. That's just not healthy for him. That's not healthy for this ball club. You need him to look to score and to pick his spots. And you got to run plays for him to get open and shoot the ball like he did last night. Transition threes, running the wing and spotting up, coming off screens. If you're RT, if you're Frank Haith, you gotta put that in your playbook a lot more. There's times with Trey Johnson's ball handling, have him take the ball up because he's so crafty with the ball in his hands. He could orchestrate your offense even though he's looking for his shot. So this is good. This is good. It's about to get rough. You got A&M in a couple of weeks. You got Auburn. The schedule is absolutely nuts. So I like what I saw last night, even though it was against a way less talented New Orleans team. Shout out to my guy, Trey Lindsay, assistant on the New Orleans squad. That's my dude. Grew up with him. I was in his wedding. He was at my wedding. Former Bowie Bulldog. Love that dude. I was at the Mood Center, just to see him play and see those guys. Obviously, I was working and stuff, but it was cool seeing him last night. But, yeah, Jordan Pope, 42. Like I was telling E. Henry when we were doing crosstalk and stuff, it don't matter if it's against Duke, North Carolina, you're playing Westlake Chaparrals, or you're playing the School of the Blind. 42 is 42. So roll with that momentum, figure some stuff out. If you're RT, because you got shooters, you got scorers, and see what you could do once SEC play comes around.
You said Tremont Mark at the point. You've been saying that, and I like that. I want to see it.
Yeah. I like it too, because people, when you hear point guard, you think the John Stocktons and the Jason Kidds and Gary Paytons and Magics, guys that like the pass and stuff and really controlled the game. Texas doesn't have that guy. They don't have that guy. So you got to find the personnel on your roster and make it fit to what all these guys like to do. That's why you get paid the big bucks if you're Rodney Terry. Yeah, it's difficult, but you got to figure it out. So with that, you got to mix it up and you got to see what works, whether it's Tremont Mark, Kendall Weaver, Trey Johnson a little bit. I'm not saying Jordan Pope can't play the point guard position at times, but he's a shooting guard. He's a scorer. Like, he has to get up shots. And it's hard because there's only one ball out there. So I liked it. I liked this game last night. I liked this shot selection. We need that energy from Jordan Pope from here on out.
I like it. All right. You ready to make some picks?
Let's go.
All right. We'll do college and NFL. 3 college, 3 NFL. I'm going to start us off with wrong team favor.
Uh-oh.
In Happy Valley. Kevin Jennings. I am calling Kevin Jennings to do it all, baby. Do it all. He had a game against Louisville on the road where he was 21 of 27 passing, 10 carries, 113 yards, touchdown. Oh, I want to see that game. I want to see that game again because Penn State, they got dogs. They got playmakers. They got dudes on their defensive line. There is no doubt. But they haven't seen Kevin Jennings. And it's time to let the South Dallas dog eat and have a coming out party in these college football playoffs. Have everybody going, did you see Kevin Jennings from SMU in that upset of Penn State? Did you see those dudes? Come on, Kevin Jennings. Come on, Rhett Lashley. Unleash the hounds and go get this win. SMU wins.
Wow, wins.
Oh, yeah. They win.
Not only covers, but wins. Wow.
Oh, yeah. 28-27 SMU.
I'm not picking them to win. My apologies, sir. I can't do it. But I'm picking them to cover. I love Jennings. You know, them South Dallas brothers, they something different. Them Oak Cliff brothers, they something different. But that cold, man, the whiteout, the crowd, that's just State College, man. That's an intimidating spot. And with this cold, it just makes it even more rough. So, again, what's a 9? 9 spread right now. That's high. That's a little high. So I'm going to take SMU to cover, but Penn State to win.
SMU wins 28-27. Put it in the books. Kevin Jennings begins his Heisman campaign for 2025 tomorrow at 11 a.m.
Heisman now. Man.
Oh, yeah.
You're not a homer or anything.
No, not at all. Former Longhorns, Logan Parr is starting at left guard. Moochie Dixon. Remember Kelvontae Dixon? He's, receiver number 5, Kelvontae Dixon. They got other dudes. The punter, Isaac Pearson, I told you, he's a former Longhorn. And then they got, Billy Walton and some guys who don't play. But there you go. All right. Zay, I'm taking the Tennessee Volunteers to cover. Ooh. Tennessee +7 at Ohio State. Something tells me Ohio State is sick and tired of hearing about how they're a bunch of pansies for losing to Michigan, and they're going to come out and with a big old case of red ass. But I do love me some Dylan Sampson running the football. So, we got it. So I'll take Tennessee +7. And you know what? I think Notre Dame's defense gets after my man Rourke. Give me Notre Dame -7.
Okay. I'm going to take Notre Dame -7, and I'm going to take Ohio State -7. They're pissed. I am a little worried about the Ryan Day pressure situation, but yeah, they should be more than pissed after the Michigan loss. I'm going to take both home teams there.
Okay. And then in the NFL, give me the Bengals, the Colts, and the Packers.
Okay. I like it. For me, I'm going to go with the Texans +3.5. I'm going to go with the Eagles -3.5 against the Commanders. And then I'm going to go with the Giants against the Falcons +8.5. I think Michael Penix is going to struggle in this first start.
Who was your first pick?
Texans.
Okay, Texans. Texans, Eagles, Giants.
Yeah. And what's your score prediction for the Texas game?
24-13.
24-13. I'm going 34-16.
I like it.
Ass whooping.
Ass whooping. Let's bring in the fellas from SEC Unfiltered. Dave, Shoemate, Lucas Hill.
Man, what's going on?
What up, fellas? What's going on?
Y'all both take the horn. Zay, you took Clemson to cover. Did I hear that wrong?
No, I did not take Clemson to cover.
Did you say y'all both?
I said 24-13, so that would be a Clemson cover. But I could see it. I could see it. I'm going off 7 turnovers the last 3 games, but something tells me the Texas offense is going to find their mojo.
Horns going to come out fired in the third quarter. I think that's been a struggle.
That's right.
What do y'all think? Yeah, I heard y'all tell y'all. Is it just me? And I think maybe it is a little bit. I mean, I think, Chip, you took them to win. I could see Ohio State just blowing the doors off Tennessee.
Yeah. That's how I feel, Dave. Like, they got to be pissed. Like, and play for their coach, too. All these talks about they lose early. Will he be back in Columbus next year?
And I don't necessarily trust Tennessee on the road.
Yeah, but Ohio State's offensive line is all banged up, and Tennessee's defensive line is legit.
I know. I see a path to victory for Tennessee for sure. It's probably the best team you could draw up to potentially beat Ohio State. I just don't dude, Heupel traditionally, like, even go back since he's been there, in big games, he'll like offensively, they'll no-show for the whole game at times or just like a half. Like,
Problem is whose offense is going to show up on Saturday.
What'd you say?
It depends on whose offense shows up first.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
I mean, Dylan Sampson's going to show up. I know that.
Yeah. I mean, without him, Tennessee's offense this year would have been – I mean, it's been clunky. But, God, without him, there have been really nothing. They have injuries at the wide receiver spot. So, who y'all got tonight, y'all said? Y'all both got Notre Dame?
Yeah,
I think their defense.
What's the temperature in the ATX right now?
Oh, 60, 65.
A balmy 65.
Balmy.
That'll be the least. Will that be the least impacted weather game?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
By far.
Yeah, because you got South Bend, Columbus, and what's the other way? Oh, and you
Penn
got
State.
Yeah, Penn State. Yeah, so it's not even close.
Yeah.
I mean, we're like 30 degrees.
It's supposed to be 61 degrees during the game tomorrow. So, yeah, and clear, not much wind. Should be great.
That'll be a fun one, boys. Fired up.
See you,
Gents.
boys.
All right, guys. Appreciate y'all.
SMU.
Hook 'em.
SMU, baby. Wrong team
Pony
favorite.
up.
They're beating Penn State. Holla.
Pony up. Lucas, what's going on, brother?
What's up, Coach Shumate? How you doing, brother?
Doing well, man. Appreciate you joining us, guys. Appreciate you joining us on the SEC Unfiltered platform here. Y'all know all of us. It's either me, it's Lucas Hill, Cole Thompson, Chris Phillips, the gang pretty much for the most part from the SEC Unfiltered channel coming at you live on the first day of the 12-team playoff, which is wild to say, Lucas. It's really Lucas, what game? I mean, shoot, you could say tonight too. What game are you looking forward to the most? I was about to say tomorrow, but let's include today too.
Just first round wise?
Yeah.
I would probably say Tennessee, Ohio State, just knowing the implications that is in store for Ohio State to go one and done in this one. And we'll see if Tennessee is finally hit their stride on offense, see if this one can I know that everybody's talking about Dylan Sampson and the impact that he's had. Make no mistake about it. But can Nico finally get into a groove? Can he finally get into a consistent pace where he can prove to the whole world why he was an elite quarterback and why he had so much hype going into this year? I just feel like he hadn't gotten into a consistent groove so far this year. And I think this weekend is definitely the right time to do it.
No, you're 100% right. And our guy Joe K, loyal listener, of course, Harrison fan as well, does a phenomenal job for us as well, especially our big baseball guy. But overall, I mean, I'm with you. That Ohio State Tennessee game is the one I feel like everyone I mean, obviously the Texas fans here, they have an actual dog in the fight. But the people who don't have a dog in the fight, I feel like the most intriguing game is definitely Texas Ohio State, because I think when we heard of the announcement of this 12-team playoff, that's the game we all kind of like thought about, like, oh man, the SEC going up to Big Ten country in December. And we've all seen the images in Columbus, South Bend, State College, where it's like, how will that affect the SEC? And again, I think that's totally overblown, because in East Tennessee and Knoxville, Tennessee, it gets freezing ass cold as well. I mean, we all know that. It gets cold in the Southeast in December. I mean, as I sit there, I'm in a place right now where it's 60 degrees, as Chip and Zay said, but definitely that game, and that's why it's the primetime spot. It's got Herb Street and Fowler on it tomorrow night as well. I'm just interested to see. Yeah, I mean, you're right. From an offensive standpoint, what quarterback do you trust the most in that game? Because I will say, I mean, it is the best wide receiver group Tennessee will have faced this year.
Yeah, no question about it. You also got to question Ohio State's offensive line too. Like, how healthy are they? Because they've been a problem for Ohio State for probably second half of the year, especially when you looked at that Penn State game where you couldn't really get a lot going through the air. That Penn State defensive line had a pretty solid game. And then what you saw a couple weeks ago when they played Michigan, it was just absolutely dominating from Michigan's standpoint on the defensive side of the ball. I think both sides of the line of scrimmage for Ohio State has struggled. And let's just be honest, they got exposed against Michigan. All Michigan did is said, hey, we're going to run power right up your ass. We're going to follow our guards, and we're going to try and punch you square in the mouth. And that's exactly what they did.
No, I agree. And I think you saw Chip Kelly came out there and even said it. Sorry for the people listening. You have my son there in the background. We're my parents, so we're not in the normal studio, as you can tell. But just prefacing that. But you could tell Chip Kelly even came out and said, like, yeah, we probably overcomplicated that game plan. It's almost like Chip Kelly, Ryan Day got so much into their pride and ego, and a lot of play callers do, just from working in the industry for 9 years. Sometimes it's like, I mean, dude, why would you want to run into the teeth with Mason Graham and them? I mean, you're playing into Michigan's game. That's what you did. It's like, dude, go play out on the edges. You out-athlete them outside of Will Johnson in their corner. I mean, that's kind of what I would do this week if I'm.
And wasn't Will Johnson hurt that week too?
He was out.
Yeah.
And so was Colston Loveland. That's what was so baffling about that game. It's also Ohio State just kept pounding their head into the wall, and it was like, dude, stop trying to show you can out-physical these guys if you want to go play in a phone booth. That's the only way they stay in this game. If you try to go spread it out, I think you can ultimately hit an explosive play and get them out of their style. But obviously they didn't. Chip Kelly and them said they regret doing it, which I get. They probably were like, we did overcomplicate that and got a little prideful. We thought we could go be the hammer against the nail, and that's really Michigan style. I think they'll try to play more in space tomorrow night against Tennessee. Because I think outside of – go ahead.
No, they have to. I mean, I would say the weakest part of where Tennessee is corner play. Like, everybody in the box. You're talking D-line. We're talking backers. Everybody except whenever you look at the corners, that's where you need to hit it outside the most. I'm thinking counter plays. I'm thinking outside pitches. You're pulling your offensive linemen. You're getting them out in space to go attack your linebackers and make sure that you get whoever's in the backfield enough space so that they can hit the sidelines. Because, Dave, you know from being an offensive guy, the way for a running back to hit is that you go from, I think it was outside the tackle, hit the numbers, and then hit the sidelines, and then you'll be 88 and out the gate. So, I mean, that's what you have to do. It's pretty plain and simple, especially with how your two outside corners and how your safeties have played majority of the year. And if you got high guards and if you got your receivers on their assignments, and if you're playing ball key, you will be just fine, especially if you're trying to prove yourself, having the deepest roster in college football and knowing that you have a chance to save your coach's ass next year.
Yeah, I mean, then also too on the defensive side, guys to Will Brooks and Ricky Gibson, the corner. You mentioned the secondary. I like Jermod McCoy, the Oregon State guy they brought in. He's been probably the best secondary play Tennessee's had probably since Eric Berry, which is saying a lot. I mean, that's about 15 years ago. They've been lacking in the back end for a while. I'll be interested to see how Will Brooks and Ricky Gibson step up facing the Mecca Bouquet and Jeremiah Smith, guys. Again, this is the best wide receiver group they have seen. So, I mean, we'll wait to see. I'm excited about that one, though. I get a weird feeling Ohio State covers, man. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. I like Ohio State this week. It could easily be wrong. The run game and defense front seven travel. So give Tennessee that. Sounds like a lot of volunteers are going to travel too. Lucas, what game would you say you were least interested in the first round?
Honestly, probably Penn State and SMU in that one.
That one will be interesting with the weather, with the ice. It's supposed to snow there tonight. I saw that's going to limit. That plays into Penn State's hands to me.
Yeah, no question about it. I think I love Rhett Lashley and what he's done with SMU's offense. Dude's been one of the best offensive minds in college football over the last 5 to 10 years. I mean, the guy learned from under the Gus Malzahn era whenever he was at Auburn for a little bit.
I was at Auburn with him, yeah.
And so you've seen the evolution of his offense and seeing what it's done. You get a guy in there that really can understand this offense and seeing what kind of magic they took place. The only problem I have for SMU is can you finish and can you win the turnover battle? One of the biggest things that has hindered them, especially when you saw it in the ACC title game, is that you get too comfortable with the lead and you start playing conservative. That's what they did all the way up until that final drive when you saw arguably one of the most impressive drives that I've seen from SMU in a while. And also, can you win the turnover battle? I mean, if you remember whenever they played Pitt, you had 6 turnovers. Or no, not Pitt, but I think it was Duke they played. They had 6 turnovers. You had to be able to hold on to the football. You got lucky at the end that you won and that Duke wasn't able to do anything on offense. But at the end of the day, you also have to be able to hold on to the football because this is a hell of a lot better offense than what you've seen in the ACC this year. So I think that this game could very well get out of hand early, especially with the weather and knowing that it's a crime that this isn't a primetime kickoff at Happy Valley. But I just have too much confidence in Penn State for them to not be able to cover and to win big at the end of the day.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that as well. I'm trying to think the matchup really too in that game too. I don't know, that's another game. If I was ranking them in confidence of how I think they'll go, like how I think the actual game will go, and if I go outright, I'd probably go tonight. Dude, it's kind of a toss-up to me. Call me crazy. I really don't have a good – I don't really have a good feel. I mean, do you have a good feel in that game? I mean, I feel like that's one game where I'm kind of like, yeah, you could draw me up multiple scenarios, and I'd be like, I believe it.
Yeah. I will say this, too. I think they're both overhyped. I think Notre Dame and Indiana have been overhyped this year. But, I mean, at the end of the
Notre
day –
Dame's schedule's been awful.
Oh, my God, yeah. But I'll give them both this. Indiana has beaten people to sleep with this high-powered offense that Kirk Cignetti's brought in with a guy like Curtis Rourke. But I do feel like that Marcus Freeman's defense is going to get after him. I think that this Notre Dame defense is going to do almost exactly what Ohio State did to them. I think they're going to be able to win the line of scrimmage. They're going to put pressure on Curtis throughout that night. I think South Bend's going to be rocking. I think Notre Dame might win this one by double digits as well.
Yeah. If you told me somebody won big now, I would say it was Notre Dame. If you said, hey, Dave, somebody, Notre Dame or Indiana was a blowout, someone blew somebody out, who was it? Yeah, I would go. I think a lot of people would be baffled if Indiana went in there and just rolled Notre Dame.
Right.
So that's the one I probably have the least amount of just feel on. Again, I know stuff about it. It's just kind of like, yeah, I see advantages for both teams there. I think the key will be, can Indiana protect? Because Notre Dame and Al Golden, the defensive coordinator, they like to blitz early on first and second down. They like to bring the house early. So they can't get – Curtis Rourke can't get in negative plays. After that, I guess the Tennessee-Ohio State one, and again, we explained that one. And then I would probably say SMU Penn State. I feel good about Penn State. I feel like a lot of matchups lean in their favor. And I feel pretty confident in the Clemson Texas game. I don't know about you. I just have a hard time seeing Clemson go put up a bunch of points on Texas. And I shouldn't say a bunch, really 20 plus on Texas, unless Quinn Ewers or anybody from Texas is giving them short fields. I think this is a total 1st to 20 wins this football game.
Yeah, I think Texas is pissed after what happened in the SEC championship game. I think they come out with a vengeance in this one. I think this one, this might be a one where 1st to 20. I just don't trust Cade Klubnik and Clemson's offense. They've been too inconsistent throughout this season, and I don't know which version of Clemson that we're going to see. Is it going to be the second half Clemson that we saw in the ACC title game, or is it going to be the Clemson that put up only 14 against South Carolina? So I have a hell of a lot more confidence in Texas winning by double digits in that one as well than I do Clemson being able to cover.
Yeah, I mean, is that how you would rank yours? I mean, if you're ranking in order of what, the 1 through the 4 first round games, did you go in the same order as me, or did you flip-flop at someone like in order of confidence? So like not just how you think the game's going to go in your mind. Like, yeah, I got a good feel for that.
Yeah, I would put Tennessee and Ohio State at dead last or at first, and then I'd flip-flop that and Indiana and Notre Dame and flip them at 1 and 2. That's really about it. That's what I would change. So,
yeah, no, I would agree with you. All right, here's a good question for you, Lucas. Again, I want to keep it football. Obviously, first day of the college football playoffs, 12-team playoff. We got to keep it. What me and Cole did a little bit of this. What quarterback in tonight's games do you trust the least? Or I should say the first day, tonight and tomorrow.
Oh, tonight and tomorrow, do I trust the least?
Yeah.
Okay. So we got Rourke, Leonard. Oh, shit. Iamaleava, Howard, and who are the other two that play tomorrow?
SMU.
Penn State, SMU. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, shoot. I would probably say Will Howard, to be honest with you.
You trust the least?
Yeah, honestly, I think Chip Kelly is part of the blame because he's put him in pretty bad positions, especially with play calling. Michigan is a great example, but I do also think that he hasn't been the most accurate. I think that there is a problem with how he has approached every snap. He looks hesitant in the pocket sometimes. He typically does give up on a play early. Normally, I would say Rourke, but I don't really trust Howard in this one because of just what he's got to go up against at Tennessee's front four. And I think that's the biggest difference in that game is he going to be able to read the field against this Tennessee defense that loves to disguise blitzes, that will drop back into coverage and let those linebackers loose throughout the game. So I'm not really sure of what to expect from Will Howard.
Dude, call me crazy, but I'm going to stay in the same game as you. I'm going to go Nico.
Okay.
Again, I think Nico's going to end up having a phenomenal career. I think he's going to be great until said otherwise. Tennessee on the road, like I was mentioning to Zay and Chip, I just do not trust to save my life. And maybe it's just a me thing. But, I mean, think about it. When we can go back to a Tennessee performance, even since Heupel's been there, right? Last year, they were up 13.5 against Alabama, didn't score in the second half. Same year last year. I know Cooper Mays, their center, was out, but they did nothing against Florida last year in the Swamp. This year against Georgia, didn't score in the second half. Like, they have to go up tempo. They have to try to get people like out of position. And if that's not happening, if you can stop them on first and second down and they can't get that first down and get going, kind of gets them in a funk. And you add in, obviously, a crowd noise, 12th man kind of perspective there. For whatever reason, it just kind of gets their offense just gets real clunky. Is kind of what it is. And again, who knows what we get with Deontay Thornton? Is he playing? He's banged up some. They've had a couple of receivers like Chaz Nimrod entered the portal, some depth guys that you may not think you need, but hey, you have an injury or two. Maybe Thornton gives it a go. He gets banged up again tomorrow night. You have to have somebody else step up. I don't know. Maybe I'm too down on the Vol offense, but if this game was in Knoxville, I'd be rolling with Tennessee. And I was saying that a couple of weeks ago when these rankings kept coming out. I was like, that 8-9 matchup. If it's Tennessee, Ohio State, Tennessee, Penn State, where those games matter. I know that sounds obvious, but where those games matter more so than any other first-round playoff game, in my opinion. Yeah, and I see our guy down there.
I don't hate on what you say.
Go ahead. You there, Lucas?
I saw what you said. But no, in the 4 road games that Tennessee has played, they're 2-2 in each of every single one of those. The biggest problem with Nico is I think in all 4 of those, he's been sacked a total of 12 times. So can his offensive line be able to protect him in the pocket? Can he make good reads under pressure? The biggest thing about him is that he also holds the football too long. He doesn't he doesn't have a clock in his head that says 1,000, 2, 1,000. All right, get rid of that thing. Because look, he's got to be able to find a safety valve as well. You got to get Dylan Sampson involved in the receiving game as well. I feel like he does go unnoticed, especially as a receiver, because if you remember last year, I mean, the guy was used quite a bit as a receiver. And I mean, you got to be able to have a check down option. I think Sampson gives you that. Like you mentioned, can Thornton be healthy going into this year? But I feel like you got to get Dylan Sampson involved on all aspects of this football game. Get him in the receiving game. Get him not just between the tackles in the red zone. And you also have to be able to protect Nico and prevent that Ohio State front four from getting any pressure on him.
Well, I agree with you. Look, dude, I was scrolling through Twitter as you were talking. We found some future lines potentially. Here we go, Lucas. I'm going to roll through them for you real fast. So here's some future lines here on potential second-round matchups on FanDuel Sportsbook. Here's released them, Mike. So we got Penn State. Boy, if Penn State were to beat Boise State, here's the 2 lines here. Penn State favored by 11.5 in the Fiesta Bowl if they were to play Boise State. If SMU were to win, SMU would be favored by 6.5. So both teams, no matter what happens tomorrow, will be 6-point favorites or better against Boise State. Thoughts?
I feel like that money line could have been lower for SMU, to be honest with you. But
Yeah, 6.5.
I feel like
a
the
lot.
money line's fine for where it is.
You got Texas would be favored by
I think
13.5 against Arizona State if they play. If Texas advances, Clemson would be favored by 4.5.
I would say this. I think Penn State could have been a 13.5. I think they could have been more going up against Boise. I mean, and I would think the same thing for Texas. I don't think it's too big of an ask, just knowing that both of those offenses are kind of one-dimensional, just knowing that they rely heavily on the run game. There's no ill will towards Maddox or Drew Pine. But the thing about it is that both of these teams rely heavily on the run game. And, I mean, when you're one-dimensional like that, it's pretty hard. It's pretty easy to sniff out. Boise State really hadn't played a top-tier run defense other than UNLV twice. And I think for Arizona State, you really haven't played a solid front four up until you get to Texas. So that's going to be a absolute monster beatdown for both of those games, to be honest with you. I think both of those would cover if that is the case.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at it here too. Let's see. I'm putting it on. Here's the other ones. All right, so if Tennessee wins, they advance to play Oregon. That line would be Oregon favored by 4.5, and that would be in Pasadena at the Rose Bowl. If Ohio State wins, Oregon is a 1.5 point favorite.
Yeah.
So that's a massive line there. I mean that makes sense. 1.5 for Ohio State. That would. I mean, again, I think Tennessee has a hellacious road here. I mean, for them to just get to the national title would be what? Ohio State, Oregon, Texas, and then whoever you play in the national title.
Yeah.
Which is a hellacious road, man.
Oh, my God.
The other game, here you go. Indiana, Notre Dame. Whoever wins advances to face the Georgia Bulldogs in the Sugar Bowl. Indiana or Georgia would be a 6.5 point favorite against Indiana. And here you go right here, Lucas. Stay with me. Notre Dame would be a 1.5 point favorite.
Over Georgia?
Yep.
In what universe?
According to FanDuel Sportsbook, as it stands right now. That's the one that's a little surprising. Now, granted, Carson back out for this, so I mean, I guess they're assuming they're putting some weight in that, which I mean, I get more. The more film, it was kind of like the Marcel Reed thing for A&M. Everybody was all fired up for Marcel Reed when he went in at half against LSU. It's like, look, you can blame the defensive coordinator Blake Baker at LSU all you want. It's fair. But after working in the industry, I think a lot of fans would be surprised how much like backup quarterbacks, unless there's like a big package for them every week, are really not that game plan for. So when they get thrown in and it's a totally different guy, like these guys haven't seen this. And then a lot of the zone read, and LSU just wasn't that good on defense again this year. Were they improved? Yeah, but they weren't that good. But my point being, when South Carolina had a whole week to prepare for Marcel Reed the very next week, we kind of saw what happened a little bit. They got after his ass a little bit. And again, South Carolina's a really good front seven, so it could have happened no matter what. But still, when you have time to prepare for another starter and it doesn't just get thrown at you at half, like Texas experienced and Pete Kwiatkowski and them experienced, a guy you're not game planning for, it's a little different to adjust in that small 20-minute half. And again, Texas had no clue Carson Beck was probably going to be out for the whole game after that. I mean, now maybe they had somebody in their ear. But again, that's where I'm a little bit like, I'm assuming that's probably why Vegas is sitting there like, all right, Gunnar Stockton, backup quarterback, a lot of unknown. Maybe we almost just make the – yeah, let's be honest here, though, Lucas. If Notre Dame wins tonight and it is Notre Dame, Georgia, dude, I mean, so many people are going to load up on that.
Like you wouldn't believe. Here's the thing. I don't really know about Gunnar Stockton. He showed why he's still young and he's still getting used to this offense because he made mistakes throughout that game. I mean, going up against a tough Texas front, that was no easy task. And the hit that he took down near the red zone in overtime, dude, that's a ballsy way to get up and just shake it off the very next play, despite him not being a participant in the next one. But I don't really know, though, dude. I mean, I can understand now whenever I think about it because I forgot Carson Beck was out for the rest of the year. But that's going to be too tight of a game for me to decide. I think that's going to be a low-scoring game if that's the case, and I think that will happen between Notre Dame and Georgia. I think it's going to be another one of those things where it could be a 10-10 ball game on the final drive, and it's definitely going to be a tight one. Make no mistake about it. So I think I would trust Georgia's defense still at the end of the day. I think they'll be ready once they see what Indiana's had to face with Jeremiah Love and what Riley Leonard will perform with that spread option offense that they love to pull. And I think they'll be ready for it. I trust that this front four of Georgia a hell of a lot more than Notre Dame's offensive line.
So we talked some playoffs there. Lucas, I'm going to ask you here, and it's tough to say. And I like to call this question here. Who do you think from an SEC standpoint in 2025, so next season, who do you think is going to be the most improved team in the country?
I would say South Carolina. And
most improved? So you think they're going to be better than they were at 9-3 this year?
Oh, yeah, dude. I mean, here's a team that's returning Lenore Sellers. So far, you're cooking in the transfer portal. I got two for you, Dave, LSU and South Carolina. I think first of all, when you look at South Carolina and the improvements they had, you're talking about one win away from being a participant in the college football playoff. I think that they improved on that a lot more. I think they are a potential threat to even be in the SEC championship game and cause a lot of chaos in that one. And even if they don't, I think they're a shoo-in for the college football playoff. Just seeing what they have coming back on that roster, this offensive line will be a lot more improved. And you have arguably one of the best signal callers in the SEC in Lenore Sellers, who I think could be a Heisman candidate next year. And I think that with this team and what they have in store on the offensive side of the ball, it's definitely going to help them down the stretch. For LSU, obviously cooking in the transfer portal themselves. I mean, you have a freaking track team out there. I saw the tweet. I think there was like 6 guys that run under a 4.5. I mean, that's impressive.
I saw that. Then all their 100-meter times too.
Dude, it was impressive. I mean, there's no name me a roster where you have that much speed at the skill position. It's going to be hard to find one because of what you have there. And I think that with a year under his belt, I think Nussmeier gets better. I know that he had that stretch in between Texas. I wouldn't really say Texas A&M. I think the first 3 quarters of that Ole Miss game was where he really struggled, and then he had his moments in the final drive and in overtime of Ole Miss in that Arkansas game. And then from then on, it was a struggle during that 3-game stretch. And I think the last 2 games showed you what type of talent that Nussmeier has, his ability to read down the field, make throws that some say would be impossible to make, be able to find the open lane and take off. I think he realized he doesn't have to be Jaden Daniels. I think he just has to be himself and drop his nuts and be able to run whenever he reads defensive end is going to crash in on a running back, and so he can take off and trust that offensive line, despite losing 2 first-round draft picks at offensive line.
Yeah, I like your LSU pick. The problem with South Carolina, to me, a little bit about improvement is they lose so much on defense. That's the thing. They have to replace a lot on defense. So I don't know if they can improve. Again, I like it. I like your LSU one. I'm going to throw one more to me. I'm going to go – some of it's because the record, they can't get any worse, but it's baffling. We're sitting here with the University of Florida now, but Auburn, 4 straight losing seasons. I think Auburn's going to be pretty improved next year. It wouldn't shock me. Again, I don't know if they're a playoff contender or SEC contender. I'm not going that far yet. I do think they could be a 9-game winner, though, next year. Similar schedule. But, no, I think Auburn, with the stuff they brought in the portal. Again, Jackson Arnold, 2 things can be true at once. It was a bad situation at Oklahoma. Offensive coordinator gets fired midseason. All the injuries on the offensive line, wide receiver spot as well, being out with 5 of your top 7 receivers for most of the year. But I do think – again, now this is coming from somebody. I thought Peyton Thorne would maybe take a little bit of a step this year. I was wrong in that. Jackson Arnold can't be as bad as he was last year. I actually think Auburn, again, I don't think they're an SEC contender, but I could see them sneaking that 9 range. And Auburn, lucky enough, this is the portal coming in to help them. I mean, imagine if they didn't have the portal and you just had a high school recruit your way out of this thing. I mean, that'd be tough. So that's kind of the low-hanging fruit, I guess, a little bit. Because, again, you could sit there and be like, well, most improved. Well, they won 5 games. So you're not – so 7 wins is a pretty significant improvement with a 2-game difference. But no, I'd probably go Auburn. I'm trying to think anybody else that would – see, I don't think Kentucky. Again, it's early. But right now, I don't think they've done anything in the portal. It gets me real fired up. And again, I know people are going to say, well, there's another portal. Well, we also got to factor in you can't go get other SEC players at this point. So you're going to lose
not
that
underclassmen in the spring.
Yeah, you can't go get any SEC players after the spring. And obviously that hurt Alabama last year with the timing of Nick Saban retiring. You can have kids leave, can't have anybody come in. Yeah. Trying to think, Kentucky hadn't done anything in the portal to get me real fired up. I think Tennessee.
I'm waiting on Jeff Lebby to score in the portal, especially at the quarterback position. I love Jeff Lebby. I still think he's the guy at Mississippi State. He's just got put into a horrible situation at Mississippi State.
It's not a talented team. It's not. No. Dude, it's probably the worst defensive personnel I can remember at Mississippi State. And since probably Sylvester Croom was there in the early 2000s when I was in middle school and high school. I mean, you can attest to this. I mean, Mississippi State, always a perennial, usually anywhere 5, maybe a little worse, to 8, 9 win. I mean, you had the 2014 season where they're ranked number 1 with Dak Prescott for 5 to 6 weeks. Yeah. But they always have defensive linemen. The state of Mississippi just grows raw, big, long defensive linemen that just need some polish. I mean, you go at Chris Jones, Sweat, Jeffrey Simmons. I mean, dude, they loaded at defensive line for years, and even had backers and safeties like Jonathan Abrams back there. I mean, in Cam Dantzler, they always had defensive personnel, and it's just like this year you watched them. It was a combination of scheme with Coleman Hutzler just playing. I mean, they played Arizona State. I lost hope in them, Lucas, this year. When they went to Scottsdale and played Arizona State, week 2, I think it was?
Yeah.
Kind of the Cam Scattaboo coming out party. And, dude, they were just running a 3-man front the whole game, and Scattaboo rushed for 250.
They never loaded the box?
Dude, go look it up. Hold on. They had 3 guys. Look, Cam Scattaboo said, I'm pulling up the box score of that game right now. Cam Scattaboo.
He had 262 that game.
What'd you say?
I think he had 262 that game.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, here I'm going. Yeah, 33 carries, 262, average 7.9 yards a carry. I mean, dude, 262 for one guy, and the team went for 346. I mean,
yeah.
And I remember Scattaboo post-game, they asked him, he's like, how'd you have success? He's like, they kept having a low number of people in the box. They had 5 guys in the box all night, so we're just going to be like, I mean, until you adjust, and Mississippi State didn't. I was like, dude, there was no adjustment. Like, you just legitimately let that guy, they just pounded it down your throat. And why wouldn't they? They had the numbers. Again, that was when I lost Mississippi State a little bit, and that's when I started noticing Cam Scattaboo. First of all, I mean, I know me and you probably could have ran through some of those holes because they didn't have the numbers in the box, but still, yeah, Mississippi State. You're right. Interesting. As you know, they need. It's almost like with Michael Van Buren leaving. This whole first year was just a total wash because you almost thought, like, I kept saying it every time I talk about Mississippi State. It was like, well, there's a silver lining in this season with Blake Shapen getting hurt coming over from Baylor. He's like, hey, you had your true freshman. He went and played in Austin, went and played in Athens, played in Knoxville, and played in Oxford. And now you don't have to you don't have to spoon feed him information in the spring. You can open up the playbook big time because he's played in all 8 conference games. So it's like, well, you have your future starter has essentially just got thrown into the fire, like baptism by fire. It's sink or swim. You're throwing him out in the middle of the ocean. You better be treading water. And that's what he did. And I thought he played well at times. But then he transfers to LSU. And again, I understand why. They both went separate ways. They wanted Shapen back from talking to people over there. And then I think Van Buren wanted the promised starting position. So it just went separate ways. He's willing to sit behind LSU. But it was almost just like, man, if you had Van Buren come back, you could have went in the spring with a guy that is comfortable within your system, that has played in the SEC as a true freshman. You could have opened up more. The same could be said for Shapen coming back. But they're just going to roll. They're going to roll with Blake Shapen this year. But first and foremost, for them to improve, it's got to start in that defensive personnel.
Yeah, you got to be able to attack the point. Do they have a staff yet? Do they have a DC already lined up? Or have they even gone to hire anybody yet?
No. I mean, I don't think they do. I think they still have – Hutzler's still there. I don't think he made a move. Coleman Hutzler's still the DC. I don't think he made many moves. So, I mean, again, you roll with him. And that's a total agency move. I mean, for the people listening, I mean, CAA, that's Jimmy Sexton's agency. This is how a lot of this works, folks. Jeff Lebby, again, I get it. He wanted a head coaching job in the SEC bad enough. Well, you know how that works at that point. I mean, Coleman Hutzler had been special teams coordinator at Ole Miss, had been at South Carolina as a special teams coordinator, and was at Alabama as an outside linebackers coach. And Will Anderson and Dallas Turner couldn't stand him. And I think it's one of those things where Jeff Lebby and CAA were like, hey, we got you the Mississippi State job. We're going to tell you who you're hiring as your coordinator because you should be thankful we got you this Mississippi State job. And if you don't like him after a year or two, you can go get your own guy. That's probably
That's
what
why they fired Zach Arnett.
Yeah.
It's because it's because the administration has a hell of a lot more control than the head coach himself. They're not letting the head coach take control, especially with this new AD staff coming in. It's ridiculous how it's being run. And that's why you're not having a lot of success in Starkville.
No, tough place to win. I'm trying to think of some other teams that we could legit. I don't see Kentucky. I think Kentucky is just to the point now a little bit. It's like when Calipari was there in basketball. It's just kind of ran its course. Mark Stoops, outside of Bear Bryant's the best Kentucky football coach of all time.
I think he's the winningest coach there, too.
Yeah, he is. He's done a phenomenal job. But as Coach Rick used to say when I was at Georgia, dude, after about 10 years, your message runs stale even throughout the administration at that point. Something's got to change. He doesn't seem like he's real invested anymore. People are like, well, he'll just go retire. He's not going to retire because he has personal stuff from talking to people over there going on. We're like, I think he's, again, I don't want to spread people's dirty laundry, but I think he's going through a divorce and his wife gets half the stuff. So I don't think he wants to be like, I think he's like, he doesn't need money, but again, I also don't think he's sitting there trying to be like, no, I'm going to keep collecting a check until my divorce stuff's over and we can settle that much money. I don't need my buyout going tour too. or me just quitting and not getting anything.
Yeah. And I think
I'm trying to think who else. I think Arkansas is up shit creek without a paddle right now. They lost all 5 starters offensive line. They brought in Caden Kittler and they brought in Corey Robinson from Georgia Tech, but I don't think they really transitioned well. I mean, the only bright spot is you got Taylon Green, but after that, man, they didn't really brought anybody in the portal. I think Arkansas is on the struggle bus next year.
Sucks when you lose arguably one of the best offensive linemen in Patrick Kutas.
Yeah, and he's at Ole Miss now.
Him and Luke has.
What do you think about Ole Miss next year, Lucas? It's too early to tell. I mean, they're bringing in too many different pieces.
I don't really know what to expect from Austin Simmons, honestly. I mean, he's a young dude that's going to get adjusted in his first year in this offense that Lane Kiffin brings, but I'm not really sure, to be honest with you. I think he'll have some success, but I think it just takes time for him to get adjusted in the offense. That's really about it. And I think once he starts to get into a groove, I know that everybody's going to say, okay, he's got to live up to what Jackson Dart did. Damn, it's hard as hell to do that. I mean, I think he just has to play his game the way he does. And I think that Kiffin's going to be able to put him in a better position than where he was at the start of the spring practice when it comes around.
No, I agree. I like Austin Simmons a lot. I think we always forget in that Georgia game, he came and kind of set the tone for them. After Dart went out with that injury, they came in, scored when he managed that drive. Again, after the interception Dart had and he got hurt. Lucas, I'm going to ask you a little rapid fire here. Will they be better or worse than they were in 2024? I'm going to go alphabetical order here. Alabama, better or worse than they were in 2024? What will they be in 2025?
I think they'll be worse, unfortunately. You've lost too much in the portal. I think that Kalen DeBoer at some point in the middle of the season is going to lose the locker room, and I think it's going to be downhill from here. I think that you have another season like you had this year where you were so inconsistent on offense, where your defensive line was just getting gashed most of the year. It's going to be a long season for you next year. I think they'll be worse.
Yeah, I'll say they'll probably be about the same. It's tough for me to say they'll be better right now. I get where you're saying worse. I don't want to say better because nothing they've done in the portal. And again, I think Jalen Milroe is going to go enter his name in the draft. So I don't know. I'm going to go probably in that 9-3 kind of range again. I'm with you. All right, Auburn, better or worse?
I think they'll be better.
It has to be better, right? Like, yeah. I mean, if it's not better, Auburn's hiring a new coach next year.
Yeah, majority of your offensive, you got a better haul on the offensive line. I think outside-wise. I think receiver-wise, you'll be all right. Defensively, you were very consistent majority of the year. Problem is that you had poor quarterback play. Now you got two dudes that you can probably rely on. There's no way that Jackson Arnold can get any worse than he did this year. And then you got arguably one of the best quarterbacks that have come through Auburn in a while in Deuce Knight. And so I think both of those dudes are going to bring a better option for this Auburn offense, and I think it's definitely going to take some of the heat off of Hugh Freeze's ass.
Yeah, I mean, anybody who's saying it's worse probably maybe either be an Alabama fan or just a very negative Auburn fan. Yeah, I mean, again, 4 straight losing seasons for Auburn now. Honestly, baffling to think about that. But yeah, I'm with you. It's gotta be better. I feel about as good as I have been since maybe the 18-19 season for about that offensive line, especially with them bringing in the kid over Murphy from USC. I feel better about them. Arkansas, better or worse?
I think worse. I don't think that Taylor Green's not going to have a lot of weapons. Andrew Armstrong's gone. Most of your receiving core is gone. You got no more tight end play. Offensive line is depleted. Most of your defensive line is gone, and it's going to be another long season. Sam Pittman got his ass saved this year. He's not going to get saved after next year. They'll probably let him go along with Mark Stoops.
All right, let's go next. Florida, better or worse?
I think they'll be better. I think that they could be possibly an 8 or 9 win team. Actually, I think I'll stay the same. I think consistency is going to be key for them. I think we're going to be asking too much for Florida going into next year, knowing that they're going to have basically the same schedule except flip-flop. Wherever you play at home, you're going to play away. And so I definitely would consider Florida to be, I think, another 8-win team this season. So it would definitely be another good season for them, but I think DJ Lagway does enter his name in the Heisman conversation.
No, I would agree with you. Florida, I don't know. They're one of those teams, 7-5. Could they be worse? They're kind of one of those fringe teams to me. It's in the same category as Alabama. They could be about the same, and it would not shock me. Again, I feel pretty confident in Arkansas, Auburn, and the teams we've kind of rolled through a little bit already. I'm gonna go.
Did you see that they flipped a 5-star receiver from Miami to them, or from Oregon to Florida
in high school?
Yeah.
I didn't see that today.
I don't know who it was, but I watched a couple of his highlight tape. The dude's a dog.
Ready, come on.
Uh-oh, there you
go. No, but I think overall Florida's in that same mold as Alabama. They could be. They're in that like 7-5 region. Hell, they didn't look good today at all. But again, it's tough to judge those bowl games. Going up next, Georgia, better or worse than they were in 2024?
About the same, honestly.
Yeah.
I think we're starting to enter that stalemate that Georgia's about to get into, where you're not going to see them be as dominant as they were during that first stretch of the decade from 21-22 and even last year. I think this is the start of kind of that stalemate 10-win years that you're going to get every now and then, but nothing really dominant from Georgia. But I do expect them to be back in the playoff next year, and I think they'll stay about the same.
Because again, the portal now, one-time transfer, It has nothing to do with really NIL. I mean, maybe that has some of the recipe to what we're at. But again, Georgia doesn't have the depth that you could accumulate that Alabama had done over years, that Georgia had been doing. I mean, you heard Kirby say going into this year, this is the worst depth they had since his first year in 2016. So I'm with you. Georgia's in that range. They're going to be 10-2, 11-1 most years.
Yeah,
you feel pretty good about that. Moving to Kentucky, me and you both mentioned. I feel like, shoot, would they finish this year though? 4-8. Can they be much worse? I mean, I may say they may be. I'm going to say they're about the same. 4-8, 5-7.
I think that Tennessee game is going to be defining Mark Stoops' future. I think if you lose that one, you're out of Lexington.
Shoot, they never win that game.
Probably not. Not with how that offense performed this year.
All right, we both agree on Kentucky here. LSU, I'm with you. You'd lean in. I mean, they finished 8-4. I would lean on improved. I'm with you. I think they'll be a 9-3, 10-2 type team.
Yeah, I think, especially when you bolster up on the defensive line, I think it'd be a hell of a lot better.
No, I 100% agree with you. Mississippi State, we talked about them briefly. Better or worse? I mean, God, could it be any worse? I mean, you went 3-9. I mean, I guess it could, but I'm gonna go better. I'm gonna say they're gonna get 4 or 5 next year.
Yeah. I think a 5-win season is a win for Mississippi State, just knowing where that program is right now. Does Blake Shapen has another year of eligibility or no? Or is he done?
Yeah, he's back.
Okay.
He's why they dropped Michael Van Buren and let him walk.
I figured so. But yeah, I think they'll be better. The thing about it is, if they're better, you better attack the portal. Not just on the defensive side of the ball. You got to get some skill dudes. Johnny Daniels is probably one of the most underrated backs in the SEC. I think he will have a breakout year next year. I've been knowing the guy since he was in middle school. He actually went to my school before he transferred over to somewhere in Gulfport, I believe. But the guy's a good back, very powerful back. I think he'll be one of the bright spots that Mississippi State will have next year to go along with Blake Shapen. But other than that, I think a 4 or 5 win season is what you're going to expect.
Here's an interesting one here, Lucas. Missouri. 9-3 this year. Quiet 9-3.
I would say an overrated 9-3 too.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I think they get worse. I mean, it's hard to replace Brady Cook. It's hard to replace Luther Burden. It's hard to replace a lot of those skill dudes. And just knowing what you're going to lose there. The defense showed a lot of inconsistencies this year. And I think none's a better example than what Texas A&M did to them early in the season and what Lenore Sellers and company did. I mean, Missouri was up. I mean, you had these late game collapses majority of the season and just ended in such disaster for Missouri. And so I think they end up going back to 7-5, 8-4 maybe next year.
No, I agree. They'll be in that 7-5, 8-4 range. I know they were interested in the backup quarterback with a Petrula, the kid from Penn State. Going in order now, Oklahoma, better or worse, 6-6.
I think Brent Venables might be on the hot seat for next year. I mean, it's been wildly inconsistent, but I think they'd be about the same. I think if that's the case, then I don't think that Venables gets ousted after this upcoming year. I think that 2026 is definitely going to be make or break for him, though.
Yeah. There's a lot of unknowns, man, to say if that's going to be improved or not. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, all right, you got Ben Arbuckle in. You brought in John Mateer. You just got Isaiah Satania from Arkansas, the receiver, committed. You need some other weapons. You lose a lot on defense. You lose Bowman. You lose Stutzman. I don't know, man. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. I think they'll be 7-5, 8-4. So I'm going to say they'll be better. Again, they had to go 6-6, so not much. Ole Miss has to be better than 9-3, Lucas.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think they'd be about the same, just knowing that you have a young quarterback in there as well, and you're going to be depleted at the skill position. You know, I mean, does Henry Parrish come back next year, or is he gone after this year?
You said Henry Parrish is gone.
I figured so. But yeah, I think they kind of take a step back. 8-4, 9-3 season is what you're going to expect from them, but still, I mean, consistency is what you're expecting at Ole Miss. And I think they're going to get used to these for a little while up until you get another year with Austin Simmons. And I think they take them to that next level in 2026.
Who we got next? I agree. I think Ole Miss will be about the same. Again, I've said this twice. He's that Florida, Alabama, Ole Miss is kind of who I feel like I kind of can say yay or nay. Will they be improved for all the other teams we talked about? But Alabama, Florida, Ole Miss are all kind of right in that range where I'm like, yeah, I could see Florida being 7-5 again. Yeah, I could see Alabama and Ole Miss both being 9-3. South Carolina, we talked about them briefly. Better or worse, 9-3?
Oh, I think they'll be better. I think that this
is 10-2.
I think I've already mentioned it. I think that this could be a 10-2, maybe even an 11-1 team next year, especially with Ole Miss taking a step back next year. I do believe that this is a college football playoff team. I think this is a dangerous team to look out for when you get into the month of November. I think you're going to be – Beamer Ball's going to be strong this year. I think he might win himself Coach of the Year in the SEC as well.
If it wasn't for Clark Lee this year, he definitely would have won it this year for sure. Going to Tennessee. Have to be better than 10-2. You feel like you got to say worse, right? Again, it's maybe not. I think they'll probably be in that 9-2. They lose so much up front on defense.
Yes. That's the biggest thing, too. I do think that your offensive line will be just fine despite losing Cooper Mays. You bring back Lance Hurd, who should be healthier this year. I think that Lance Hurd is a first-round draft talent. I don't know how you let him walk out of Baton Rouge if you're Coach Brian Kelly. But, no, you got a first-round talent there at left tackle. You lose Dylan Sampson for this year. But another year with Nico Iamaleava, you're going to relax and reload for next year. I think this will be – I'd say about the same for Tennessee, but definitely would not surprise me if they hit that 8-4, 9-3 season like they did a couple years ago.
Yeah, I'm gonna go worse. I think Tennessee will be in that 9-3 range next year. Moving to the next one, Texas A&M, better or worse than 8-4?
I think they improve. I think with another year under Marcel Reed, there was obviously. You got to thank Florida for improving down the stretch of the year and not firing Billy Napier, because if that was the case, I was firmly sold on DJ Lagway going out to College Station and being in that Colin Klein offense. But I think they trust Marcel Reed down the stretch. I think Terry Bussey might be one of the most explosive players in college football next year. There's just something about him. There's that it factor about him. You got to get him more involved. He's going to get more involved in this offense. You saw a couple of sneak previews with him in the jet sweep game, a couple of quick screens that you saw from him, even in the return game as well. I mean, the guy's just so dynamic. I think he's one of your impact players to look out for in 25. So I would say better.
No, I agree. One of the more youthful wide receiver rooms across the board. They brought in Micah Hudson from Texas Tech, and they also brought in Mario Craver from Mississippi State. You add in, you mentioned Terry Bussey, and I mean, you still got my guy Noah coming back as well. And then you have the big-time guy they signed, the Draper from Draper, Utah. The kid they signed from Utah. It's a big-time explosive kid. 8-4, 9-3. I'll probably say 9-3, so I'll give them the improvement there. They're kind of flirting with that fringe of Alabama, Florida a little bit there. All right, what about the Texas Longhorns?
I think they'll be better. I just see them getting a heck of a lot better with Arch Manning as your starting quarterback. I think there's a lot more consistency with this offense whenever he's at the helm. I think that gives Steve Sarkeesian a lot more to work with a dual threat quarterback like him. The problem with Quinn Ewers is that he's just a strictly pro style guy, is that there's just one element to his game. But with Arch, I mean, there's so much that you can do to utilize him in the Sark offense. I think there's more that you can let him use.
Oh, no, sorry, the dog did the ding with our golf.
What kind of dog you got?
He's a chocolate lab. He's my parents. I got him for Christmas. I got him for Christmas, for them for Christmas. Probably he's 12 now. So Brady, calm down.
Wow.
He's barking at the golfers back there. But no, I think Texas. I mean, the thing that's weird with Texas is what they're 11-2 with the 2 losses to the same team. They have the same schedule. Texas is that same team to me, man. I'm going to probably say a little worse. I think they lose 2 games next year. And again, I'm saying that in the regular season, not counting the SEC. So I think Texas will be worse, but put an asterisk next to that.
Yes.
Worse doesn't mean bad. It just means I think they're going to be 10-2. I mean, they went 11-1 in the regular season. They can only be worse, but I think they'll be 10-2. I mean, they're to that point now as a program with Sark. 10-2 will be consistent. Yeah, you're right, Joe K. He just wants in the show. Let's see. Who's our last one right here? We got Vandy.
I think they take. Well,
depends if Flavia comes back.
Either a little bit. Either 6-6 or 7-5. To be honest with you, but dude, the Diego Pavia ruling changes so much for college football. Now we're going to have dudes playing 7 years of college football. I
hate it, man. I'm sorry.
Oh, my God. It's ridiculous because you're ruining high school recruiting. You're going to have dudes that are going to be staying 1 year, and then they're going to take the JUCO route and then emerge somewhere else. So it basically kind of takes away that ticking clock that you have for college football.
At some point, you got to go get a job. And I think me and you both agree. Dude, I think Diego Pavia was awesome for the sport this year. I mean, brought in incredible moments. I think we can both agree he's not going to go make a living playing professional football. I think most people who have 2 eyes and know what the sport of football is supposed to look like, we can all agree that at some point, man, you got to go get a job. Understand for 2 years in junior college, NIL wasn't a thing. But man, like you're opening up a can of worms. I think if this officially gets passed, that we as a sport of college football, and I'm not trying to sound like an old man yelling at clouds here, guys. Yeah, dude. I mean, Diego Pavia, phenomenal for the sport this year, but at some point, enough's enough. Like I've said it for a while now. Like for the longest, the players had no leverage. Now they got way too much advantage, too much leverage. It's got to be back in the middle at some point. I mean, Sark mentioned it this week. Again, I mean, he's preparing for a college football playoff game for tomorrow against Clemson, gets asked, and he's not for it either. I mean, the people who know have built rosters, have been in the sport, who follow the sport hard, this is not good for the sport. You can laugh all you want about, Diego Pavia, the mayor of Alabama. That's awesome. Yeah, beat Alabama's ass this year, beat Auburn back-to-back years. Yeah, it's all funny, but in reality, though, like – the effect, the cause and effect down the line would not be good for the sport.
No, I think if NIL wasn't even a thing in the sport of college football, this case wouldn't have even been a thing. Because let's just be honest. This case is not about him playing an extra year. Sure, he wants to play. But you know why he wants to play? We all know. We all know.
That's what it all goes down to. Yeah, the 2 years – NIL wasn't a thing. I mean, if you played before July 1st, 2021, when NIL officially opened, I mean, you could come back and get as many years as you want from the JUCO eligibility standpoint.
College football is about to be ruined because we're going to have guys that are 23, 24 years old playing college football. Those that just need to go get a job playing the sport. It's going to ruin kids' ability to continue their careers, especially at those little schools that you see at the FCS level. It's what happened to me. Whenever I was going into my senior year of high school, I had a walk-on opportunity at a Division I FCS. I'm not going to name what it is, but at the end of the day, it never worked out because of the portal. What would you rather go get, Dave? You're a dude that was a director of player personnel for a while. Would you rather go get a high school kid that isn't really well known? Would you rather give him a walk-on opportunity, or would you go deep into the portal and would you go grab a dude from another Division I that just wants to drop down that has, I think, 2 years or 3 years of eligibility left?
Yeah, no, I mean, you're 100% right. You're gonna go get the older guy that has the veteran experience, and some of those guys too are just gonna go just immediately to the NFL if they're balling out. It's like, why would you go? Like those NFL people are gonna be like, we've seen, again, you aren't competing against the SEC, but JUCO has good, especially in the Mississippis, the Kansas areas. Junior college have phenomenal football. And like you do that for 2 years. Someone's like, why would you go risk getting hurt potentially? Again, you can say you play for an SEC school or whatnot, but when it comes to the dollar bill, hey man, come play for us. So we're going to be, it really is. It's a pipeline. It's a pipeline. And like Cody Belair for On 3 the other day mentioned, you're going to have a bunch of programs now trying to sign and place kids, literally like they used to do when we were growing up, sign and place kids at specific JUCOs where it's like Mississippi Gulf Coast Community College is an Ole Miss feeder. Like everybody knew if you go to Mississippi Gulf Coast, you are being placed there to make sure you're going to Ole Miss, and coaches that come in, that head coach is going to protect that guy just off. Yeah, I mean, you're just opening up a bad can of worms, but that's what it used to be. But guys, I appreciate you joining us again. We got SEC football going on right now. Florida up 6-0. About to be halftime. We got 1:04 left in the first half in the Gasparilla Bowl down in Tampa. But Florida leads Tulane 6-0. It's been a rough first half for our guy, DJ Lagway. I mean, he's right now I'm looking at 13 for 21, 169, 2 picks. I had it up on my phone when we were doing the show. But, I mean, he had a bad interception in the end zone. It was rough.
It's been a sloppy game, no question about it.
It's been a sloppy game for sure. But, Lucas, we got football tonight. First 12-team college football playoff game in South Bend. Fired up about it. A whole day of college football tomorrow. But, guys, go. Hey, the road to 20,000 subscribers on the YouTube channel for us here at the SEC Unfiltered channel. I've challenged people on my show. Dave Talks Ball, all the segments we do. We're just over 18,000. By January 19th, that is the national championship night in Atlanta. Let's be at 20,000. I know you loyal Texas fans have kind of brought us in like family, and we appreciate it. We love the guys on the Texas Sports Unfiltered show. But for myself, I don't have anything else to add, Lucas, unless you do, brother.
Been a great show, Dave. Let's have a great night of college football.
Let's do it, brother. I'm fired up about it. But for myself, Dave Shoemate, and for my guy, Lucas Hill, you have a phenomenal evening. Guys, it's college football playoff time. It is here. And if we don't talk to you before the Christmas holidays, I hope you have a Merry Christmas to you and your family.